HM? They're acquainted. The white-bearded old man's eyes widened and his expression was grim when he saw the purple-clad young man handing the royal-grade celestial sword to the white-clad middle-aged man. This person must be a 6 combinations celestial duke at least. The white-bearded old man was a 4 phenomena celestial duke. When he discovered he could not catch the other party's movement, he had guessed that the other party's cultivation base was at least 2 levels higher than his. If it were only a level higher, it was impossible for him not to be able to catch the other party's movements. It seems like this duo's background isn't simple as well, the white-bearded old man thought to himself. Regardless, he did not care. In his opinion, no matter what their backgrounds were, it could not be better than the person backing him, the 9th prince of the solitary nation. Moreover, they were in their territory, the solitary nation. After studying the sword in his hand, Bai Gang nodded before he turned to look at Huang Jialong. It's really a royal-grade celestial sword. Jialong, you know that we can't afford to keep the sword, right? I know, Uncle Bai. Huang Jialong nodded. He knew that he and the supporting Fall Nation's passage city would not be able to hold on to the sword when he discovered that it was a royal-grade celestial sword. In fact, even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation would not be able to hold on to it as well. He was sure that if the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation took the royal-grade celestial sword away, they would lose the sword or be annihilated within a year. After all, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation was far from being strong enough to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. Even the grade 7 sects and clans would have a hard time keeping the royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the supporting Fall Nation. Perhaps a grade 6 force like the profound Nether Mansion would be able to maintain their claim on the royal-grade celestial sword since they had the protection of 10 directions celestial kings. In fact, the Mansion Master of Profound Nether Mansion was a 10 directions celestial king as well. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Huang Jialong's mind. He turned to look at Bai Gang and solemnly said, "However, Uncle Bai, I only managed to obtain this royal-grade celestial sword mostly because of Brother Duan. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have bought the remaining sword-shaped origin stones. I hope you'll remember this when you report this matter back to them, Uncle Bai." "Jialong, this isn't necessary." Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Huang Jialong and Bai Gang the entire time, naturally understood the meaning behind their conversation. Since it was no secret that they had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword, they would not be able to keep it. Therefore, they could only give it to a powerful force. The Flying Tiger clan was undoubtedly their best choice. However, he did not expect Huang Jialong would credit him for finding the royal-grade celestial sword. He was aware that whatever rewards the Flying Tiger clan gave Huang Jialong, he would be entitled to half of it, at least. Although he was moved by Huang Jialong's thoughtfulness, he repeatedly refused Huang Jialong's kindness. "You're the one who bought the sword-shaped origin stone that contained the royal-grade celestial sword. It really has nothing to do with me." "Brother Duan, please stop. I've already made up my mind," Huang Jialong said in a tone that brooked no argument. It was his first time speaking so forcefully to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. He truly did not think it was necessary for Huang Jialong to do that. Although the rewards from the Flying Tiger clan were enticing, he did not think he deserved it since he did not do much. Even if he did contribute to finding the royal-grade celestial sword, his contribution was not as big as Huang Jialong made it out to be. "Little Tian, just listen to Jialong regarding this matter. He's like his father, they're both extremely stubborn. Once they've decided on something, it's impossible to change their minds." Bai Gang spoke up when he saw Duan Ling Tian was about to refuse again. Then, he continued to say, "I've already informed Yuan Fei about this matter. Let's return for now." Bai Gang was about to put the royal-grade celestial sword away and leave with Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong when 3 people entered the shop, causing a commotion immediately. "It's the 9th prince." "Your Highness." The white-bearded old man led the shop assistants to the newcomers and greeted one of the 3 people who had just entered the shop. The trio was led by a handsome young man who was dressed in a green robe with golden trimmings. 2 old men stood behind him. As soon as they entered the shop, their eyes were all glued to the royal-grade celestial sword in Bai Gang's hand that he had yet to put away. Through their divine consciousness, they could tell how extraordinary the sword was. At this moment, the handsome young man, the ninth prince of the solitary nation, said without beating around the bush, "Greeting, I'm the ninth prince of the solitary nation. Let's skip the pleasantries and go straight to the point. I'm afraid 3 of you won't be able to keep the sword for long, even if you're able to leave my shop with it. Why don't you sell it to me? With this, you won't have to lose your lives over a sword. In fact, you would even earn a lot of celestial crystals." "What? Are you trying to buy the royal grade celestial sword for 10 million prominent celestial crystals like that old fart?" Huang Jialong sneered as he looked at the ninth prince of the solitary nation. Since the other party was rude, there was no need for him to hold back. He would give them a taste of their own medicine. He did not care if the other party was the ninth prince of the solitary nation or the supporting fall nation. He was extremely confident when he spoke. The source of his confidence was not his father, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting fall nation. It came from old Mo and Bai Gang. The white-bearded old man had told the ninth prince about Huang Jialong and Bai Gang's intention when he entered the shop through voice transmission. He narrowed his eyes as he said, "I heard from my man that you plan to give the royal grade celestial sword to a powerful force in exchange for rewards? May I know which force you're planning to give the sword to?" The 2 old men standing behind the ninth prince of the solitary nation looked at Bai Gang fiercely when the ninth prince finished speaking. Bai Gang returned to the 2 old men's gazes fearlessly as he said with a sneer, "What? 2 mere 9 palaces celestial dukes dare to challenge me? Bai Gang." "Bai Gang?" The 2 old men frowned as soon as they heard Bai Gang's words. They found his name familiar. Huang Jialong scoffed before he said, "Is this how the solitary nation treats their guests? I think I need to have a word with the emperor when I return to the palace." "Return to the palace?" Huang Jialong's words shocked the people present on the scene. Based on his words, it seemed like he was a guest of the emperor of the solitary nation. They are guests staying in the palace? Bai Gang. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, the ninth prince of the solitary nation finally realized why Bai Gang's name sounded familiar. His expression changed drastically as he asked in a trembling voice, "Why you?" "Why your lord Bai Gang from the city governor's estate of Passage City in the supporting fall nation." "Ah, it seems like there are still people who have heard of me in the solitary nation. At the very least, the ninth prince of the solitary nation had heard of me," Bai Gang said indifferently. With this, he inadvertently confirmed his identity. "Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in the supporting fall nation's Passage City?" After Bai Gang confirmed his identity, the 2 old men standing behind the ninth prince were stunned. They averted their eyes immediately and lowered their heads in unison like children who had made a mistake. It was no secret in the solitary nation that Bai Gang from the supporting fall nation's Passage City belonged to the Flying Tiger clan. Someone like Bai Gang who was from a powerful celestial beast clan in the southern heaven territory was not someone the emperors from the supporting fall nation or the solitary nation could afford to offend, let alone other people. Similarly, the expressions of the white-bearded old man and the shop assistants changed drastically when they recalled they had tried to chase Bai Gang out of the shop. Not only was Bai Gang a powerful 10 Directions celestial duke, but he was also a copper flying tiger from the Flying Tiger clan. Put aside the fact that he had not acted out of bounds, even if he decided to kill all of them for no good reason in front of the emperor of the solitary nation, the emperor would not have made an issue out of it at all. The ninth prince of the solitary nation inhaled deeply before he said with a wide smile on his face, "So it's Lord Bai Gang. I apologize if my men have offended you. Lord Bai Gang, please forgive them. Does this mean you plan to give this royal-grade celestial sword to the Flying Tiger clan?" Alas, Bai Gang did not even deign to look at the ninth prince of the solitary nation. He called out to Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face and left the shop. Everyone could only watch as the trio from the supporting fall nation left. After the trio was out of sight, the ninth prince's expression darkened immediately. He turned around and rebuked the white-bearded old man. "Idiot! Why didn't you keep those sword-shaped origin stones for me?" The ninth prince of the solitary nation had opened a shop in West Lane Town due to his liking for stone gambling as well. He would occasionally close the shop and open the origin stones. He did not open the shop for the purpose of making money. It was all for fun. Although the white-bearded old man felt wronged, he remained silent. He knew very well the best response was to keep quiet at this moment. During the journey back to the imperial palace of the solitary nation, the smile on Bai Gang's face did not fade at all. Both of you are really lucky to obtain a royal-grade celestial sword from an origin stone. After the Flying Tiger clan receives the sword, both of you will definitely be handsomely rewarded. You'll see how generous our clan leader is. Huang Jialong replied jokingly, Uncle Bai, we won't be the only ones who will be rewarded. As a member of the Flying Tiger clan, you'll be contributing greatly by bringing the royal-grade celestial sword back to the clan. I'm sure your clan leader will reward you generously as well. Bai Gang's smile widened when he heard Huang Jialong's words. It was as Huang Jialong had said, the Flying Tiger clan would undoubtedly reward him for obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword for the clan. It should be noted that the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the region under the Profound Nether Mansion's rule only possessed one royal-grade celestial weapon before this. Naturally, the weight of another royal-grade celestial weapon was going to benefit Bai Gang's clan greatly. Royal-grade celestial weapons were very precious. Currently, the Southern Heaven Territory did not have any royal-grade celestial alchemist at all. All the royal-grade celestial weapons in the territory had either come from other places or were forged by royal-grade celestial alchemists from a long time ago. Some of them were also obtained from origin stones. Due to their rarity, no one would sell their royal-grade celestial weapons even if they were offered a high price. There was no doubt that royal-grade celestial weapons were priceless treasures in the Southern Heaven Territory. At this moment, an ancient voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Lad! Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He knew whose voice it was. Senior Chaos Divine Flame? Is there something you need, Senior? By now, Duan Ling Tian knew there would be important matters if the Profound Divine Metal or the Chaos Divine Flame suddenly initiated a conversation. They would not usually speak unless it was important since it would deplete their energies. After that, they would fall into a deep slumber to recover. I can vaguely sense the aura of a Chaos Divine Earth near us. It's rather weak, so it should be a Chaos Divine Earth in its first form, the Chaos Divine Flame said. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Profound Divine Metal chimed in. So that's why I keep sensing a familiar aura. I couldn't put a finger on it. As it turns out, it's a Chaos Divine Earth. Then it continued to say in a rather grudging tone, Lad, you need to help me find another first-form Profound Divine Metal so I can enter the third form. At that time, my senses will be as good as the Chaos Divine Flame. It was clear that it was slightly upset that the Chaos Divine Flame had entered the third form while it was still stuck in the second form. That was why the Chaos Divine Flame had easily identified the aura of the Chaos Divine Earth, while it only felt the aura was unfamiliar. Chaos Divine Earth? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. What's that? Like us. It's one of the 5 divine elements. The Chaos Divine Flame explained. The Profound Divine Metal, the Chaos Divine Earth, the Clear Heavens Divine Wood, the World-Cleansing Divine Metal, and I are collectively known as the 5 divine elements. As though it could guess what Duan Ling Tian was going to ask next, the Chaos Divine Flame continued to say in a proud tone, I know you're curious, but now's not the time for you to understand it. It won't be beneficial to you if you know too much now. Just know that you have everything to gain and nothing to lose if we continue to evolve. In fact, if you're able to help us evolve to our final forms, you'll probably be invincible in the colossal world. Our final forms? You're really bold with your dream. However, if that day really comes, it's true that there won't be anyone who'll be able to defeat the lad in the colossal world. The Profound Divine Metal sounded indifferent at the start of its sentence, but a hint of anticipation could be heard in its voice during the latter part of its sentence. Clearly, it was eager to evolve to its final form as well, even if it knew it was going to an extremely difficult task. Invincible in the colossal world? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing their words. He was aware that the colossal world not only encompassed Devata realms and mundane realms, but it also encompassed mysterious realms such as the Divine Offering Land that was a separate realm from the Devata realms. Senior, which direction is the Chaos Divine Earth located? Duan Ling Tian had stopped in his tracks when the Chaos Divine Flame had mentioned the Chaos Divine Earth. He wanted to try and obtain the Chaos Divine Earth. With the addition of the Chaos Divine Earth, he would have 3 of the 5 divine elements. It's in the direction where you came from, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. In the direction where I came from? This means it's in West Lane Town. Duanling Tian was taken aback. Brother Duan? Little Tian? At this moment, Huang Jialong and Bai Gang looked at Duanling Tian in confusion as they called out to him. They had stopped moving as well when they saw Duanling Tian abruptly coming to a halt. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he looked at the duo and said, Jialong, Uncle Bai, I'd like to head back to West Lane Town again. Head back to West Lane Town? Bai Gang and Huang Jialong were baffled. Then, Huang Jialong asked, What? Do you want to try your luck again, Brother Duan? Duanling Tian nodded and answered ambiguously, something like that. Little Tian, why don't we return to the palace for now and return another day? Although Bai Gang had the support of the Flying Tiger clan, he felt uneasy keeping the Royal Grade Celestial Sword on him. He wanted to hide the Royal Grade Celestial Sword in a safe place until the powerhouses from the Flying Tiger clan arrived. Once he had hidden the sword, people who coveted the sword would not be able to obtain it even if they killed him. With this, it was unlikely that people would target him. If he kept the sword with him, there would inevitably be people who had nothing to lose trying to snatch the Royal Grade Celestial Sword away from him. It was a Royal Grade Celestial weapon after all. Even as a copper Flying Tiger from the Flying Tiger clan, it might not deter some people from attempting to rob him of the Royal Grade Celestial Sword. After all, the value of a Royal Grade Celestial weapon was more than enough for some people to risk death. Uncle Bai, why don't you return with Jialong first? Don't worry, I'll come back as soon as I can. If I encounter any danger, I'll send Jialong a message instantly. Duanling Tian said. Bai Gang hesitated. Before Bai Gang finished speaking, a gust of wind stirred up before a dark figure appeared before the trio's eyes. Grandfather Mo. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up when he saw the newcomer. Old man Mo, you came just in time. I'll hand both of them over to you. Watch over them, Bai Gang said as soon as he saw old Mo. Then he hurried back to the palace immediately without waiting for a reply, clearly in a rush to hide the Royal Grade Celestial Sword before the news spread. Although it was likely that the Emperor of the Solitary Nation had already found out that Bai Gang possessed the Royal Grade Celestial Sword now, he was not worried about the Emperor trying to take the sword away from him. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation's innate talent in cultivation was limited. His strength would not increase much even if he possessed the Royal Grade Celestial Sword. Moreover, he would not be able to hold on to the sword for long and would risk his family's lives as well. However, just because the Emperor of the Solitary Nation would not snatch the Royal Grade Celestial Sword from Bai Gang, it did not mean that sectless Celestial Kings would do the same. Sectless cultivators were usually unfettered and did not have anyone else, apart from themselves, to worry about. At most, they would probably have a disciple or two. They could leave and go wherever they want at any time. It was not too difficult to imagine that these sectless cultivators might attempt to snatch the Royal Grade Celestial Sword away. For this reason, Bai Gang was eager to hide the Royal Grade Celestial Sword before word spread to the sectless Celestial Kings. Bai Gang's abrupt departure caused old Mo to frown slightly, but he did not dwell on it. Old Mo. Duanling Tian greeted old Mo. Grandfather Mo, why are you here? Huang Jialong asked. Your father is worried that Bai Gang will encounter people who would risk their lives for the sword. Therefore, he sent me out to help. However, it seems like your father is worried for nothing. With so little time, the news hasn't really spread. At this moment, not many people know Bai Gang has the Royal Grade Celestial Sword with him. Since old Mo was here, Huang Jialong accompanied Duanling Tian back to West Lane Town. With the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance, Duanling Tian entered another shop near the 9th Prince's shop. The shopkeeper stepped forward and welcomed the trio with a bright smile as soon as they entered the shop. Sir, my origin stones are likely to hold treasures. Let me know if I can assist you. If you buy in bulk, I can give you a discount. Since the shop was small, apart from the shopkeeper, there were no shop assistants. Although Duanling Tian was not familiar with how things worked, he was not afraid of being cheated since Huang Jialong was around. Could the Chaos Divine Earth be in an origin stone? With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian began to look through origin stones under the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance. Soon enough, Duanling Tian stopped in front of a foot-long rectangular origin stone. It's really inside an origin stone. I want this origin stone. Duanling Tian took the origin stone that contained the Chaos Divine Earth. In order to avoid suspicion, he casually picked several other origin stones that are slightly larger than the origin stone that contained the Chaos Divine Earth and said, "These two." As though he was giving Duanling Tian a lesson, Huang Jialong explained, "These origin stones are not shaped like weapons. Even if there's a celestial weapon in them, it'd only be a small one and likely to be of a low grade. Therefore, these stones are usually priced lower than a sword-shaped or blade-shaped origin stone. These stones are usually sold for roughly 300 prominent celestial crystals." The shopkeeper's expression darkened upon hearing Huang Jialong's words. He would not make much money if the customer understood the workings of the industry. Nevertheless, business was still business even if it was not the most profitable one. After spending about 1,000 prominent celestial crystals, Duanling Tian collected the origin stones he bought. However, he had no plans of opening them in the shop. Instead, he put them away in his spatial ring. "Brother Duan, aren't you going to open them?" Huang Jialong asked with a smile. "I'll open them when we return. Otherwise, if there's another royal-grade celestial weapon, everyone would learn about," Duanling Tian said jokingly. "Do you really think royal-grade celestial weapons are so easily found?" Huang Jialong did not expect that would be the reason why Duanling Tian did not open the origin stones in the shop. He said with a wry smile on his face, "The royal-grade celestial weapon we obtained earlier is the only known royal-grade celestial weapon to come from an origin stone in the past few thousands of years in the solitary nation." Royal-grade celestial weapon? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Duanling Tian and Huang Jialong's conversation. Earlier, he had heard about someone obtaining a royal-grade celestial sword from a sword-shaped origin stone, and it was going to be given to the Flying Tiger clan. The shop where the origin stone was sold belonged to the 9th prince of the solitary nation. They're the ones who obtained the royal-grade celestial sword? The shopkeeper was so lost in his thoughts that he only regained his senses when the trio had already left the shop. After walking out of the shop, Huang Jialong looked at the inner market in West Lane Town and said, "Brother Duan, let's have a look there." Duanling Tian had planned to return now that he had obtained what he wanted, but he was not in a rush. Therefore, he followed Huang Jialong and continued to shop at the inner market of West Lane Town. As soon as Duanling Tian returned to his room in the imperial palace of the solitary nation, the first thing he did was to take out the origin stone that contained one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth. "I wonder what a Chaos Divine Earth in its first form looks like?" Duanling Tian was curious as he began to break the origin stone. Then he swept the debris aside to study the content of the origin stone with his divine consciousness. Moments later, Duanling Tian saw a tortoise shell. The surface was coarse and matte. He was taken aback when he saw the tortoise shell briefly glowed with a mustard light. Although it was not bright and only glowed for a moment, it did not escape Duanling Tian's notice. "You're wrong. This is not a Chaos Divine Earth in its first form, it's already in its third form." The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind at this moment. It was clear it was speaking to the Chaos Divine Flame. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, Duanling Tian was shocked. A third form Chaos Divine Earth? Based on the Chaos Divine Flame's progress, there was no doubt that it was extremely difficult for the 5 divine elements to evolve to the third form. Even the profound divine metal was only in the second form, but the gray tortoiseshell in his hand was already in its third form? A hint of awe could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice as it said, "I didn't think it'd be a Chaos Divine Earth in its third form. Why is its aura so weak when it's already in the third form? Lad, give it a drop of your blood. We'll help you merge with it. With us around, you don't have to worry about it rejecting you," the Chaos Divine Flame said to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not waste any time and pricked his index finger, dripping a drop of blood on the tortoiseshell in his hands as soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking. As soon as the blood dropped on the tortoiseshell, it flowed along the veins on the surface of the shell. At the same time, Duanling Tian clearly felt 2 balls of energy exiting his body before they shrouded the tortoiseshell. In just a few moments, it began to glow with a mustard light. A hint of gold and gray could be seen flickering in the mustard light as well. The three lights swirled around for a moment before the golden and gray light returned to Duanling Tian's body while the mustard light seemed to vanish into the shell. Duanling Tian was in awe as he watched the tortoise shell flashed for a moment before it disappeared into his palm without a trace. It has already entered my body? Duanling Tian instinctively looked into his body and found the tortoiseshell that was small and exquisite attached to his right humerus. With only a glance, it seemed as though it was part of his arm. Apart from that, he saw his 99 heavenly veins sending celestial origin energy to it. To be more precise, the tortoiseshell was absorbing the celestial origin energy in his body. As time passed, he could keenly feel his celestial origin energy rapidly depleting. About 15 minutes later, he discovered roughly 10% to 20% of his celestial origin energy had been depleted. What is it doing? Duanling Tian began to panic. If this continued, it would not take long before all his celestial origin energy was depleted.
Don't worry. It's lacking nutrients since it had been without a host for a long time. This will stop in a few days, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Within these few days, you should cultivate to transform heaven and earth spirit energy into celestial origin energy to assist it. This will help wake it up. Wake it up. Duanling Tian sighed in relief. His eyes brightened when he thought about the Chaos Divine Earth waking up in a few days' time.
Duanling Tian did not waste any time and began to clear his thoughts to cultivate. He did not use the divine crystal to cultivate this time. After all, he was not cultivating to improve his cultivation base. It was to gather enough celestial origin energy to rouse the Chaos Divine Earth.
In the subsequent days, Duanling Tian focused on cultivating in his room. He knew nothing of the storm brewing outside as word of the royal grade celestial sword spread.
Almost all the sectless celestial kings in the solitary nation who had heard the news rushed to the capital of the solitary nation. All of them only had one target, Bai Gang. Regardless, Bai Gang did not seem affected. He issued a statement that stunned many of the sectless celestial kings. I have hidden the royal grade celestial sword. Who knows if one of you might find it, but there's no guarantee that the person who kills me will be the person who finds it. I don't think any of you wants to kill me and risk being hunted by the Flying Tiger clan for nothing, right?
Bai Gang's statement effectively stopped the sectless celestial kings who had gathered in the capital from acting rashly.
Did Bai Gang really hide the royal grade celestial sword?
Is he lying?
There's a chance he still has the royal grade celestial sword with him, right? If you were in his shoes, would you keep the royal grade celestial sword with you? Isn't that tantamount to seeking death?
Well, I won't rule out the possibility that he's just calling our bluff. Nevertheless, I don't think anyone would risk it. After all, whoever kills him would risk incurring the wrath of the entire Flying Tiger clan.
That's right. No one would risk their life when there's a huge chance of failing. What a pity we heard about the news too late. We failed to snatch the royal grade celestial sword away before Bai Gang hid it. Although many of the sectless celestial kings were willing to risk their lives to obtain the royal grade celestial sword, it was different when there was a huge chance they would fail in obtaining the sword. Trying to snatch the royal grade celestial weapon now was akin to recklessly throwing away their lives. It was not worth the risk at all. Therefore, in just a few days, many of them had left the capital. Only a handful remained to monitor the situation. 3 days later,
it was finally the day before the auction by the imperial family of the solitary nation.
In Duanling Tian's room. It's finally over. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief after he stopped cultivating. The tortoise shell that was attached to his right humerus had finally stopped absorbing celestial origin energy. As soon as Duanling Tian opened his eyes, a voice rang in his mind. The voice sounded as though it belonged to a little boy who had just learned how to speak. HM?
A profound divine metal and a chaos divine flame in its third form.
The childish voice continued to ring in Duanling Tian's mind. 99 heavenly veins?
This is a pretty good host. Hey, both of you get lost.
I want this host. Based on its words, it was clearly very satisfied with Duanling Tian as its host. Moreover, it was clear he did not want to share its host with the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame. Yo! This one's got a temper, challenging both of us at once. Hey, I think you need to be taught a lesson so you can see the situation you're in. The Chaos Divine Flame said lightly, clearly not taking the Chaos Divine Earth seriously. Profound Divine Metal, it seems like we must join hands again. That's what I was thinking as well. The Profound Divine Metal replied. Through his internal vision, Duanling Tian saw a gray energy shooting out from the Chaos Divine Flame before merging with the golden energy that shot out of the Profound Divine Metal. Then, it shot toward his right arm immediately where the tortoiseshell was located. When the combined energies from the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame was about to land, the tortoiseshell flashed with mustard light. The mustard light shot out and collided with the Profound Divine Metal and Chaos Divine Flame's energies. Soon after, hey, stop. Stop. Aren't both of you ashamed?
Shouldn't we fight one-on-one for this host? The Chaos Divine Earth cried out indignantly. It was clear he was in a disadvantageous position due to the Profound Divine Metal and Chaos Divine Flame joining forces. Although the Chaos Divine Earth's words to the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were harsh, due to its cute and childish voice, its threats lack an intimidating effect. As one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth was prideful and could not accept sharing a host with the other 5 divine elements. This situation was similar to when the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were still in their second forms. At that time, the Chaos Divine Flame had deliberated for a long time before finally agreeing to share the same host as the Profound Divine Metal. The Chaos Divine Flame had been convinced to do so by the Profound Divine Metal's suggestion of working together. The Profound Divine Metal had promised to help the Chaos Divine Flame to devour other Chaos Divine Flames. True to its words, the Profound Divine Metal had helped the Chaos Divine Flame to devour a second-form Chaos Divine Flame, effectively helping the Chaos Divine Flame in Duanling Tian's body to evolve to a third-form Chaos Divine Flame. Despite the Chaos Divine Earth sounding like a child who has just learned how to speak, it's clearly unwilling to share a host with the Profound Divine Metal and Chaos Divine Flame. Despite knowing this, Duanling Tian was not worried. As the 5 divine elements, he was certain the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame would have a way to resolve this. Otherwise, they would not have pushed him to obtain the Chaos Divine Earth. The Profound Divine Metal chuckled when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Little one, you don't seem to understand the current situation. I have reached an agreement with the Chaos Divine Flame to coexist in the same host. This means we'll work together to deal with outsiders. If you try to push one of us out, the other wouldn't stay idle and watch. Now, little one, do you understand the situation? A hint of delight could be heard in the Profound Divine Metal's words. As a second-form Profound Divine Metal, it was rather satisfied that it could pressure a third-form Chaos Divine Earth. Hey, who are you calling little? You're only a second-form Profound Divine Metal while I'm already in my third form. I should call you little instead. Although the Chaos Divine Earth was clearly angry, due to its cute and childish voice, it did not sound fierce or intimidating at all. Well, you sound like a little baby. It's only normal for others to refer to you as little one, right? The Profound Divine Metal said teasingly. Are you not convinced, little one? Do you want a rematch? Shameless. Come, let's duel one-on-one if you dare, the Chaos Divine Earth cried out angrily. One-on-one? Do you think I'm crazy? Although we're both part of the 5 divine elements, I'm still in my second form and you're already in your third form. The Profound Divine Metal ignored the Chaos Divine Earth's challenge and continued to say, okay, let's get back to business. Little one, do you want to share this host with us or do you want to leave? The Profound Divine Metal said knowingly. If I'm not mistaken, the reason your aura is so weak before this is due to the heavy injury you suffered when your former host died. The Chaos Divine Earth was silent for a moment before it finally said, don't both of you have any pride as the 5 divine elements? Don't you think it's disgraceful to share the same host? Pride. The Profound Divine Metal laughed. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame calmly chimed in. I was just like you in the past. Back then, when the Profound Divine Metal proposed that we share the same host, I was also reluctant due to my pride as one of the 5 divine elements. However, it managed to convince me and my decision was right.
It's beneficial for me to put down my pride as one of the 5 divine elements and share a host. A hint of curiosity could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice as it asked, "What did the profound divine metal say to you?" I was a second form Chaos Divine Flame back then. The profound divine was also in the second form at that time. The profound divine metal promised to help me devour and absorb other Chaos Divine Flames we encounter so I could evolve. Sure enough, we came across a second form Chaos Divine Flame. With the help from the profound divine metal, I successfully absorbed the other Chaos Divine Flame and became a third form Chaos Divine Flame. The Chaos Divine Earth remained silent. "Little one, as long as you agree to share a host, if we encounter any Chaos Divine Earth in the future, we'll help you to absorb it. With our help, your success rate will rise greatly. It'd be easier for you to evolve into a fourth form Chaos Divine Earth," the profound divine metal said. "Although you have a point, what if we encounter a fourth form Chaos Divine Earth? I still wouldn't stand a chance even with help from both of you. Our host might even perish at that time. It would absorb me, and both of you will be injured from losing your host. Once you're injured, it'd be easy for other profound divine metals or Chaos Divine Flames to absorb you." The Chaos Divine Earth expressed its concerns. "Well, we have to take risks in order to gain something. You have to be more confident. There's no point dwelling on what you might lose. Put your pride aside. There's no need to be afraid. Our future is bright. We'll just have to work hard to achieve it together." The Chaos Divine Flame persuaded. "Put my pride aside. There's no need to be afraid. And our future will be bright. Put my pride aside. There's no need to be afraid, and our future will be bright." The Chaos Divine Earth kept repeating the Chaos Divine Flame's words for about 15 minutes before it made up its mind. In the end, it agreed to share a host with the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was relieved. Although he was the host, he had no say in the conversation between the profound divine metal, the Chaos Divine Flame, and the Chaos Divine Earth. Regardless, he was very satisfied with the results. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, "The Chaos Divine Flame can be used as a celestial fire, while the profound divine metal can be used as a defensive celestial weapon to guard one's soul and hide one's aura. Since the Chaos Divine Earth is one of the 5 divine elements as well, I wonder what it can do." Meanwhile, the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were still talking to the Chaos Divine Earth. "Why were you in an origin stone?" the Chaos Divine Flame asked. "Many years ago, when I was still in the second form, I met another second form Chaos Divine Earth. We were on equal footing, but our battle killed our host. In the end, I got lucky and managed to absorb the other Chaos Divine Earth and evolved into a third form Chaos Divine Earth. Nevertheless, the energy I had was not sufficient for me to find another host. To protect myself and to prevent loss of energy, I gathered dust and debris from the Devata realm to create an origin stone around me. After that, I fell into a deep slumber. Then, you know what happened next?" "With your assistance, your host found me," the Chaos Divine Earth replied. Although the 5 divine elements could survive without a host, they would gradually lose their energies and fall into a deep slumber. If they were found by any of the corresponding 5 divine elements, they risked being absorbed even if they were at a higher form. For this reason, second form 5 divine elements would quickly search for a host once they gained sentience to reduce the chances of being absorbed by other 5 divine elements. Moreover, with a host, they would have chances to absorb other 5 divine elements and evolve. As expected, the profound divine metal found that his speculation was right. At this moment, a loud and hearty laughter rang from outside. Despite the volume, it was clear that it came from a distance. "I, Baijinyu, finally own a royal-grade celestial weapon." The voice was ancient and majestic. It echoed in the air like a clap of thunder. It seemed as though everyone in the solitary nation's capital would be able to hear it. "Baijinyu." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. "Is this person one of the 2 deputy patriarchs from the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion?" Upon hearing the person's name and the words royal-grade celestial weapon, Duanling Tian knew this person who had come to the capital of the solitary nation had to be from the Flying Tiger clan. Moreover, the person had claimed the royal grade celestial sword belonged to him now. This meant that he had a high status in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion.
It's only been a few days since Bai Gang informed the Flying Tiger clan about the royal grade celestial sword, but he's already here. He has to be one of the deputy patriarchs in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in one of the regions under the profound Nether Mansion. He's probably one of the 3 10 Directions celestial kings in the branch. Previously, Huang Jialong had told Duanling Tian there were 5 golden flying tigers in the clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. Among the 5, 3 were 10 Directions celestial kings. Normally, peak advanced king-grade celestial beasts such as the golden flying tigers could easily cultivate and become 9 palaces celestial kings as long as they did not die prematurely. Beyond that, it was extremely difficult for them to further improve their cultivation base. Without a certain degree of luck, it would be difficult for them to break through and become a 10 Directions celestial king. The 3 golden flying tigers in the clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion who were 10 Directions celestial kings were undoubtedly very lucky. Uncle Bai told Jialong that there's only 1 royal grade celestial weapon in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion, and it's in the hands of the patriarch. The patriarch and the 2 deputy patriarchs are the 3 10 Directions celestial kings in the clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion, for this reason. Duanling Tian could guess Bai Zhenyu was one of the 2 deputy patriarchs of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in one of the regions under the profound Nether Mansion. Duanling Tian also speculated that Bai Zhenyu was the stronger one of the 2 deputy patriarchs of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, a commotion had broken out in the capital of the solitary nation. Bai Zhenyu? He actually came.
Heavens! Bai Zhenyu is the 2nd strongest powerhouse in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. His strength is only 2nd to the patriarch.
There was only 1 royal grade celestial weapon in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion before this, and it's in the hands of the patriarch. Now that they obtained another royal grade celestial weapon, it'll naturally be given to Bai Zhenyu. I really didn't expect him to personally make a trip here. Now that he's here, we no longer stand a chance in obtaining that royal grade celestial sword. Although many sectless celestial kings had left the capital of the solitary nation some time ago, there were still some sectless cultivators and powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion who remained in the capital.
The royal grade celestial sword was too tempting, after all. On their own, the 3 sects and 2 clans were not strong enough to vie the royal grade celestial sword. After all, they were only grade 7 forces. However, due to their close ties with the profound Nether Mansion, if they had the profound Nether Mansion's permission, they stood a chance in obtaining the royal grade celestial sword. For this reason, powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans had rushed over to try their luck in obtaining the royal grade celestial sword that appeared in the capital of the solitary nation a few days ago. Apart from that, there were also celestial beasts and other members from the alliance of sectless cultivators who had come to the capital of the solitary nation as well. There were also people from grade 8 sects and clans who came only to watch a show. Since they knew their sects and clans were weaker than the grade 8 solitary nation, they did not harbor any thoughts of obtaining the royal grade celestial sword. At this moment, all of these people in the capital of the solitary nation heard Bai Zhenyu's booming and thunderous voice. Many of them saw a huge sword glowing in the air above the capital. In just a blink of an eye, they saw a sword energy cutting a towering mountain in the north of the capital into half. Those who were close to the mountain went to have a look. They discovered that not only had the mountain been cut into half, but there were cracks as well that seemed to reach the depth of the earth. Everyone was shocked by the power of the sword. This is the power of a 10 Directions celestial king wielding a royal grade celestial weapon?
He's not an ordinary 10 Directions celestial king. He's a 10 Directions celestial king who's also a peak advanced king grade celestial beast, the golden flying tiger. His strength is far superior to ordinary 10 Directions celestial kings. That's right. A golden flying tiger who's a 10 Directions celestial king golden with a royal grade celestial sword can easily defeat a few human 10 Directions celestial kings. How terrifying.
This means there's only a handful of people from the profound nether mansion who have the ability to seize the royal-grade celestial sword from him, right?
That's right. However, those few powerhouses capable of doing that have royal-grade celestial weapons of their own. Therefore, it is unlikely that they'll try to take this royal-grade celestial sword away.
Yes, even if they want to seize the royal-grade celestial sword to give it to their members, they'd still have to be wary of the Flying Tiger Clan's branch that Bai Zhenyu belongs to.
Well, most importantly, the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound nether mansion lawfully obtained the royal-grade celestial sword through stone gambling. Nobody can dispute that. Due to Bai Zhenyu's strength and background, no one dared to say anything or contend for the royal-grade celestial sword.
Many powerhouses who had come to try their luck in obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword returned to where they came from as well. On the other hand, the people from the Great Eight sects and clans remained in the capital since the auction from the imperial family of the solitary nation would begin tomorrow. They might not be interested in the auction before coming to the capital, but since they were already here, they decided to join in the fun. In the imperial palace of the solitary nation where the people from the supporting Fall nation were staying, Brother Duan
Lingtian walked out of his room when he heard Huang Jialong calling out to him. Brother Duan, let's go. Uncle Bai and the senior of the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in Nether Profound Mansion are waiting for us. Huang Jialong said urgently with an excited expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian.
Ha! Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. The senior wants to reward us for obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword for the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion. Huang Jialong said, according to Uncle Bai, the Flying Tiger Clan doesn't like owing favors.
That's why they rather return the favor as quickly as possible. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. As it turned out, the powerhouses from the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the Nether Profound sect wanted to reward them.
Jialong, the royal-grade celestial sword. Duan Lingtian wanted to say that he did not contribute much to obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword. However, before Duan Lingtian finished his sentence, Huang Jialong interrupted him. Brother Duan, that's enough. Both of us know how we obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. If it weren't for your suggestion, I would have never bought those sword-shaped origin stones. If I didn't buy it, we wouldn't have obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. That's why there's no doubt you played a crucial role in us obtaining the sword. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He did not expect a joke he made would result in them obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword. Moreover, he would benefit from it greatly as well. After all, the powerhouse from the Flying Tiger Clan's branch would certainly not be stingy when returning the favor.
Upon seeing how determined Huang Jialong was, Duan Lingtian no longer refused. He knew it would be futile. After spending all this time with Huang Jialong, he had a good grasp of Huang Jialong's character.
Apart from that, based on this incident, he was 100% certain Huang Jialong was sincere and did not have any hidden motive. After all, how many people would be willing to share their rewards with others? He saw Huang Jialong in a different light because of this and regarded Huang Jialong as a true friend. Duan Lingtian did not have many friends in his past 2 lives. Although he had met many people, most of them were just passers-by in his 2 lives. Bai Zhenyu was an old man who was as tall as Bai Gang. With his short white hair and curly beard, he looked like a white tiger. Due to his muscular body, he looked like a towering iron tower when he stood still, emitting a heavy pressure. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong walked into the hall, Bai Gang, who stood next to Bai Zhenyu, looked at the duo before he said respectfully, Deputy Patriarch, the 2 of them are the ones who found the royal-grade celestial sword in an origin stone.
Old Mo and Huang Yuanfei were also present. They were standing a level below Bai Zhenyu. Even old Mo, who was quite powerful, did not dare to act recklessly in front of Bai Zhenyu. After all, old Mo was just a 1 basic celestial king, while Bai Zhenyu was a 10 directions celestial king.
Most importantly, old Mo was just an elementary king-grade celestial beast, while Bai Zhenyu was a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast.
Put aside their cultivation base, just the difference between their grades as celestial beasts was enough to pressure old Mo. Upon hearing Bai Gang's words, Bai Zhenyu's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong before he nodded in satisfaction.
His eyes finally rested on Duan Lingtian as he said, I heard from Bai Gang that you're younger than 100 years old, but you're already a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You're widely regarded by the people in the supporting Fall Nation, including its emperor, as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the nation. Bai Zhenyu sighed before he continued to say, "What a pity! Although there are many humans in our Flying Tiger Clan's branch, humans can't become core members of the clan. They're only outer members of the clan. For a genius like you, it'd be a waste for you to only become an outer member of the Flying Tiger Clan." "You flatter me," Duan Ling Tian said humbly. "Well, since I have to leave the solitary nation soon, I think we should get down to business." Bai Jinyu raised an eyebrow and grinned. He was clearly in a good mood after obtaining the royal grade celestial sword. "I have a wind-type king grade divine ability and an earth-type king grade celestial method. Both of you will have to decide among those two since I only have one memory celestial talisman for the divine ability and the celestial method each. I presume that you know the memory celestial talismans that record divine abilities and celestial methods above the king grade are different from the memory celestial talismans that record divine abilities and celestial methods of a lower grade. The latter can be used repeatedly, but the former can only be used once before it disappears." Duan Ling Tian had learned about this a while ago when he was still in the supporting Fall Nation. There were special materials used in memory celestial talismans that recorded divine abilities and celestial methods above the king grade that held the power of the law so they could only be used once. "Earth-type king grade celestial method?" Duan Ling Tian trembled slightly. Then the childish voice of Chaos Divine Earth rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "Boy, choose the Earth-type king grade celestial method. If you obtain the king grade celestial method, I can help you quickly comprehend and master the law of Earth. At that time, your strength will improve greatly." It sounded proud when it spoke. A king grade divine ability and a king grade celestial method? Even Bai Gang, Old Mo, and Huang Yuanfei were shocked by Zhen Yu's words. They did not expect Bai Zhenyu to be so generous to the point where he would use a king-grade celestial method and divine ability as rewards. In the Devata realms, there was a huge gap between Duke-grade and king-grade celestial weapons, celestial methods, and divine abilities. Similar to the Heaven grade, the Earth grade, the Profound grade, and the Yellow grade celestial methods and divine abilities, Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities were divided into many types. However, the celestial methods and divine abilities at and above the king grade were not divided into offensive, defensive, movement, assistive, or a combination of the four types. The celestial methods and divine abilities at and above the king grade revolved around the law. The comprehension and laws in these celestial methods and divine abilities were ever-changing. The same law could be used to boost one's offenses, defenses, and speed at the same time. It was also for this reason that king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities or those of a higher grade were so precious even if they were the same grade as a king-grade cultivation method. Celestial methods and divine abilities that were of a lower grade than the king grade such as Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities were far inferior to cultivation methods at the Duke grade or lower. It seems like the Deputy Patriarch is truly happy to obtain the royal grade celestial sword. After all, he doesn't have many memory celestial talismans that contained king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. Bai Gang thought to himself. Although the memory celestial talismans that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities could only be used once, it was far more difficult to craft compared to ordinary memory celestial talismans that could be used over and over again. This was because to craft a memory celestial talisman capable of recording king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities, one must first understand the laws of said celestial methods and divine abilities to a certain extent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to craft the memory celestial talisman. Apart from that, it took a lot of energy to craft a memory celestial talisman. If it were not necessary, no one would craft the talismans. Therefore, these memory celestial talismans that could record king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities or those of a higher grade were rare and expensive. As far as Bai Gang knew, in the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion, there was only one person capable of crafting celestial talismans capable of recording king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities or those of a higher grade. That person was none other than the Patriarch of the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion. Earth-type king-grade celestial method. When Bai Jinyu, the deputy patriarch of the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion, mentioned the Earth-type King-grade celestial method, Duanling Tian instantly recalled the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flames words from the past. The profound divine metal had said that as long as he obtained a metal-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, after it entered the third form, it would be able to help him quickly comprehend and master the law of metal in said celestial method or divine ability. Similarly, the Chaos Divine Flame had also said that as long he obtained a Fire-type King-grade celestial method or divine ability, it would be able to help him quickly comprehend and master the law of fire. Due to these reasons, Duanling Tian was undoubtedly certain that the third form Chaos Divine Earth was able to help him quickly comprehend and master the law of Earth in an Earth-type King-grade celestial method or divine ability. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Earth had also spoken up, confirming his thoughts. Therefore, his heartbeat had accelerated when he heard Bai Jinyu mentioning the Earth-type King-grade celestial method. A King-grade divine ability and a King-grade celestial method? Huang Jialong was shocked by Bai Jinyu's generosity as well. When he returned to his senses after a long time, he quickly turned to look at Duanling Tian and said, "Brother Duan, please go ahead and pick first." Despite his words, Huang Jialong inwardly hoped he would be able to obtain the wind-type divine ability. In comparison to the laws of earth, the laws of wind were much better in terms of offensive strength. The laws of earth were much better in terms of defense and assistive strength. In Huang Jialong's opinion, Duanling Tian would most likely want the wind-type king-grade divine ability that contained the law of wind like him. Therefore, he decided to cede the wind-type divine ability to Duanling Tian by letting Duanling Tian have the first pick. Me? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Huang Jialong's words. However, he did not refuse Huang Jialong. He turned to look at Bai Jinyu immediately. Upon seeing this, Huang Jialong sighed inwardly. It was as he had expected. Duanling Tian must have wanted the wind-type king-grade divine ability as well. Otherwise, Duanling Tian would have refused his offer. At this moment, everyone else present shared Huang Jialong's thoughts as well. However, Duanling Tian's subsequent words to Bai Jinyu left Huang Jialong and everyone dumbfounded. Duanling Tian said loudly, "Senior, I want the Earth-type king-grade celestial method." He did not reject Huang Jialong's offer to let him pick first because he really wanted the Earth-type celestial method. After all, now that he had the Chaos Divine Earth in his body, it could help him quickly comprehend and master the law of Earth contained in the celestial method. "Brother Duan, there's no need for you to do this," Huang Jialong said with a wry smile. At the same time, he felt slightly ashamed for assuming that Duanling Tian was so eager to pick first because Duanling Tian wanted to get his hands on the wind-type king-grade divine ability. It was clear to him now that Duanling Tian did not refuse the offer because Duanling Tian had long made up his mind to give him the wind-type king-grade divine ability by choosing the earth-type king-grade celestial method. Everyone present on the scene shared Huang Jialong's thoughts as well. They assumed Duanling Tian had deliberately chosen the Earth-type King-grade celestial method so Huang Jialong could have the Wind-type King-grade divine ability. "Lad, are you sure?" Bai Jinyu looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully and asked. Then he said, "Although there's a possibility that Earth-type celestial methods and divine abilities may have offensive laws of Earth, most of the laws of Earth in Earth-type celestial methods and divine abilities are defensive or assistive laws of Earth. Moreover, I can tell you that the law of Earth in my Earth-type King-grade celestial method is an assistive one." At this moment, the childish voice of the Chaos Divine Earth rang in Duanling Tian's mind. It scoffed before it said, "These people are looking down on the laws of Earth, huh? Although only a small number of the laws of Earth are of the offensive type, the offensive laws of Earth are definitely one of the superior ones among offensive laws." It was clearly angered by the perceived slight from Bai Jinyu, Huang Jialong, and the others. The Chaos Divine Metal continued to say, "Furthermore, the laws of Earth is the orthodox law of the 5 elements. The 5 elements don't include special laws such as the law of time and space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction or natural laws derived from the 5 elements such as the law of wind, the law of thunder, and the law of ice. In any case, the laws of Earth are the best in terms of defense. What's the use of a powerful offense without a strong defense?" Duanling Tian looked at Bai Jinyu and solemnly said, I'm certain that I want that Earth-type King-grade celestial method. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duanling Tian finally figured out why Huang Jialong and the others wore such an expression on their faces when they heard him choosing the Earth-type celestial method. As it turned out, most people in Devata realms preferred offensive laws such as the laws of wind. Most people who had not comprehended or mastered any law would rather choose an offensive law such as the laws of wind given a choice. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth in his body, perhaps Duanling Tian might have made the same choice as the others as well. However, since he had the Chaos Divine Earth in his body, it was clear that the Earth-type King-grade celestial method was the best choice for him. Brother Duan, you don't have to do this for me, Huang Jialong said with a wry smile again. Jialong, you've misunderstood. I really want the Earth-type King-grade celestial method. Duanling Tian shook his head. He naturally knew that unless he revealed the Chaos Divine Earth and its words, Huang Jialong would not believe him and only think that he was being courteous by selecting the Earth-type King-grade celestial method. Although he could not reveal anything about the Chaos Divine Earth, he still wanted to be honest. After Duanling Tian obtained the Earth-type King-grade celestial method from Bai Zhenyu, he discovered the celestial method was called the Black Rock Prison Method. Crack. After Duanling Tian crushed the memory celestial talisman that contained the Earth-type King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison Method, a stream of information about the celestial method instantly rushed into his mind. At the same time, the childish voice of the Chaos Divine Earth resounded in Duanling Tian's mind as well. This King-grade celestial method can help you comprehend the Earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity in the law of Earth. The Earth elemental profundity is the basic profundity of the law of Earth. Meanwhile, the gravitational space profundity is an assistive profundity of the law of Earth. Then, the Chaos Divine Earth added, of course, although it's an assistive type, the gravitational space profundity has offensive and defensive traits as well. Based on the Chaos Divine Earth's words, it was clearly venting, still dissatisfied with how Huang Jialong and the others looked down on the laws of Earth. Since the purpose of the celestial methods and divine abilities at or above the king grade is to comprehend the laws, why are they still called celestial methods or divine abilities? Duanling Tian asked. The main purpose is to distinguish the internal assistive profundities. All of the divine abilities at or above the king grade contain an internal assistive profundity, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Internal assistive profundity? Duanling Tian was puzzled. Just like the assistive celestial methods below the king grade, assistive approaches cannot temporarily increase one's celestial origin energy. This type of assistive approach is called an external assistive approach. For example, the gravitational space profundity in the Earth-type king-grade celestial method you just obtained is a kind of external assistive approach. Meanwhile, the assistive divine abilities below the king grade can temporarily increase one's celestial origin energy. This kind of assistive approach is called an internal assistive approach. This means that the law of the wind in the old man's wind-type king-grade divine ability contains the internal assistive profundity. The Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking one breath. The Chaos Divine Earth's words enlightened Duanling Tian and cleared up his confusions. The divine abilities at or above the king grade all have the internal assistive profundity. On the other hand, the celestial methods at or above the king grade is all-encompassing. It contains the main offensive profundity, main defensive profundity, main movement profundity, and the external assistive profundity. After hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duanling Tian finally understood why the celestial methods and divine abilities at and above the king grade were different from other celestial methods and divine abilities. He also learned that divine abilities at and above the king grade contained the internal assistive law profundity. The assistive divine ability he had mastered, the elementary devouring tactic, was also a kind of internal assistive approach. Back then, Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, told me that the elementary devouring tactic is derived from a powerful divine ability in a Devata realm called the Advanced Devouring Tactic. The elementary tactic is a downgraded version of the Advanced Devouring Tactic. Apparently, it was the Advanced Devouring Tactic that made a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm famous. Based on this, I think the Advanced Devouring Tactic has to be at or above the king grade. Duanling Tian remembered that Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had mentioned the advanced devouring tactic when he was still in the mundane realm. Duan Tian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. In fact, it's highly likely that the advanced devouring tactic is of a higher grade than the king grade. It's probably at the royal grade or emperor grade. Upon recalling Elder Hua again after so many years, Duan Tian could not help but sigh. I wonder where Elder Hua is now. Previously, Duan Tian had thought Elder Hua had died when he destroyed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and all the celestial weapons in the pagoda in order to save him. However, after ascending to a Devata realm, he learned artifact souls of Emperor-grade celestial weapons were not capable of destroying Emperor-grade celestial weapons even if they were seemingly destroyed. For this reason, he had a feeling that Elder Hua was still alive. As for the disappearance of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and Elder Hua, he was certain it was due to someone scheming in the dark. I wonder what law is contained in the advanced devouring tactic, the divine ability that made a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm famous? Could it be the law of devouring that the chaos divine earth mentioned earlier? Duan Tian continued thinking to himself. It said that the laws of earth are orthodox laws since they come from one of the 5 elements. However, there are special laws such as the law of time and space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction. There are also natural laws such as the law of wind, the law of thunder, and the law of ice that are derived from the 5 elements law. After handing Huang Jialong the memory celestial talisman that contained the wind-type king-grade divine ability, Bai Jinyu, the deputy patriarch of the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound nether mansion, looked at Bai Gang and asked, Bai Gang, do you want to return to the clan with me to receive your reward now, or do you plan to return later on your own? Deputy Patriarch, I'll return with you, Bai Gang said without any hesitation. A hint of excitement could be heard in his voice as though he knew his reward would be far more precious compared to Duan Tian and Huang Jialong's reward. Good. Bai Jinyu nodded. Soon after, Bai Gang left with Bai Jinyu without bidding farewell to Duan Tian and Huang Jialong. He knew Duan Tian and Huang Jialong's minds were now completely occupied with the king-grade celestial method and divine ability they had received. Since old Mo and Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, knew he was leaving, he did not bid them farewell as well. When Huang Jialong finally regained his senses, Bai Gang was long gone. Father, where's Uncle Bai? It was within expectations that Bai Zhanyu would leave the solitary nation and return to the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound nether mansion after rewarding Duan Tian and Huang Jialong. However, why was Bai Gang missing as well? Your Uncle Bai has returned to the clan branch, Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. Kid, you're really lucky. You actually obtained a king-grade divine ability. Even your father has never obtained any king-grade celestial method or divine ability before. He was naturally truly happy his son managed to obtain a king-grade divine ability. In fact, he was probably happier than if he, himself, obtained a king-grade divine ability. Returned to the clan? Why? Huang Jialong frowned. Will Uncle Bai come back? He was clearly slightly upset. He had grown up with old Mo and Bai Gang after all. Therefore, he had deep affections for Bai Gang. At this time, Duan Tian finally came back to his senses. He discovered Bai Gang's absence, and he could tell Huang Jialong was rather sad. Don't worry, when your Uncle Bai finishes evolving, he will, naturally, come back, Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. It's good that your Uncle Bai returns to the clan now. He'll be handsomely rewarded for obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword for the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound nether mansion. Ha! Huang Jialong became curious upon hearing his father's words. Father, what would Uncle Bai be rewarded with? Moreover, he has to return to the clan to get the reward. Uncle Bai will be allowed to enter the transformation pool in the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound nether mansion that only opens once every 10,000 years. As Huang Yuanfei spoke, his smile grew wider and wider. Bai Gang was like his brother, after all. How could he not be happy for Bai Gang? The transformation pool? Duan Tian was confused. Meanwhile, Huang Jialong's eyes brightened as an ecstatic expression appeared on his face as soon as he heard his father's words. Father, is this true? He continued to say excitedly, Uncle Bai. He'll be allowed to enter the transformation pool. Yes. Huang Yuanfei nodded. That's amazing.
When I was little, I heard Uncle by mentioning more than once that his biggest dream is to enter the transformation pool. It's truly great that he'll finally be able to achieve his dream, Huang Jialong said, clearly delighted.
Duan Ling Tian, who had grown extremely curious, finally asked, Uncle Huang Jialong, what's the transformation pool?
Brother Duan, the transformation pool is a spirit pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound nether mansion that opens only once every 10,000 years.
Only one copper flying tiger is allowed to enter each time it opens, Huang Jialong replied. When a copper flying tiger enters the transformation pool, it only needs to absorb the special energy in the pool and cultivate in seclusion for 10 years. After 10 years, it'll be able to transform into a silver flying tiger, a peak intermediate king grade celestial beast. The pool is only useful for copper flying tigers. If a silver flying tiger or a golden flying tiger enters the transformation pool, it won't have any effect at all. Rumor has it that the clan branch in Profound Nether Mansion also has a transformation pool for silver flying tigers. However, it'd only open once every 30,000 years. After entering the pool, a silver flying tiger would be able to evolve into a golden flying tiger, a peak advanced king grade celestial beast. Then, Huang Jialong's tone turned excited again as he said, This means when Uncle Bai returns after 10 years, he would no longer be a copper flying tiger, a peak elementary king grade celestial beast. He would be a silver flying tiger, a peak intermediate king grade celestial beast.
Duan Ling Tian was shocked since he was unaware of the transformation pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion. He finally understood Huang Jialong's excitement now. Without any fortuitous encounter, a copper flying tiger would only be a 3-talent celestial king at most.
However, if it evolves into a silver flying tiger, it'd be able to break through and become a 6 combinations celestial king. Duan Ling Tian knew entering the transformation pool was a great opportunity for Bai Gang.
After all, the strength between a 6 combinations celestial king and a 3-talent celestial king was incomparable. At this moment, Huang Yuanfei looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Little Tian, tomorrow is the day of the auction by the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. If everything goes according to plan, the auction will be starting at night.
Okay, Uncle Huang.
Duan Ling Tian nodded.
Soon after, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei and old Mo and exited the hall. Huang Jialong followed suit. When he caught up to Duan Ling Tian, he asked curiously, Brother Duan, what's the name of that Earth-type king-grade celestial method you received? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he said, The Black Rock Prison Method. The Black Rock Prison Method? Based on the name, your Earth-type celestial method should be an assistive celestial method, right? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a celestial method that could imprison people.
That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he had yet to begin comprehending the Earth-type celestial method, the Black Rock Prison Method, he knew the function of the celestial method. When one cast the Black Rock Prison Method, it would imprison its target. The gravitational force in the prison would be under the caster's control. With the gravity under the caster's control, the caster could use it to hurt and control the prisoners inside.
Apart from that, the Black Rock Prison Method could also be used to form a defensive layer around the body to repel attacks. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian asked, What about the Wind-type celestial method you received? He was also rather curious about Huang Jialing's divine ability.
According to the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame, the divine abilities at and above the king grade contained the internal assistive law profundity.
Therefore, he speculated that Huang Jialong's Wind-type divine ability did not have the main offensive profundity or the main movement profundity. Instead, it probably contained an assistive profundity. My Wind-type divine ability is called Gathering Storm. It strengthens and boosts my celestial origin energy through the wind. In addition to this, the divine ability also contains the law of the wind, a profundity called Gathering Wind.
Gathering Wind allows me to use all elements of the wind and similarly boosts my celestial origin energy, Huang Jialong replied. Huang Jialong's words confirmed the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame's earlier words. Divine abilities at and above the king grade contained the internal assistive law profundity. Gathering Wind, the law of the wind in Gathering Storm, was an internal assistive law.
Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the Wind-type king grade divine ability, gathering storm, through his conversation with Huang Jialong.
Brother Duan, why don't we exchange our celestial method and divine ability? You give me your Earth-type celestial method and I'll give you my Wind-type divine ability. Up until this moment, Huang Jialong was still under the impression that Duan Lingtian had ceded the Wind-type divine ability to him out of courtesy. There's no need for that. A helpless smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he shook his head. Jialong, I really want the Earth-type celestial method.
Brother Duan, although I haven't encountered any king-grade celestial method or divine ability before this, I've heard plenty about them. Huang Jianlong's expression was solemn as he earnestly said, there's only a handful of non-offensive profundities in the laws of the wind, and the profundity of the law of wind in the wind-type divine ability that I received, gathering wind, is one of it. Gathering wind allows me to comprehend the wind element that's also the foundation of the law of wind. If one comprehends the wind element that's also the foundation of laws of the wind, it'd be easy to comprehend other laws of the wind in the future only, Huang Jialong said. Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, one's energy is limited.
If one wants to advance on the path of laws, one can only specialize in one law. It'd be a waste if you spend so much effort to comprehend and master the profundity of the law of Earth. After all,
you'll likely have to abandon the laws of Earth when you obtain an offensive law such as the laws of the wind. He did not hold back and tried his best to convince Duan Lingtian to accept his wind-type divine ability in exchange for the Earth-type celestial method.
Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, a faint smile bloomed on Duan Lingtian's face. Jialong, I truly want to comprehend and master the law of Earth. Even if I obtain an offensive law such as the law of wind in the future, I have no plan of abandoning the law of Earth.
Moreover, no one can say for sure that the laws of Earth are inferior to the laws of wind. Based on your words, you're saying that if two cultivators have the same level of comprehension for the law of wind and the law of Earth, the cultivator of the law of wind would be superior.
I don't think that's the case. The important thing isn't the laws. The important thing is the person who masters the law. The latter half of his sentence was a repeat of the Chaos Divine Earth's words to him.
Naturally, he was not just parroting the Chaos Divine Earth's words. He truly agreed with the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Duan Lingtian understood why Huang Jialong, and even the others, had such thoughts. After all, their understanding of the laws was rather shallow. Moreover, it had been deeply ingrained in them that offensive and movement laws were superior to defensive laws like the law of Earth. The Chaos Divine spoke up in Duan Lingtian's mind at this moment and told him that more than 80% of profundities in the law of wind were offensive and movement type. However, there was only one offensive and movement profundity in the law of Earth. However, the single offensive and movement profundity from the law of Earth was not inferior to the offensive and movement profundities from the law of wind. It also said that with Duan Lingtian's talent, it would not be difficult for him to obtain, comprehend, and master all kinds of profundities from the law of Earth. Most people would not be able to progress far on the path of law. It was considered rather good if they could understand 2 or 3 profundities of a law. Moreover, most people would not be able to encounter different types of laws. Therefore, they preferred the law of the wind that had a higher chance of containing offensive or movement profundities. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized why Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and the others thought the law of wind was superior to the law of Earth. He thought they had a very narrow outlook. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say in its childish voice, however, it has to be said that, without me, the law of wind would be more beneficial for you compared to the law of Earth. Since there's only one offensive and movement profundity in comparison to the law of wind that contains mostly offensive and movement profundities, it's extremely difficult to obtain celestial methods and divine abilities that contain those 2 profundities in the law of Earth. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, with my help, your speed of comprehending the law of Earth in celestial methods and divine abilities will be more than 10 times faster compared to people who are as talented as you. This is because I'm already in my 3rd form. If you're able to help me evolve to the 4th form, your comprehension speed would be hundreds of times greater. The Chaos Divine Earth said persuasively, so, boy, you have to help me evolve to the 4th form. At that time, you'll benefit greatly from it as well. It was rather strange listening to the Chaos Divine Earth referring to Duan Lingtian as boy, due to its childish voice. The profound divine metal that had been quiet for a long time suddenly chimed in. What the chaos divine earth said is true. It applies to the chaos divine flame and I as well. However, even if you obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of metal now, I won't be able to help you. I'd only be able to help you comprehend and master the law of metal once I evolve into the third form. I only need to absorb one more first form profound divine metal to evolve into a third form profound divine metal. A hint of longing could be heard in its voice as it spoke about the third form. It only needed one more first form profound divine metal to evolve into the third form, after all. Hey, Chaos Divine Flame, I think that it's fate that the three of us share the same host. Don't you think our seniority should be ranked according to who enters the third form first? The Chaos Divine Earth's excited and childish voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind.
It seems like, among the three of us, I'm the first to enter the third form. Based on this, my seniority should be the highest. Since the profound divine metal is the only one in the second form, it'll be the junior. Chaos Divine Flame, you're the second senior. What a great idea.
What do both of you think? Hey, did you hear me? Don't play dead. Alas, no matter how the Chaos Divine Earth called out, the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame ignored it. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian bade farewell to Huang Jialong and returned to his courtyard. As soon as he stepped past the entrance, he saw Lu Guanglin waiting for him.
Sir. Lu Guangling greeted Duanling Tian respectfully with a pair of bright eyes.
It seems like your cultivation base is almost stabilized. Duanling Tian smiled slightly.
Yes, Lu Guanglin nodded and said, My lord, please forgive me for not staying by your side these past few days.
Over the past few days, Lu Guanglin was not by Duanling Tian's side because he had reached the final stage of stabilizing his cultivation base.
Tomorrow is the day of the auction by the Solitary Nation's imperial family. Since you'll be attending the auction with me, you should rest well tonight. After Duanling Tian finished speaking, he returned to his room.
When Duanling Tian returned to his room, he said to the Chaos Divine Earth that was still yelling in his mind, Stop yelling. It's obvious they're ignoring you. You sound like a child who has just learned to speak. Do you really think they'll agree to you being their senior? Duanling Tian's words touched the Chaos Divine Earth's sore spot, causing it to fall temporarily silent. After a long while, it scoffed and said, My voice is beyond my control. Sooner or later, I will make them acknowledge me as their senior.
How ambitious. Duanling Tian praised the Chaos Divine Earth. Then he bluntly asked, You're a Chaos Divine Earth. Don't you have any ability? Senior Profound Divine Metal protects my soul and repels soul attacks. It also conceals my aura. Moreover, after it evolves into the third form, it can also briefly merge with my celestial weapon to boost it. Meanwhile, Senior Chaos Divine Flame helps me to refine pills and forge weapons.
That's why even though I don't have a celestial fire, I can be a celestial alchemist and a celestial weapon craftsman. He had deliberately praised the profound divine metal and Chaos Divine Flame to convince the Chaos Divine Earth to help him. The Chaos Divine Earth snickered. It said knowingly, Boy, you just want to benefit from me. Did you think I wouldn't be able to guess the intention behind your words?
If you want to know my ability or if you want me to help you, you must agree to one condition.
What condition? Duanling Tian frowned and asked. He did not expect the Chaos Divine Earth to be so clever since it sounded and acted like a child. Convince the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound divine metal to acknowledge me as their senior. The Chaos Divine Earth said smugly. Forget it. I don't need you to help me. With your ability, you're not worthy to carry the profound divine metal and Chaos Divine Flame's shoes, let alone be their senior. How preposterous, Duanling Tian said indifferently with a shrug.
Boy, don't think that you can provoke me into getting what you want. My voice sounds childish, but I'm not naive. Don't treat me like a kid, the Chaos Divine Earth said angrily.
What a surprise. You can tell I'm trying to provoke you into getting what I want. Fine. I'm not interested in your ability for the time being. For now, I want to see how you're going to help me quickly comprehend the law of Earth. Duanling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. Soon enough, the Earth-type King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison method, surfaced in his mind. The Black Rock Prison Method was an Earth-type king-grade celestial method. It contained the gravitational space profundity that was the most important law of Earth. The combination of gravitational space profundity and the Earth elemental profundity would form an independent space made out of black rocks to imprison people. At the same time, the caster would be able to control the gravity through the gravitational space profundity in the independent space. In order to master the Black Rock Prison Method, one must first comprehend the Earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity. The Earth elemental profundity was a fundamental profundity. King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities usually had the corresponding element's fundamental profundity. Therefore, king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were also regarded as the law of fundamentals. If one did not comprehend and master a king-grade celestial method and divine ability, it would be impossible to comprehend royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the future. This is because royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial methods and divine abilities did not contain fundamental profundities. Therefore, it was absolutely necessary for one to comprehend the fundamental profundity of a certain elemental law from a king-grade celestial method and divine ability. Boy, I'm a third-form chaos divine Earth. With my help, you will comprehend the profundities of the law of Earth 10 times faster than other people. However, the profundities of the law of Earth I mentioned don't include the Earth elemental profundity. The Chaos Divine Earth said just as Duan Ling Tian was preparing to comprehend the Black Rock Prison Method's law of Earth. Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting with his legs crossed and eyes closed, frowned when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. What do you mean? Are you saying that you won't be able to help me comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of Earth, the Earth elemental profundity? Of course not. I meant to say it's different from the profundities I mentioned. The childish voice of the divine chaos Earth rang again. It said arrogantly, I can help you comprehend it overnight. Please bear in mind that normally it would take someone with a high level of understanding about 3 to 5 years to comprehend a fundamental profundity without help. For those with a weaker understanding, it'd take them at least decades or even centuries. There are even people who are unable to comprehend or master it at all despite trying their entire lives. Comprehend it overnight? Duan Ling Tian's heart thumped. Did this mean the Chaos Divine Earth would be able to help him comprehend the Earth elemental profundity before the commencement of the Imperial Auction tomorrow? He asked skeptically, comprehend the Earth elemental profundity overnight? Are you kidding? The Chaos Divine Earth scoffed, clearly displeased with Duan Ling Tian. Why would I be kidding? You'll know by the break of dawn. Now relax. Empty your thoughts and let your divine consciousness wander. I'll guide it to the Earth element in this world. During that time, all you need to do is sense whatever comes to you and feel their characteristics. After you've familiarized yourself with the Earth element, you'll be able to merge it with your celestial origin energy. At that time, the power of your attack will increase tremendously. Duan Ling Tian began to follow the instructions given by the Chaos Divine Earth. He felt nothing initially when he cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. After a dozen breaths had passed, he felt his divine consciousness effortlessly entered the depths of Earth. After that, he could acutely feel the vibrations in the distance through his divine consciousness. Is this caused by the divine chaos Earth? Thud. 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 Soon after, Duan Ling Tian heard a vibration that resembled the rhythmic beat of a human's heart. Thud. 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 Suddenly, the beat grew louder and increased in speed. It sounded as though tens of thousands of horses were stampeding across the ground. The vibration was unpredictable as it constantly changed tempo. During this process, Duan Ling Tian discovered his divine consciousness had become one with Earth. He could feel the buildings, humans, flora and fauna, celestial beasts, and other life forms. He could also feel the lofty mountains and mountain ranges that were deeply integrated with the Earth. Duan Ling Tian completely lost track of time. He was immersed in familiarizing himself with the Earth element. He realized the Earth was not only the soil that nurtured the trees and plants, but even rocks that took tens of thousands of years to form into mountains were part of it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness suddenly shot out of the ground into the air. To his surprise, he discovered even the air was filled with the Earth element. It felt soothing, comforting, and warm. So, This is the earth element? At the break of dawn, the sun rose and shone through the window into Duanling Tian's eyes when he opened them. He wasted no time in mobilizing his celestial origin energy. The void shook, and he saw streaks of earthy yellow lights shining in his celestial origin energy. All of a sudden, his celestial origin energy turned completely earthy yellow before it twined itself around his body like a python.
My celestial origin energy has become so powerful after fusing with the earth element, Duanling Tian cried out inwardly.
After obtaining the Earth-type King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison method, Duanling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the difference between King-grade celestial methods and celestial methods below the King-grade. After one had mastered a King-grade celestial method or divine ability, it was still possible to use a lower-grade technique. For example, the Earth elemental profundity was a fundamental profundity of the law of Earth. It was not a technique. After Duanling Tian had incorporated the Earth element into his celestial origin energy, he was still capable of using methods he had used in the past to its greatest potential because they were not in conflict. With my current strength, I'll be able to defeat Jialong with a single blow without having to rely on the powers granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon.
Previously, Duanling Tian had relied on the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to defeat Huang Jialong, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to best Huang Jialong. However, now that his strength had increased after comprehending the fundamental profundity of the law of Earth, he was confident he could defeat Huang Jialong with a single strike without any external help. That genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and yet, he's invincible among those who are weaker than celestial dukes. It's likely that he has also mastered the power of a law. Initially, I couldn't fathom how strong he is after mastering a law. However, now I understand. After one has comprehended the fundamental profundity of a law and merged it with one's celestial origin energy, one would be able to easily defeat those weaker than celestial dukes. Nevertheless, the genius comprehension level is really high. He's not even 100 years old, and he has already mastered the power of a law. It's definitely not an ordinary feat, Duanling Tian mused inwardly. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth said arrogantly in its childish voice, "Boy, do you still doubt me?" No, of course not, Duanling Tian replied lightly. However, does this mean if I obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, the Chaos Divine Flame would also be capable of helping me to comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of fire overnight? The Divine Chaos Earth hesitated to complete its sentence. It knew the Chaos Divine Flame was capable of doing so. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame said arrogantly in its ancient voice, if you obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'll be able to help you comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of fire. The fire elemental profundity within 3 hours.
Chaos Divine Flame, you're such a show-off, the Chaos Divine Earth said indignantly. That's only because this boy has been constantly using you to refine pills and consequently gained a deeper understanding of the fire element.
That's the only reason you're able to help him comprehend the fire elemental profundity in 3 hours. It felt embarrassed since the Chaos Divine Flame's words made his achievement of helping Duanling Tian comprehend the earth elemental profundity overnight seemed like nothing. How could it not feel angry?
The Chaos Divine Flame replied nonchalantly, all those factors don't matter to me. What's important is the result.
If you want me to acknowledge you as my senior, then you should be better than me at least. You can't even help him comprehend the fundamental profundity as fast as I can. Do you think you're worthy of being my senior? Its tone grew increasingly disdainful toward the end of its sentence.
Why you? The Chaos Divine Earth was so angry that it was rendered speechless.
Old fire, you're so cruel. You've angered little Earth so much that it has fallen into a deep slumber, the usually quiet, profound divine metal said in a gloating manner.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian did not pay attention to the 3 elements that bickered like enemies. Instead, he was lost in his thoughts. The Chaos Divine Flame is capable of helping me comprehend the fire elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the fire element, in 3 days.
Moreover, whenever I use the Chaos Divine Flame to refine pills, I'm actually gaining comprehension of the fire element.
Doesn't this mean that all I need to do is to obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability to comprehend the fire elemental profundity? His eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky when he thought about this. A fire burned in his heart. He could not wait to obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability.
The Imperial auction will only start at night. Since I still have plenty of time, I'll stroll around the Imperial Palace. Let's start from the library, Duan Tian thought to himself.
It was still early in the morning when Duan Tian left the room. After he greeted Lu Guanglin, he left the courtyard with Lu Guanglin in tow. Jialong must be in the midst of comprehending the wind-type king-grade divine ability. I should leave him to it. Duan Tian briefly glanced at Huang Jialong's courtyard as he walked past it.
At this moment, Duan Tian and Lu Guanglin saw a group of people leaving their courtyard in the Imperial Palace as well.
Master, those people are from the East Ming nation. They're here for the golden nematodes as well, Lu Guanglin said.
The East Ming nation? Duan Tian raised an eyebrow.
The purpose of Duan Tian's visit to the capital of the solitary nation was to obtain the golden nematodes during the auction. Previously, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had personally reached out to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation for the golden nematodes. However, because the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation wanted the golden nematodes as well.
For this reason, the Solitary Nation decided to put the golden nematodes up for auction since it was a fair method and could help them avoid offending the two nations that would inevitably fail to obtain the golden nematodes. It did not take long before the group of people from the East Ming Nation noticed the duo as well.
These two men are from the supporting Fall Nation. Isn't that purple-clad young man the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Tian? It must be him.
I heard that the supporting Fall Nation sent a group of 5 to attend the Imperial auction. Out of the 5 people, there are only 2 young men. One of them is Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City. Since I've met Huang Jialong before, I can confirm this purple-clad young man isn't Huang Jialong. As the people from the East Ming Nation whispered among themselves, they would occasionally look at one of the 2 young men walking in the lead. The young man wore a gray robe and his eyes were as cold as ice.
His expression was aloof, and he emitted a chilling aura with his sword hanging by his waist.
Duan Tian? The gray-clad young man instinctively turned to look at Duan Tian when he heard the conversation behind him. His eyes flashed as he looked at Duan Tian pointedly. After probing Duan Tian with his divine consciousness, he exclaimed inwardly, "It's him."
It's him. The silver-clad young men standing next to the gray-clad young man exclaimed as well. There's no doubt he's Duan Tian. He's not even 100 years old. But he defeated Huang Jialong with a single strike. Huang Jialong is one of the strongest peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but Duan Tian is only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Rumors from the supporting Fall Nation say that Duan Tian didn't even comprehend any power of the law to defeat Huang Jialong. His eyes were wide open, and a hint of fear could be seen in them. After a brief pause, he asked the gray-clad young man, "Brother Juyun, do you think that's possible?" During the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation, the silver-clad young man was defeated by the gray-clad young man. The gray-clad young man's celestial origin energy had turned into a sword after he had merged it with the power of the law.
He had easily sent the silver-clad young man flying out of the battle ring with a single strike. Despite the gray-clad young man holding back his strength, the silver-clad young man's injuries were so serious that it took him half a month to recuperate. Despite the gray-clad young man's amazing feats, he was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old. For all these reasons, from that day onward, the gray-clad young man was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among those below celestial dukes.
The world is filled with many great wonders. It's possible for a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to defeat a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial if neither of them uses the power of the law. The gray-clad young man replied nonchalantly. The gray-clad young man was none other than the genius sectless cultivator who had recently shot to fame during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. He was Ling Juyun.
Brother Juyun, are you confident about defeating him if you have to fight him? The silver-clad young man asked.
I can't say since I don't know much about him, Ling Juyun lightly replied. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, this gray-clad young man must be the genius sexless cultivator from the East Ming nation whom everyone has been talking about. He's indeed extraordinary. I wonder if he's a remarkable celestial who has reincarnated. Otherwise, he must be extraordinarily talented. He could tell with a glance that it was true that Ling Juyun was not even 100 years old. As the saying went, it takes one to know one. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian called out, let's go, Guang Lin. Then, he continued on his journey to the library in the imperial palace. The library was open to guests of the imperial family. The guests would be given access to many books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls. The floating image pearls were old recordings of duels between powerhouses weaker than celestial kings. Even if there were recordings of duels between celestial kings, the celestial kings in the recordings were celestial kings who had not comprehended the power of the laws. The floating image pearls that contained recordings of celestial kings who had comprehended the power of the laws were valuable in the solitary nation, so they were not kept in the library.
Brother Juyun, do you want me to invite him over for a challenge on your behalf?
If he loses, the supporting Fall Nation has to withdraw from making a bid during the auction. The silver-clad young man said as he narrowed his eyes. What if I lose? Ling Juyun asked lightly. Lose? The corners of the silver-clad young man's mouth twitched. He did not expect someone as arrogant as Ling Juyun would utter such words. Even the people behind the duo were stunned and dumbstruck by Ling Juyun's words. I, Ling Juyun, am a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme sword celestial. I will admit defeat to whoever who's capable of deflecting one sword attack from me. These were the exact words Ling Juyun had said during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. How could the people from the East Ming Nation not be surprised by Ling Juyun's words about the young man from the supporting Fall Nation?
Was he really the Ling Juyun, the arrogant sword celestial they knew during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation?
In the library of the Imperial Palace of the Solitary Nation, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin entered the library after disclosing their identities to the guards. Guanglin, you don't have to follow me around. You can look at whatever piqued your interest in the library, Duan Ling Tian said, when he discovered Lu Guanglin's eyes had lit up upon seeing the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library. Thank you, Master. Lu Guanglin replied before he began to browse through the library's contents. There were countless books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library that it would take years to completely go through every one of them. Since Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin only had roughly a day to spend in the library, they could only select a few things to go through. Duan Ling Tian wandered aimlessly in the aisles before an old and quaint book caught his attention. A detailed explanation of the profundity of the law? Duan Ling Tian picked up the tattered book and looked at its title. Only its cover and a few front pages were intact. Most of the contents were barely legible.
Despite its condition, it did not stop Duan Ling Tian from reading it since it was about the power of the laws. Most importantly, it included the different profundities in the law of Earth. The Earth element profundity, or the Earth element, was the fundamental profundity of the law of Earth. It was different from other profundities such as the gravitational space, the ground escape technique, the vibration, and the recovery. These were just a small number of profundities in the law of Earth that Duan Ling Tian managed to make out from the pages of the tattered book.
The fire elemental profundity, or the fire element, was the fundamental profundity of the law of fire. Other profundities in the law of fire included the explosion, the erosion, and the fire escape technique. The page regarding the law of gold was the worst of all. Duan Ling Tian could only see the words gold elemental profundity and the golden body technique on the page. The page regarding the law of wind was rather complete. It contained 7 or 8 profundities in the law of wind.
Despite the state of the book, Duan Ling Tian managed to glean many pieces of information about different types of profundities from different types of elements. There were the law of wood, water, light, darkness, ice, and thunder as well.
Due to its worn-out state, he mostly learned about the fundamental profundities for different laws.
Every elemental law has a corresponding fundamental profundity. The wood elemental profundity is the fundamental profundity of the law of wood. The law of darkness fundamental profundity is the darkness elemental profundity.
The fundamental profundity for the law of thunder is the thunder elemental profundity.
Duanling Tian closed the book and his eyes as he tried to digest the information he just gained. These were valuable insights that provided him with a further understanding of the profundities of the laws.
The profundities of the laws were powers that belong to heaven and earth. One could put it to use after comprehending the profundities. Not only did the elemental laws have fundamental profundities, but there were other profundities in the elemental laws that were divided into the rudimentary stage, the initial stage, and the mastery stage as well.
The profundities of the power of the laws in king grades, celestial methods, and divine abilities are only in the rudimentary stage. To further improve to the initial stage, one must obtain the corresponding element of royal grade, celestial methods, or divine ability.
In order to progress to the mastery stage, one must possess the corresponding element of king grade, royal grade, and emperor grade celestial methods or divine abilities. Additionally, there are also the complementary profundities. The powers that come from only mastering one complementary profundity is beyond one's imagination. In just a blink of an eye, the sun was already setting.
Lu Guanglin called out, "Master, it's time for us to leave."
At this moment, Duanling Tian was watching a duel between two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the fundamental profundities of the laws.
One of them had comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity, while the other one had comprehended the fire elemental profundity, the law of fire's fundamental profundity. Both opponents were equally strong, but the person who mastered the law of the fire eventually won. It was only natural since fire held the advantage over the wind. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's celestial origin energy was merged with the fire element, it raged. It took only a second for it to deflect his opponent's celestial origin energy that was merged with the wind element.
Duanling Tian muttered inwardly. If two opponents are equally matched, the one whose element has an advantage over the other element would win.
Soon after, Duanling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness from the floating image pearl. He left the library with Lu Guanglin in tow and made his way back to his courtyard.
Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and Old Mo were already waiting at the entrance of the courtyard when Duanling Tian and Old Mo arrived. "Brother Duan, you went out?" Huang Jialong was slightly surprised to see Duanling Tian coming back.
"Yes. I went to the library this morning since I had nothing to do." Duanling Tian nodded slightly. "I thought you'll spend all day comprehending the fundamental profundity of the celestial method you received," Huang Jialong said with a smile. Then he shook his head and lamented. It said that fundamental profundities are easier to comprehend compared to other profundities.
"Alas, I still can't comprehend much of it even after spending a day and a night on it." Huang Yuanfei grunted before he said, "You expect to comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity, in a day and a night?"
"I don't think there's anyone talented enough to do that in the entire profound nether mansion."
Huang Jialong smiled bitterly. He did not expect his casual remarks would invite ridicule from his father. He comforted himself inwardly. He must be jealous of his son for being able to comprehend the power of a law. Huang Yuanfei was unaware of his son's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have slapped his son. What kind of father would be jealous of his son? Huang Jialong shifted his attention to Huang Jialong, since he did not dare to talk back to his father. He asked, "Brother Duan, did you try to comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of earth, the earth elemental profundity, last night?"
1.
Duanling Tian nodded slightly. "How was it?" Huang Jialong asked. "It was fairly easy," Duanling Tian replied.
"Fairly easy?" Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Old Mo naturally felt Duanling Tian was just giving a perfunctory answer. It did not occur to them that Duanling Tian had easily comprehended the earth elemental profundity of the law of earth.
At this moment, a loud voice rang in the air. "Governor Huang, Old Mo." Soon after, a tall and muscular figure walked into sight. It was the commander of the solitary nation, Hefeng.
"Commander He." Huang Yuanfei and Old Mo nodded in response.
Hefeng's eyes swept past Duanling Tian and Huang Jialong after he greeted Huang Yuanfei and Old Mo. He asked in confusion when he discovered Bai Gang's absence. Where's Bai Gang? He has returned to the Flying Tiger Clan's clan branch with Senior Bai Jinyu. Huang Yuanfei replied. He Feng's eyes widened as he asked, what reward is Senior Bai Jinyu going to give him? He was aware that Bai Gang would be rewarded for obtaining a royal-grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. Senior Bai Jinyu is allowing him to enter the transformation pool, Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. Bai Gang was like a brother to him, so he was sincerely happy that Bai Gang was given such a great opportunity. What? Bai Gang exclaimed in shock as his expression changed. The transformation pool? The pool that will allow a copper flying tiger to evolve into a silver flying tiger in just 10 years. Yes. Huang Yuanfei nodded. That fellow. He's going to be bragging all the time in the future. He Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. Despite his words, he was genuinely happy that Bai Gang was given an opportunity that would help him evolve from a copper flying tiger to a silver flying tiger. After calming down, he looked at the people from the supporting Fall Nation and said, Governor Huang, Old Mo, Young Master Duan, Jialong, let's make a move to the auction center. The auction will begin in an hour. The imperial auction was held in an auction center that belonged to the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. It was about a kilometer away from the imperial palace. The imperial family of the Solitary Nation would periodically hold an auction since it was part of a tradition in the Solitary Nation. The imperial auction was the most prestigious event in the Solitary Nation and was usually attended by those of high status. The common folk would have to pay a huge number of celestial crystals just to enter the auction center. As important personages, Duanling Tian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation were, naturally, arranged to be seated in one of the best rooms in the auction center. A banner with the words, Supporting Fall Nation, was hung outside the window of the room. The banners reveal all the occupants of the rooms, Duanling Tian thought to himself when he discovered the two rooms across the supporting Fall Nation's room had banners hung outside the windows as well. One of the banners had the words, East Ming Nation, while the other one had the words Moran Nation. Meanwhile, the people from Grade 8 and Grade 9 forces began to discuss among themselves. Most of them had come to the capital of the Solitary Nation for the Royal Grade Celestial Sword initially but decided to participate in the auction for fun. They did not expect to see the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation at the auction center as well. With these people here, they deduced something rare and precious would be put up for auction today. The supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are here as well? Based on the banners outside the rooms, yes. It seems like they're all here for the same thing. This is going to be interesting. We're really lucky to be here. Fortunately, we didn't leave. Otherwise, we would have missed out on the excitement that's sure to come. Since the three nations are here, there must be something extraordinary that will be put up for auction. This is going to be exciting. Upon hearing the conversations of the people from the Grade 8 and Grade 9 forces, one of the residents in the capital of the Solitary Nation said, Doesn't any of you know that the three nations are here for the golden nematodes? The golden nematodes are essential ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. Golden nematodes? The profound golden pill? The people from the Grade 8 and Grade 9 forces were disappointed upon hearing this. Although golden nematodes were rare, they were not extremely rare or valuable. Most of its value lay in the fact that it was an essential ingredient to refine the profound golden pill. It was not easy to refine the profound golden pill unless one was a king-grade celestial alchemist at least. Let alone prominent celestial alchemists, the success rate of refining the profound golden pill for a duke-grade celestial alchemist was not even 1%. Moreover, celestial alchemists at and above the king grade were extremely rare. Not even one could be found in Grade 7 forces. For all these reasons, most people were of the opinion that golden nematodes were useless. Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, looked at Duanling Tian and solemnly asked, Little Tian, are you really confident you'll be able to successfully refine two profound golden pills if we obtain the two golden nematodes? Uncle Huang, I'm not a person who would simply talk if I'm not certain. Duanling Tian replied confidently. All right. I believe you. Duanling Tian nodded in response. Shortly afterward, the auction began after the seats in the auction center were filled.
A thin old man dressed in gray robes walked up on stage and swept his eyes across the hall before he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the imperial auction of the solitary nation." Upon seeing the thin, gray-clad old man, Duan Tian thought to himself, "This old man isn't simple. He has to be a celestial king, at least." Similarly, Huang Jialong could tell the gray-clad old man was different than the hosts usually hired for auctions. "Father, this old man doesn't seem simple." The old man stood on the stage with an indifferent expression on his face, as though he did not care about the auction at all. "Of course. He's the one basic celestial king who's always by the side of the emperor of the solitary nation," Huang Yuanfei said. There were, naturally, many elite celestials serving the emperor of a nation. However, there were very few celestial kings who were willing to serve an emperor of a grade 8 nation. "One basic celestial king?" Huang Jialong exclaimed in surprise. On the contrary, Duan Tian was not surprised at all. Due to the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, his senses were now rather keen. It was not difficult for him to discern the old man was a one basic celestial king. At this moment, the thin, gray-clad old man lifted a hand. All of a sudden, a celestial talisman glowing softly with a purple light appeared out of thin air. "I hope everyone will be able to obtain what they want in today's auction." He paused for a short moment before he continued to say, "This is a celestial talisman engraved by a celestial king who had comprehended the law of thunder's thunder arrow profundity. It's called the Arrow Explosion Talisman. When the talisman is crushed, tens of thousands of thunder arrows will shoot out within a 100-meter radius. They're capable of killing all celestials weaker than celestial dukes." The old man held up the celestial talisman so the crowd could have a better look as he continued to say, "Ordinary overarching, heavenly supreme celestials within a 100-meter radius won't be able to survive the attack unless they are exceptionally strong. Even one basic and two-form celestial dukes would be severely injured if they were within close proximity. The starting price for this Arrow Explosion Talisman is 3,000 prominent celestial crystals." Unlike most hosts in auctions, the old man did not extol the virtues of the Arrow Explosion Talisman. He only stated the facts about the Arrow Explosion Talisman. Almost immediately, an old man dressed in a fine robe shouted, 3,000 prominent celestial crystals. "This Arrow Explosion Talisman will definitely be useful for my grandson." There was no doubt the Arrow Explosion Talisman was an exceptional defensive weapon for celestials weaker than celestial dukes. Meanwhile, Duan Tian was rather shocked. After all, the offensive talismans he knew were rather mediocre. They were nowhere near as deadly as the Arrow Explosion Talisman. "I didn't know a celestial talisman such as this one exists. It must be so powerful because of the profundity of the law, right?" Huang Yuanfei said in a timely manner, "This Arrow Explosion Talisman is only considered as a low-grade law celestial talisman. A powerful law celestial talisman is capable of killing celestial dukes and even celestial kings." "Law celestial talisman?" "There are law celestial talismans powerful enough to kill celestial dukes and even celestial kings," Duan Tian exclaimed in shock as he widened his eyes. "Yes, the law celestial talismans capable of killing celestial dukes are precious, but it's not that rare. In comparison, law celestial talismans capable of killing celestial kings are truly rare. This is because it takes a huge amount of time and effort to engrave a powerful law celestial talisman even for a celestial emperor. A celestial lord is unable to engrave such a powerful talisman due to the strength limit," Huang Yuanfei explained. "A celestial emperor can engrave celestial talismans that could kill celestial kings?" Duan Tian felt chills running up his spine upon hearing Huang Yuanfei's words. Celestial kings were incredibly powerful. Duan Tian was well aware of this due to the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He had felt how formidable the celestial origin energy and the soul energy of a celestial king were. And yet a mere celestial talisman could kill someone so powerful? Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, continued to say, "Although most celestial emperors are capable of engraving such a deadly celestial talisman, due to how intricate the engravings are, most celestial talismans capable of killing celestial kings are engraved by titled celestial emperors." Titled celestial emperor. Duan Tian's eyes widened in shock as he inhaled sharply.
Duanling Tian had learned while he was in the borderlands that a celestial emperor must face various tests in the title temple, and pass the tests in order to be acknowledged as the strongest celestial emperor, and become a titled celestial emperor. Back in the Southern Heaven territory, the strongest celestial was a titled celestial lord who was known as the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. However, even the strongest titled celestial lord was no match for the weakest celestial emperor. However, it's said that the celestial kings killed by the celestial talismans engraved by titled celestial emperors are mainly weak celestial kings. They either haven't comprehended the profundities of laws or the profundities they comprehended are weak.
A wave of relief rose in Duanling Tian's heart upon hearing Huang Yuanfei's words. This was still rather acceptable. He found it difficult to accept a celestial talisman capable of killing most celestial kings. How absurdly powerful!
4,300 prominent celestial crystals. 4,500 prominent celestial crystals.
The price of the arrow explosion talisman continued to rise as Duanling Tian and Huang Yuanfei conversed. In just a blink of an eye, the price had risen to 4,800 prominent celestial crystals.
Huang Yuanfei said, "This arrow explosion talisman seems like it's engraved by a powerful celestial king. Based on its powers and the fact that it can only be used once, it's unlikely to fetch more than 5,000 prominent celestial crystals." Soon enough, Huang Yuanfei's words were proven to be true. The bidding stopped when the price reached 5,000 prominent celestial crystals.
Based on the conversation in the surroundings, it seemed like most people agreed with Huang Yuanfei's words.
The arrow explosion talisman is only useful for weaker celestials. Moreover, it can only be used once. 5,000 prominent celestial crystals are as high as the price could get. It's just silly to bid more than that.
That's right. It's worth about 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. Meanwhile, back on the auction stage, the gray-clad old man said indifferently, 5,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once, going twice. 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. Sold.
Whoosh! The old man raised his hand and the celestial talisman shot out like a thunderbolt toward a middle-aged man who was dressed in a fine robe.
After putting away the celestial talisman, the middle-aged man sent a spatial ring containing 5,000 prominent celestial crystal toward the gray-clad old man on the stage. The transaction was directly conducted on the spot. Next up is a mediocre Duke-grade celestial pill, the explosive origin pill. The starting price of this explosive origin pill is 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. The old man took out a pill bottle before taking out one pill to show to the crowd. The explosive origin pill? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. The explosive origin pill was a common celestial pill. The explosive origin pill was available in different grades, the Duke grade, the King grade, and the Royal grade. Then, under these three grades, they were further divided into inferior, mediocre, and superior grades.
Based on this, it was easy to deduce that one had to be, at least, a supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist to refine the explosive origin pill. A mediocre Duke-grade explosive origin pill will boost a celestial Duke's celestial origin energy to 2 stages higher for 15 minutes. However, the effect wouldn't be so dramatic if a 9 palaces celestial Duke uses it, since the celestial origin energy wouldn't be able to break through the boundary that separates a celestial Duke from a celestial king. As a celestial alchemist, Duanling Tian was, naturally, knowledgeable about the explosive origin pill.
Duanling Tian was still lost in his thoughts as the price for the explosive origin pill rose to 8,000 prominent celestial crystals.
It was not surprising that the price rose this far, since the explosive origin pill was able to turn the tide during a critical moment in a battle between 2 celestial dukes. In the end, it was sold for 13,000 prominent celestial crystals.
The gray-clad old man continued to auction off more celestial talismans and celestial pills. The starting prices for the items were always higher than the previous ones.
None of the items put up for auction caught Duanling Tian's attention until
the 9th item for auction will be a pair of golden nematodes. The starting bid is 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, the gray-clad old man said. A few seconds ticked by, and yet no one bid for the golden nematodes yet. A pair of golden nematodes with a starting bid of 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. As far as I know, in the black market, a golden nematode usually costs 15,000 prominent celestial crystals. It seems like the solitary nation is basing the starting bid on that. Well, the golden nematodes are highly coveted by the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation after all. Since it's so highly coveted, it's only natural that it will rise in price.
Moreover, the cost of the pair of golden nematodes won't even put a dent in the three nations' treasury. That's right. However, the golden nematode on the black market often has no buyer.
The crowd was still discussing among themselves when a voice rang from the room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were in. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. Huang Yuanfei's voice rang clearly in the air.
Huang Jialong was taken aback. Father, aren't you being too hasty? This isn't like you.
This was not Huang Jialong's first time attending an auction with his father. His father had never made the first bid even if it was an item he wanted.
Soon after, everyone, including Duanling Tian, was dumbfounded. What's going on? Duanling Tian thought to himself, confused. The people from the East Ming Nation and Moran Nation were strangely quiet. The crowd could sense something was amiss as well. They looked at each other in confusion. After all, the three nations had come to the capital of the solitary nation specifically for this item. They were expecting a tense bidding contest between the three nations over the golden nematodes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, no one made a bid after Huang Yuanfei had spoken. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals going once, 30,000 prominent celestial crystals going twice. The gray-clad old man who had remained indifferent all this time began to feel a slight panic rising in his heart.
His eyes darted back and forth between the East Ming Nation's room and the Moran Nation's room. Alas, there was no sound at all. He was forced to end the auction. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals going thrice.
Sold. Just like that, the pair of golden nematodes fell into Huang Yuanfei's hands.
The crowd was in an uproar.
What's going on? Didn't they say the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are all here for the golden nematodes? Who knows?
Did they fall asleep?
I wonder what's going through the minds of the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation.
What are they doing? In the Moran Nation's room.
Uncle Lien, why aren't you bidding for the golden nematodes? Why are you stopping me from bidding?
What's going on? The seventh prince of the Moran Nation fired one question after another as he looked at a noble blue-clad middle-aged man with a frown. The prince was clearly displeased based on his tone. The middle-aged man was a powerful basic celestial king who served the emperor of the Moran Nation. Although he was dissatisfied with the seventh prince's attitude, he endured it. Even if the Moran Nation successfully obtained the golden nematodes, the chances of them successfully refining the profound golden pill was slim to none.
The middle-aged man looked at the seventh prince of the Moran Nation and the other people in the room before he calmly explained. Huang Yuanfei from the supporting Fall Nation had sent me a message through voice transmission earlier. Therefore, I made a quick decision not to bid for the golden nematodes. After he finished speaking, he sipped on his cup of tea.
In the East Ming Nation's room,
a silver-clad young man frowned as he said impatiently to an old man who was clearly the leader of the group. Old who? Why are you stopping me from bidding for the golden nematodes? How are you going to explain this to my father when we return empty-handed? Did you even think about Brother Zhu Yun?
Second Prince, as a member of the imperial family, you should learn to maintain your composure like young Master Ling, the old man said as he looked at the silver-clad young man and a gray-clad young man sitting in a corner meaningfully.
The gray-clad young man's expression was cold and distant. He seemed to be unaffected that the old man did not bid for the golden nematodes. A helpless smile appeared on the face of the second prince of the East Ming Nation. He wondered how Ling Zhuyun could stay calm under such circumstances. Brother Zhu Yun, aren't you worried? I believe in old who? Ling Zhuyun replied as he looked up at the old man. The old man nodded, clearly satisfied, as he looked at Ling Zhuyu. His eyes gleamed with determination as he said, Young Master Ling, I certainly won't disappoint you. Since you trust me, I'll do everything in my power to obtain the profound golden pill for you. In the supporting Fall Nation's room,
Duanling Tian, Huang Jialong, and old Mo looked at Huang Yuanfei. What happened during the auction for the pair of golden nematodes was too strange. Huang Yuanfei must have done something without their knowledge. Father, what's going on? Huang Jialong asked, puzzled as he looked at his father.
Despite being silent, Duanling Tian and old Mo were clearly confused and curious as well. Huang Yuanfei looked at Duanling Tian briefly before he explained. It's nothing. I sent a voice transmission to the leaders of the entourage from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. I told them that as long as they cede the golden nematodes to me, I guarantee I'll be able to produce a profound golden pill that they can bid for later. I told them I have a king-grade celestial alchemist who has agreed to refine 2 profound golden pills. I will keep one of the pills while the other one will go to the highest bidder. Naturally, Huang Yuanfei's entire plan hinged on Duanling Tian's ability to refine the profound golden pills. If Duanling Tian failed, there was no doubt Huang Yuanfei would be blamed for deceiving the 2 nations. If that happened, he would definitely offend the 1 basic celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Huang Jialong and old Mo were stunned. They did not expect Huang Yuanfei would lie to the other 2 nations in order to obtain the pair of golden nematodes. Indeed, a king-grade celestial alchemist would be able to successfully refine the profound golden pill. The problem was Duanling Tian was not a king-grade celestial alchemist. The duo instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian. Huang Yuanfei continued to say, the 2 nations must be not 100% confident they would be able to refine the profound golden pill since they accepted my proposal. This means they only have a Supreme Duke-grade celestial alchemist, at most, to help them refine the profound golden pill. Moreover, based on how the 2 nations insisted on having the 2 golden nematodes instead of just 1, it could be seen that they wanted to increase the success rate of refining the profound golden pill. Since I told them I had a king-grade celestial alchemist willing to help me refine the profound golden pill, and that I'll offer one of the pills to the highest bidder among the 2, they were, naturally, willing to let me have the pair of golden nematodes.
Brother Duan, Huang Jialong looked at Duanling Tian with a grim expression on his face. He knew his father's action was born out of trust for Duanling Tian.
However, if Duanling Tian failed to refine 2 profound golden pill, his father would end up offending the celestial kings from the 2 nations. Even old Mo had a worried expression on his face when he looked at Duanling Tian.
Uncle Huang, Duanling Tian looked at Huang Yuanfei and confidently said, I won't let you down. Duanling Tian was deeply moved at this moment. He did not expect Huang Yuanfei to trust him to this extent.
After all, if he failed to refine the 2 profound golden pills, Huang Yuanfei would not only offend the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation but even the emperors of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Huang Yuanfei handed the pair of golden nematodes to Duanling Tian as he asked, Little Tian, when do you plan to start refining the profound golden pills?
I'll start refining the 2 profound golden pills after the imperial auction ends, Duanling Tian replied as he took the jade box that contained the pair of golden nematodes from Huang Yuanfei, Uncle Huang.
Please tell the leaders of the entourage from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation to come to our courtyard in the Imperial Palace to bid for the profound golden pill in 10 days. All right. Huang Yuanfei was in high spirits due to Duanling Tian's confidence. He did not delay and quickly sent a voice transmission to the leaders of the entourage from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation respectively. After 10 days? That's great. City Governor Huang, my men and I will meet you in your courtyard after 10 days. The leader from the Moran Nation replied, City Governor Huang, I wonder if we will be lucky enough to meet the king-grade celestial alchemist at that time? The leader from the East Ming Nation asked. Old Hu, I'm afraid it's impossible. That celestial alchemist doesn't like meeting outsiders. Huang Yuanfei replied through voice transmission. He naturally could not reveal to them that a prominent celestial alchemist would be refining the profound golden pill instead of a king-grade celestial alchemist. He was aware of how ridiculous it would sound. However, despite the risks, he trusted Duanling Tian due to Duanling Tian's confidence and maturity at such a young age. His instincts told him there was something special, which he could not put into words, about the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, Duanling Tian had defeated his son with a single blow despite only being a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had yet to master any profundity of the law. There was no reason for him to doubt Duanling Tian's capability at all. That's just too bad. The leader from the East Ming Nation replied perfunctorily, He was not surprised or disappointed since he had already expected this answer. While the crowd was still confused and speculating the reason why the East Ming nation and the Moran nation did not bid against the supporting Fall nation for the golden nematodes, the imperial auction continued. It did not take long before the crowd's attention shifted to the next item up for bidding.
So, this is the golden nematodes? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian opened the jade box and saw 2 bugs about the length of an adult's index finger in the box. The golden nematodes were as thin as thread and were completely golden. Although they were clearly dead, they looked as sharp as a knife. Indeed, a living golden nematode could really cut through many things. It could easily cut ordinary primitive celestial weapons, and with a few tries, it could also cut mediocre celestial weapons. The golden nematodes were celestial beasts without any intelligence. He was aware of these things because he had studied the golden nematode after discovering it was one of the main ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. At the same time, the atmosphere in the auction center was getting livelier and livelier. However, none of the items caught Duanling Tian's interest. On the contrary, there were a few items that managed to spark Huang Jialong's interest. Alas, he failed to bid for them. Nevertheless, he did not seem too disappointed. It was clear the items were not important to him despite his interest in them. Soon enough, the auction was nearing the end. The old man on the stage said, "Now, I will bring up the last item of the auction. This item is rather special. A senior who's a sexless cultivator and a 4-phenomena celestial king has entrusted us to auction this item for him." The crowd fell silent briefly before a commotion broke out. Good heavens! An item from a 4-phenomena celestial king. An item from a 4-phenomena celestial king has to be extraordinary. What is it? Could it be a king-grade celestial pill? Or is it something else? I can't wait to see what it is. It has to be special. Even the people from the supporting Fall Nation, East Ming Nation, and Moran Nation were slightly stirred. An item by a 4-phenomena celestial king? Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow.
Although none of them had seen the item, they were certain it had to be extraordinary. After all, even the strongest celestials in the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were only 3 talents celestial king. Even the 3 nations' emperors had to be courteous to a sexless cultivator who was a 4-phenomena celestial king. They could not afford to simply offend such a powerhouse after all. On the stage, the old man finally took out a long jade box before everyone's eyes.
The jade box was 3 foot long, half a foot tall, and 1 foot wide. The crowd held their breaths and their eyes were fixed on the jade box as the old man slowly opened it.
What is that? 4-phenomena celestial kings were the strongest in the entire 1,000 nations territory, after all. How could the crowd remain calm upon hearing the item was from a 4-phenomena celestial king? They were excited and eager to see the item. There was no doubt the item would be extraordinary. I didn't expect there to be an item from a 4-phenomena celestial king. Thank the heavens I didn't leave earlier. That's right. I wonder what it is. It's better not to hold back when bidding for this item. An item from a 4-phenomena celestial king is definitely going to be extremely precious. The people in the auction center, including the people from the supporting Fall Nation, looked at the jade box anticipatorily. Creak. The old man opened the jade box and revealed an odd-looking branch. Lush green leaves had sprouted on the branch. They showed no signs of wilting at all. With just a simple check using divine consciousness, one would be able to feel the strong vitality in the branch. At the same time,
good heavens! Why is it here?
Why on earth is it here? 3 voices rang simultaneously in Duanling Tian's mind, while his attention was caught by the branch in the jade box. The 3 voices were from the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. They were clearly surprised.
Duanling Tian curiously asked, "Seniors, do you know this branch?"
At the same time, the atmosphere in the entire auction center, including the VIP rooms where the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation occupied, turned solemn. What's this?
Why does it contain such strong vitality?
This branch has been broken off from the tree. Not only did it not wilt, but it's even thriving. How remarkable! Can anybody tell what tree it's from? Perhaps it's some rare and valuable material. I don't know what it is, But there's no doubt it's special. Nobody knew what the branch was. They only knew it was special. What is it?
That's right. Dear host, what is it?
The crowd looked at the old man for an explanation. The old man calmly replied, "What is it? I have no idea as well." No idea? The crowd was shocked. In fact, even the four phenomena Celestial King doesn't know what it is at all. The old man continued to say, "What? Even the four phenomena Celestial King doesn't know what it is.
Then why should we bid for it?
Although it's special, what's the use if we don't even know what it is?"
The crowd frowned upon learning even the phenomena Celestial King knew nothing about the branch. Although we don't know what it is, there's no doubt its vitality is extremely strong. The old man took the branch out from the jade box. With his other hand, he brought a knife out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he slashed at the thickest part of the branch, almost breaking it into half.
However, a burst of green light surged from the cut. After about a dozen breaths, the light subsided, revealing the unscathed branch. Unbelievable! Impossible! It was almost broken, but in just a dozen breaths, it's completely healed. This branch is extraordinary. Although I know nothing about this branch, I want it simply because of its amazing recovery ability.
The crowd gasped in unison and broke into an uproar after witnessing the branch recover before their eyes. They fervently discussed among themselves. The starting bid for this branch of unknown origins is 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. The old man loudly said, "Every increment of a bid shouldn't be less than 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. I'd like to add that I'll be bidding for the branch as well on behalf of the imperial family of the solitary nation due to their interest in the branch."
The crowd was stirred up again when they heard even the imperial family of the solitary nation was interested in the unknown branch. It seems like the branch really came from a four phenomena Celestial King. Otherwise, the imperial family of the solitary nation would have secretly kept it for themselves. Perhaps, however, there's also a chance the imperial family is only trying to raise the price of the unknown branch. We have to be cautious. Regardless, this unknown branch is really rather special. I'm afraid its price will surpass 200,000 prominent celestial crystals at least. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's the price for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. At this moment, a loud and powerful voice rang from the Moran nation's room. It was a blue-clad middle-aged man. 100,000 prominent celestial crystals.
As soon as the blue-clad middle-aged man's voice fell, the old man on the stage said, 200,000 prominent celestial crystals.
The crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect the old man on the stage to double the bid so soon.
The old man said this is the highest price the imperial family of the supporting nation is willing to pay for the branch. For this reason, if anyone decided to bid after this, the imperial family will no longer bid for this item.
HM?
The imperial family is only willing to spend 200,000 prominent celestial crystals on this branch. It seems like they don't think this unknown branch has much potential.
It's not a surprise. After all, even the four phenomena Celestial King doesn't know what the branch is. It's only a collector's item or decoration without any use. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals for a collector's item? That's too much. That's right. A collector's item, essentially just a decoration that's worth 2 king-grade weapons? No ordinary person would be able to afford such a luxurious item. Unlike the crowd in the auction center, the Moran nation's room was silent. It was apparent they had given up on bidding for the unknown branch. Then the countdown began. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once.
210,000 prominent celestial crystals. A voice suddenly rang from the East Ming nation's room.
Immediately, Huang Yuanfei's voice rang from the supporting Fall nation's room. 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. Upon seeing this, Huang Jialong was taken aback. He asked, "Father, do you know what the branch is?" "No, I have no idea." Huang Yuanfei shook his head. "It looks extraordinary, so I thought I'll join the fun. However, 250,000 prominent celestial crystals is all they'd get from me."
For fun. Huang Jialong was speechless. To fork out 250,000 prominent celestial crystals for fun. It seemed like his father was even more capricious than him. Huang Yuanfei asked the frowning old man standing next to him. Old Mo, do you know what it is?
No, old Mo shook his head. 260,000 prominent celestial crystals. A middle-aged man sitting among the crowd bid for the branch, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Isn't that Guzheng, the vice leader of the Grade 8 sect, the Thousand Hands sect? It's him. I didn't expect to see him here. It seems like Guzheng is interested in the unknown branch as well.
In the regions under the profound Nether Mansion, apart from the Grade 8 nations in the Thousand Nations territory, there were some Grade 8 sects and clans as well. The majority of them were only slightly stronger than Grade 9 forces, therefore they were no match for Grade 8 nations.
While the crowd's attention was focused on Guzheng, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Hands sect, a voice rang from one of the VIP rooms again. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. It's from the supporting Fall Nation again?
Boy, you must obtain it.
That's right. Obtain it at all cost. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you fail to obtain it.
The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth urged Duanling Tian to obtain the unknown branch one after another.
For that reason, Duanling Tian hastily made a bid for the unknown branch even though he knew nothing about it. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duanling Tian could not help but smile bitterly. He only had a little more than 200,000 prominent celestial crystals and a few king-grade celestial weapons in his possession. Huang Jialong had told him before that the imperial auction of the solitary nation allowed items to be exchanged for celestial crystals. An undamaged king-grade celestial weapon could fetch up to 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, at least, in the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory.
The king-grade celestial weapons I have aren't only in pristine condition, but they're better than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. There's no doubt whatever numbers of celestial crystals I get in exchange for them would be less than the weapon's real value.
There's nothing I can do about it since I have to obtain this branch. I'm sure the branch will be worth the loss. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Based on the urgency of the three elements' words, there was no doubt the branch was more than extraordinary.
Duanling Tian speculated inwardly, this unknown branch, could it be the 5 divine elements clear heaven's divine wood?
The 5 divine elements were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Otherwise known as the profound divine metal, the clear heaven's divine wood, the world-cleansing divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Duanling Tian had learned about this from the chaos divine flame. Brother Duan? Huang Jialong stared at Duanling Tian incredulously. Little Tian, do you know it is? Huang Yuanfei asked tentatively.
I have no idea. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled wryly. This unknown branch is rather special. I just have a feeling that I'll regret it if I fail to obtain it.
Indeed. This branch is extraordinary. It's my first time seeing something so strange. If it's some kind of medicinal ingredient, there's no doubt the celestial pill refined from it is going to be extraordinary, Huang Yuanfei said.
After regaining his senses, Huang Jialong looked at Duanling Tian and asked, Brother Duan, do you think this unknown branch is a type of medicinal herb used to refine pills?
Alas, Duanling Tian's attention was completely focused on the unknown branch on the stage. It seemed like he did not hear Huang Jialong's question at all. Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and old Mo took Duanling Tian's silence as his assent to their words. At this moment, the chaos divine flame said, That's not the clear heaven divine wood. If it was, we wouldn't have embarrassed ourselves like that. Duanling Tian asked, perplexed. Then, if it's not the clear heaven's divine wood, what is it? It's the divine tree of life. The profound divine metal replied. The divine tree of life?
What is that? Duanling Tian asked.
Boy, you don't need to know about the divine tree of life for now. All you need to know is that by obtaining one of the branches from the divine tree of life, you'll be able to comprehend the law of life in the future. The law of life is one of the most powerful laws.
You can't comprehend the law of life through celestial methods or divine abilities. The strongest law you'll be able to comprehend through a celestial method or divine ability is only a second-tier law in this realm. On the contrary, the law of life is a first-tier law, the chaos divine earth chimed in with its childish voice. A hint of reverence could be heard in its voice. This branch is one of the main branches from the divine tree of life. Not only will it help you to comprehend the law of life, but it'll benefit you in many ways as well in the future. Moreover, it'll also benefit us, the profound divine metal said zealously. Boy, so long you obtain this main branch from the divine tree of life, I'll help you unconditionally whenever you need help, the chaos divine earth chimed in enthusiastically.
Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts after hearing the chaos divine earth's words. His eyes widened imperceptibly. Based on 3 elements reactions, this main branch from the divine tree of life would greatly benefit the profound divine metal, the chaos divine earth, and the chaos divine flame. Otherwise, they would not urge him in such a manner.
310,000 prominent celestial crystals. Gu Zheng, the vice leader of the Thousand Hands sect, increased his bid.
Before the crowd regained their senses, Duan Ling Tian increased the bid by 40,000 prominent celestial crystals. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals.
Gu Zheng frowned. He did not expect the supporting Fall Nation would bid so high for an unknown branch. Now that the price had risen to 350,000 prominent celestial crystals, he had no intention of continuing to bid for the unknown branch. In the first place, he had only bid for it for fun. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals were all he was willing to pay for the unknown branch.
Soon enough, the crowd managed to guess the identity of the bidder from the supporting Fall Nation. The person from the supporting Fall Nation who just made a bid doesn't sound like Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, right? It sounds like a young man. From what I know, there are 2 young men among the group of people from the supporting Fall Nation. One of them is Huang Yuanfei's son, Huang Jialong. The other young man is Duan Ling Tian, a genius sectless cultivator who recently became famous due to the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. The voice seems to belong to Duan Ling Tian.
In the East Ming Nation's room,
a light briefly flashed in the eyes of an aloof gray-clad young man. He was none other than the sectless cultivator who became famous during the East Ming Nation's Southern Heaven combat. Ling Juyun. Duan Ling Tian? Could it be that he also knows that the branch is from the divine tree of life? Ling Juyun could tell the branch came from the divine tree of life as soon as the old man on the stage brought it out. Moreover, he could tell it was the main branch from the divine tree of life. It was incredibly precious since it would help one to comprehend the law of life. However, the branch was useless to him since his bloodline determined that he would not be able to comprehend the law of life. To be precise, the power of the laws he inherited from his clan conflicted with the law of life. At this moment, the old man began counting down when he saw nobody was bidding after Duan Ling Tian. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going once, 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going twice. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian recognizes it as one of the main branches from the divine tree of life or he just wants it as a part of his collection. If it's the former, then he's really something. After all, it's unlikely that anyone in this small Southern Heaven territory is able to recognize it. This includes the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. If it's the latter, then he's extremely lucky. Ling Juyun mused inwardly as he looked out the window. Ling Juyun had no intention of revealing the divine tree of life to the people from the East Ming Nation. He knew they would not be able to understand and might even doubt him. Most importantly, he would risk exposing his true identity. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going thrice. Sold. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian successfully obtained the main branch from the divine tree of life.
Huang Jialong asked, Brother Duan, you don't have enough celestial crystals, right?
I have about 25 million mediocre celestial crystals. They're equivalent to 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. If I pawn a king-grade celestial weapon, I'll be able to get 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile.
Little Tian, there's no need for that, Huang Yuanfei hurriedly said. I'll lend you 100,000 prominent celestial crystal. You can return them to me after we sell the profound golden pill.
In that case, thank you, Uncle Huang. Duan Ling Tian knew Huang Yuanfei did not want him to suffer a loss by pawning his king-grade celestial weapon, so he did not refuse Huang Yuanfei's kind intention.
Moreover, he was confident about successfully refining the profound golden pills, and selling it could easily earn him 100,000 prominent celestial crystals at least. After Duanling Tian put away the main branch from the divine tree of life that he had exchanged for with a spatial ring full of celestial crystals, Huang Jialong could not help but ask, "Brother Duan, you're really impressive. How did you get that 25 million mediocre celestial crystals?" Duanling Tian did not have many prominent celestial crystals. In fact, he had used up almost all his prominent celestial crystals after he bought the origin stones in the Solitary Nation's West Lane town. Nevertheless, he still had a large number of mediocre celestial crystals. When he was in the Borderlands, he had killed the Blissful Sex 9 Palaces Celestial Duke and Basic Celestial King along with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sex 10 Directions Celestial Duke, gaining the accumulated wealth of the three individuals. The collective wealth of the three individuals was more than 20 million mediocre celestial crystals. 10,000 prominent celestial crystals and 20 million mediocre celestial crystals. Is this genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation using this opportunity to offload all the mediocre celestial crystals he has? The gray-clad old man standing on the stage was shocked when he looked inside the spatial ring that Duanling Tian handed over and saw a large number of mediocre celestial crystals. He knew very few people in the Southern Heaven Territory had 20 million mediocre celestial crystals. After all, the grade of mediocre celestial crystals was too low. It did not cross his mind that beyond the Southern Heaven Territory's formation barrier, there existed a place called the Borderlands where they only had primitive crystal veins. These primitive crystals veins could only produce mediocre celestial crystals at most. Although there were prominent celestial crystals in the Borderlands, they were few in number and mostly came from the central area. Duanling Tian might have amassed a huge fortune in the Borderlands, but he only had a few thousand prominent celestial crystals among the many mediocre celestial crystals and primitive celestial crystals. Brother Duan, I truly admire you. How did you gather 25 million mediocre celestial crystals? Huang Jialong looked at Duanling Tian in awe. Hints of curiosity could be seen in Huang Yuanfei and Old Mo's eyes as well when they looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian replied, I obtained all those mediocre celestial crystals in the Borderlands. Prominent celestial crystals are few and far in between in the Borderlands. After Duanling Tian obtained the main branch from the Divine Tree of Life, the Imperial auction officially ended. Naturally, everyone present did not know the odd-looking branch was a main branch from the Divine Tree of Life. Even if they were told that it was the main branch from the Divine Tree of Life, they would not know its value or what it was. In fact, not many people in the spirit overarching heaven knew about the Divine Tree of Life, let alone the people from the Southern Heaven Territory. After the auction ended, Duanling Tian and Lu Guanglin followed Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Old Mo back to the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace. During the journey, Yifeng, the commander of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Army, caught with them. He did not beat around the bush and asked with eyes that shone with curiosity, City Governor Huang, how did you do it? Those people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation aren't simpletons. They wouldn't give up on bidding for the golden nematodes at the 11th hour for no good reason. Commander He, are you the one who's curious, or is it him? Huang Yuanfei placed heavy emphasis on the word him. Yifeng replied, His Majesty is curious as well. He had sent me a voice transmission asking about it. However, I'm also curious. After all, the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation had specifically come to the Solitary Nation for the pair of golden nematodes. How could they give up at the crucial moment? Anyone with eyes would be able to tell that you've done something. It's nothing, Huang Yuanfei replied indifferently. I only told them I have a king-grade celestial alchemist who can successfully refine 2 profound golden pills. If they cede the pair of golden nematodes to me, I'll let them bid for one of the profound golden pill. That's how I convinced them to give up on bidding for the golden nematodes. He did not plan to keep his proposition to the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation a secret. He knew he would not be able to keep a secret anyway. After 10 days, either Moran Nation or the East Ming Nation would obtain the profound golden pill. Whoever failed to obtain the profound golden pill would certainly not help them keep the matter a secret.
A king-grade celestial alchemist? Yifeng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Huang Yuanfei's reply. He truly did not expect this answer. Although the Emperor of the Solitary Nation could also employ a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill, it would cost a fortune to do so. The reason the emperors of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation were so insistent on obtaining 2 golden nematodes was to increase the success rate of refining the profound golden pill, since they only planned to employ a duke-grade celestial alchemist to refine the pills. The Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation is truly generous and far-sighted, Yifeng exclaimed as he looked at Duanling Tian. He was under the impression that the Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation was willing to spend so much just so he could help Duanling Tian become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the opening of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In his opinion, the emperors of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation were clearly not as far-sighted as the Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation. He would never expect, even in his wildest dreams, that the person who would be refining the profound golden pill was Duanling Tian, not a king-grade celestial alchemist. Once the group arrived at the Solitary Nation's imperial palace, Yifeng bade the remaining people farewell and the others returned to their respective rooms in the palace. Little Tian, please let me know if there's anything else you need to refine the profound golden pill. I'll do everything in my power to obtain it for you, Huang Yuanfei said before parting with Duanling Tian. Although he trusted Duanling Tian's ability, he still felt a slight pressure when he thought about the possibility of Duanling Tian failing to produce the 2 profound golden pills after 10 days. If that happened, he would undoubtedly offend the Celestial Kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. All right, don't worry, Uncle Huang. I won't let you down, Duanling Tian said before he returned to his room to refine the 2 profound golden pills. Duanling Tian was the only one who knew he was not an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist. Most prominent grade celestial alchemists would refine pills with their prominent celestial fires, but he refined pills with his chaos divine flame. Although the chaos divine flame was equivalent to a prominent celestial fire, it was far superior to prominent celestial fires. In fact, the chaos divine flame was comparable to superior celestial fires with a higher grade. At this moment, the profound divine metal suddenly chuckled before he said, "Little boy, didn't you promise to help the lad if he obtains the main branch from the divine tree of life?" Based on the words little boy, it was clear he was talking to the chaos divine earth. The profound divine metal continued to say, although with the lad's current alchemy skills and old fire's assistance, his success rate of refining the profound golden pill is quite high, there's still a small chance of failure. However, with your assistance, it would be a guaranteed success. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard the profound divine metal's words. Based on the profound divine metal's words, he could infer that the chaos divine earth would be of great help to refine the profound golden pill. Not only that, but with the chaos divine earth's assistance, he was sure to succeed. How could Duanling Tian not be happy? Although he was confident about refining the profound golden pill, his success was not guaranteed. He was only about 80% to 90% confident that he would succeed. When Duanling Tian thought about the pressure Huang Yuanfei had to be feeling now, he took a deep breath and prepared to ask for the chaos divine earth's help. However, before Duanling Tian could speak, the chaos divine earth said, I don't need a reminder. I remember what I said." Then it said to Duanling Tian, "Lad, take out your cauldron." Although Duanling Tian was unsure about how chaos divine earth would be able to help, he obediently took out the prominent celestial cauldron. As soon as he took the cauldron out, he could clearly sense a mustard energy from the chaos divine earth in his right arm shooting toward the cauldron before merging with it. Whoosh! The cauldron began to shake as it emitted a mustard light. The chaos divine flame spoke up at this moment. The chaos divine earth can merge with a celestial alchemist's cauldron. It can help one to refine pills and increase one's success rate as well. With help from me and the chaos divine earth, there's no doubt you'll be able to successfully refine the profound golden pill. Let's begin, the chaos divine flame said again when he saw Duanling Tian lost in his thoughts. Duanling Tian regained his senses and began to prepare to refine the pills. The profound golden pill was one of the most difficult to refine prominent celestial pills. Its refinement process was incredibly complex. Nevertheless, it was as easy as breathing to Duan Ling Tian.
After all, his skills were already comparable to a king-grade celestial alchemist.
Meanwhile, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation finally learned from their respective leaders why they did not bid for the pair of golden nematodes. The supporting Fall Nation employed a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine profound golden pills? Wow! What a generous emperor!
I think there's more than meets the eyes. I suspect it's the king-grade celestial alchemist from the Flying Tiger clan who's helping Duan Ling Tian.
The Flying Tiger clan? To be precise, it's the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. Your words reminded me of something. The deputy patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion came to the Solitary Nation's capital 2 days ago for a royal-grade celestial weapon.
You might not know this, but Duan Ling Tian had a hand in choosing the sword-shaped origin stone that contained the royal-grade celestial weapon. Bai Gang, one of the leaders of the entourage from the supporting Fall Nation, is a copper Flying Tiger.
He was the one who suggested giving the royal-grade celestial weapon to the clan branch.
Now that you put 2 and 2 together, it's beginning to make sense. Since Duan Ling Tian had a hand in obtaining the royal-grade celestial weapon, the Flying Tiger clan probably rewarded him by sending their king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him.
The people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation might not be residing in the same place, but all of them arrived at the same conclusion. An old man, the leader of the entourage from the East Ming Nation, said, "Regardless, the leader of the entourage from the supporting Fall Nation has promised us to put a profound golden pill up for auction in 10 days. The profound golden pill." Ling Juyun, who always maintained an icy demeanor, finally had a slight change in expression. Previously, he did not have high hopes that they would be able to refine the profound golden pill even if they obtained the 2 golden nematodes that were necessary to refine the pills. After all, they did not have a king-grade celestial alchemist. Now that it was certain there would be a profound golden pill, anticipation began to build in his heart.
Ling Juyun looked at the old man and sent a voice transmission. "Elder Hu, I must have the profound golden pill. I know there's a limit on the celestial crystals that His Majesty has given you to bid on the golden nematodes. However, if you can help me obtain the profound golden pill, not only will I return you the extra celestial crystals you spend to obtain the profound golden pill, but I will also owe you a huge favor." Based on his words, it could be seen that he was determined to obtain the profound golden pill.
"Little Ling, I'll do everything in my power to obtain the profound golden pill for you," the old man replied through voice transmission as his eyes glinted with determination. He had very high hopes for Ling Juyun. In his opinion, Ling Juyun's future was incredibly bright.
Moreover, after traveling to the Solitary Nation's capital together, he felt that Ling Juyun resembled someone who came from a powerful clan or sect rather than a sectless cultivator. Ling Juyun's speech and mannerism were extraordinary and even put him to shame.
For all these reasons, he was certain he would be handsomely rewarded in the future as long as he helped Ling Juyun. It was only a matter of time. "No wonder you didn't bid on the pair of golden nematodes." As turns out, those from the supporting Fall Nation had made such a promise. Realization finally dawned on the second prince of the East Ming Nation and the others after they listened to the old man's explanation. So the supporting Fall Nation had guaranteed they would be able to refine profound golden pills and promised to put 1 pill up for the 2 nations to bid on. The profound golden pill, the profound golden pill. A hint of desire flashed in the depths of the eyes of the 7th prince of the Moran Nation. The wheels in his mind began to turn now that he knew there was a real possibility of him obtaining a profound golden pill. He looked at a middle-aged man, the leader of the entourage from the Moran Nation, and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Lien, I'm aware of the limit on the celestial crystals you've been given to bid for the golden nematodes. However,
now that our target has changed from the pair of golden nematodes to a profound golden pill, I hope that you'll disregard that limit. If it's necessary, I hope you'll use your celestial crystals first. When we return, I'll ask Father to return the celestial crystals to you." As long as he consumed the profound golden pill, the 7th prince of the Moran Nation knew he would be able to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At that time, he was confident he would become the strongest person below celestial dukes in the Moran Nation.
Even if he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun, the genius Seckless cultivators from the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation respectively, his performance would be better when he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
Don't worry, Your Highness. I know what to do, the middle-aged man replied indifferently.
In a courtyard located in the heart of the Solitary Nation's imperial palace, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation had just finished listening to the report from Hifeng, the commander of the Solitary Nation's imperial army. He shook his head and said, "You said the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation has employed a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill to help Duanling Tian? That's impossible. I know him. He's definitely not so far-sighted." He sounded sure of his words when he spoke.
As the Emperor of the Solitary Nation, which neighbored the supporting Fall Nation, he had interacted with the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation many times. He was well aware of what kind of person the other party was. The price to employ a king-grade celestial alchemist was too high.
The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would only do something if he could see the benefits. Unless the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was certain Duanling Tian would bring him greater benefits than the price he had to pay for a king-grade celestial alchemist, there was no way he would employ a king-grade celestial alchemist to help Duanling Tian. If it isn't the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation who hired a king-grade celestial alchemist, then who could it be? Could it be Huang Yuanfei? No, I don't think he's capable of that, Hifeng said with a slight frown on his face.
You're right. Huang Yuanfei isn't capable of that. However, don't forget about the people around him. For instance, Bai Gang, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation, said apathetically. Bai Gang? Hifeng's eyes widened. A thought appeared in his mind immediately. Your Majesty, are you saying that the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion sent their king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for Duanling Tian as a reward for helping them obtain the royal-grade celestial sword? Apart from that, I can't think of any other possibilities, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation replied.
After thinking about it, Hifeng felt that the Emperor of the Solitary Nation was right.
10 days passed in just a blink of an eye for those in the Devata realms.
Duanling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. A bright smile could be seen on his face at this moment. I finally broke through and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Now that Duanling Tian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his aura had changed slightly. With just a thought, his celestial origin energy covered the surface of his skin. His previous strength was incomparable to this. The efficacy of the profound golden pill is truly amazing. Duanling Tian lifted his hand before a pill bottle appeared in his hand. It contained one of the 2 profound golden pills that he had successfully refined 2 days ago. He had consumed one of the pills, so there was only one left.
After 2 days, the profound golden pill had helped Duanling Tian break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I think Uncle Huang must be like a cat on hot bricks now. Duanling Tian looked up at the sky as soon as he exited his room. It was almost noon. It was likely that the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation had arrived. Soon enough, Duanling Tian heard someone calling out to him from the side. Brother Duan,
you finally came out. He knew it was Huang Jialong without even looking. Jialong. Duanling Tian saw Huang Jialong and Lu Guanglin standing in his courtyard. A solemn expression appeared on Huang Jialong's face as he asked, "Brother Duan, did you succeed?" At this moment, his father and old Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation, who had come to bid on the profound golden pill, in the main hall of their courtyard in the Solitary Nation's imperial palace. He was, naturally, anxious since he did not know if Duanling Tian had successfully refined the profound golden pill or not.
Fortunately, I didn't disappoint all of you. Duanling Tian lifted his hand and shook the pill bottle. Then he tossed the pill bottle to Huang Jialong as though he was throwing away trash. It's the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong deftly caught the pill bottle in his hand. He quickly opened the pill bottle and saw a pill lying in there. Based on the strong medicinal scent that wafted into his nose and the unique glow on the surface of the pill, he could tell in just an instant that it was the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong's eyes shone brightly, and he heaved a sigh of relief upon receiving confirmation that Duanling Tian had successfully refined the profound golden pill. However, soon after, a thought appeared in his mind. Brother Duan,
Did you only manage to refine one profound golden pill? What do you think? Duanling Tian asked. He did not wait for Huang Jialong's reply before he revealed the aura of his soul, revealing his true cultivation base. A peak overarching, heavenly, supreme, celestial. Huang Jialong's eyes shone with happiness, and a wide smile bloomed on his face. Congratulations, Brother Duan. Congratulations. Then Huang Jialong continued to say with a guilty expression on his face, I didn't think you'd be able to successfully refine two profound golden pills. I'm truly foolish to have doubted you. I even thought my father's confidence in you was blind. It seems like father is still better than me at judging a person. At this moment, Lu Guanglin, whose eyes were shining with admiration, chimed in, Congratulations, my lord. Although he trusted his master's abilities, he was still shocked when he learned that his master had successfully refined the two profound golden pills. Duanling Tian asked, I'm guessing the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation have arrived by now? Yes, father and old Mo are greeting them in the main hall. Since you've come out from your closed-door cultivation, we should make our way over. I'm really curious how many celestial crystals they are willing to pay for the profound golden pill. A hint of excitement could be heard in Huang Jialong's voice when he spoke. Now that he had seen Duanling Tian and the profound golden pill, he was no longer anxious like he was earlier. Duanling Tian's residence was quite a distance away from the main hall. During the journey, Huang Jialong, who still could not shake away his guilt, asked, Brother Duan, you won't blame me for not trusting in your ability to refine the profound golden pill, right? It was clear that this matter bothered him. After all, it showed his distrust toward Duanling Tian to a certain extent. Why would I? Duanling Tian shook his head and faintly smiled. If I were you, I probably wouldn't believe that I'm capable of refining the profound golden pill as well. After all, the profound golden pill is no ordinary prominent grade celestial pills, and I'm just a prominent celestial alchemist. After refining the profound golden pill, Duanling Tian was even more aware of how difficult it was to refine the profound golden pill. Before that, he did not truly grasp how difficult it would be. He knew that without the help from the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, it would be almost impossible for him to succeed. No wonder people said that there might not even be one prominent celestial alchemist out of 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists who would be able to successfully refine the profound golden pill. In fact, the probability of 100 Duke-grade celestial alchemists successfully refining the profound golden pill was less than 1. If it weren't for the Chaos Divine Flame and Chaos Divine Earth, even with my skills, I have less than 10% chance of successfully refining the profound golden pill if I use an ordinary prominent celestial fire. I didn't expect the Chaos Divine Earth would be able to merge with my cauldron to increase my success rate. Apart from that, it also said that it's able to merge with my celestial weapon and boost my defensive strength. Based on his experience with the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame, Duanling Tian knew the Chaos Divine Earth would have special abilities. Nevertheless, he was still pleasantly surprised when he learned about the Chaos Divine Earth's actual abilities. In the main hall, Huang Yuanfei and Old Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. There were 3 people from the East Ming Nation and 2 people from the Moran Nation. Before entering the main hall, Huang Jialong began to introduce the people in the main hall to Duanling Tian. He said through voice transmission, Brother Duan, the old man is the leader of the entourage from the East Ming Nation. He's a one basic celestial king working for the East Ming Nation's imperial family. His name is Hu Qing. The silver-clad young man next to him is the second prince of the East Ming Nation, and the green-clad young man on the other side is the genius Seckless cultivator, Ling Juyun, who recently rose to fame during the East Ming Nation's Southern Heaven combat. Huang Jialong continued to say, of the 2 people from the Moran Nation, the middle-aged man is a one basic celestial king from the nation's imperial family, Lian Zhangxing. The young man next to him is the 7th prince of the Moran Nation. Huang Jialong finished speaking as soon as they entered the main hall. He immediately made his way to his father, Huang Yuanfei, and passed the pill bottle to his father. Father! Upon seeing this, Huang Yuanfei's eyes brightened, and he inwardly sighed in relief. Although he was confident in Duanling Tian's ability, It was inevitable that he would still feel pressure when faced with the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. Uncle Huang. Duan Ling Tian followed Huang Jialong's lead and stood next to Huang Yuanfei.
Little Tian, thanks for your hard work, Huang Yuanfei said through voice transmission as he nodded and smiled at Duan Ling Tian. He had already learned from Huang Jialong that not only did Duan Ling Tian successfully refine 2 profound golden pill, but Duan Ling Tian had consumed one of them and successfully became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Now that everyone had arrived, Huang Yuanfei wasted no time in making introductions. Little Tian, let me introduce you. So this is the genius Seckless cultivator who shocked the supporting Fall Nation during the Southern Heaven combat. What a promising young man, Lian Zhenxing, the celestial king from the Moran nation, said. Then, he shifted his eyes to Ling Juyun, who was standing with the people from the East Ming nation, before he continued to say, I wonder which one of you is stronger? It was obvious Lian Zhenxing was trying to sow discord. Alas, his effort was destined to be futile. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun exchanged a glance, smiling at each other as though they were old friends. Contrary to Lian Zhenxing's expectations, there was no hostility between the 2 young men. Huang Jialong was surprised as well. He wondered if Duan Ling Tian was already acquainted with the genius Seckless cultivator from the East Ming nation. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun did not know each other. They had only met for the first time during the imperial auction of the solitary nation. However, they seemed to have a good impression of one another even though they had not spoken. They're acquainted? Liang Zhenxing was rather flustered. He did not expect his attempt to sow discord would end up like this. City Governor Huang, you sent your son to retrieve the profound golden pill earlier. The pill bottle he just handed to you, does it contain the profound golden pill? Hu Qing, the celestial king from the East Ming nation, asked as he looked at the pill bottle in Huang Yuanfei's hand with a solemn expression on his face.
Yes. Huang Yuanfei nodded before he poured out the content of the pill bottle. A pill with a strong medicinal scent and unique glow sat in his palm. The profound golden pill. With just a glance, the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation could tell it was the profound golden pill. Lian Zhenxing said urgently, Since the profound golden pill is here, we should stop wasting time. City Governor Huang, please state your starting bid. Hu Qing also looked at Huang Yuanfei in anticipation. There's no need to bid. Both of you can directly state your best offer, Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. He was not worried the 2 parties would give up on the profound golden pill. The pill was extremely important to the 2 nations, after all. As soon as Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, Lian Zhenxing quickly said, If that's the case, I'll start first. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals were the price of 2 ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. It was also the limit that was given by the emperor of the Moran nation for the golden nematodes. Anything more than that was deemed unworthy by the emperor. 300,000 prominent grade celestial crystals. Hu Qing did not hesitate to make his offer. He upped the price by another 100,000 prominent celestial crystals as though they were just rocks. Elder who is really bold. Lian Zhenxing's expression darkened when he heard Hu Qing's offer. He gritted his teeth before he said, 310,000 prominent celestial crystals. For 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Hu Qing said tonelessly as his expression remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lian Zhenxing and the 7th prince of the Moran nation darkened even further. They did not expect Hu Qing would offer 400,000 prominent celestial crystals for the profound golden pill without even blinking. Although the profound golden pill was rare, it was not as though there was no profound golden pill in the profound nether mansion at all. Moreover, the price in the black market for a pill was only roughly around 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. The price rarely exceeded 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. After several breaths, Huang Yuanfei turned to look at Lian Zhenxing. Mr. Lian, will you continue to make an offer? At this moment, the 7th prince of the Moran nation who had grown anxious cried out, Uncle Lian. Lian Zhenxing inhaled deeply before he said, 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. Then, he shifted his eyes to Hu Qing and said meaningfully, Elder Hu, if you continue, I won't be making another bid for the profound golden pill. However, is it really worth it to spend more than 500,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy a profound golden pill for an outsider? Lian Zhengxing was buying the profound golden pill for the 7th prince of the Moran nation, a direct descendant of the Moran nation's imperial family. However, the East Ming nation was buying it for Ling Juyun, an outsider. Whether it's worth it or not, I have my own thoughts. Thank you for the profound golden pill, Brother Lian, Hu Qing said indifferently before he made his offer. 510,000 prominent celestial crystals. Lian Zhengxing scoffed upon hearing Hu Qing's words. Then, he left with a grim expression with the 7th prince of the solitary nation in tow.
Similarly, the 7th prince of the Moran nation wore a gloomy expression on his face. He knew there was no way he could obtain the profound golden pill at this point. 500,000 prominent celestial crystals were also all he was willing to pay for the profound golden pill. Any more than that, he did not think it was worth it. After the duo from the Moran nation left, Huang Yuanfei put the profound golden pill back into the bottle before he passed it to Hu Qing. Congratulations, Elder Hu. Hu Qing also promptly handed over 510,000 prominent celestial crystals to Huang Yuanfei in exchange for the profound golden pill. After completing the deal, Hu Qing took his leave and left with Ling Juyun and the 2nd prince of the East Ming nation. Goodbye, City Governor Huang.
Currently, only the people from the supporting Fall nation were left in the main hall. Little Tian, keep this spatial ring. Huang Yuanfei handed the spatial ring Hu Qing had passed to him to Duanling Tian. I have counted. There are 510,000 prominent celestial crystals inside. No more, no less.
Uncle Huang, what are you doing? Duanling Tian did not take the spatial ring. He said resolutely, although I refined the profound golden pill, you're the one who bought the golden nematodes. Moreover, you've also given me the profound spirit flower. At most, I can only accept 200,000 prominent celestial crystals.
Duanling Tian had his principles, after all. He placed importance on gratitude. However, Duanling Tian's insistence was met with similar resistance from Huang Yuanfei. Little Tian, no. Without you, these ingredients would have gone to waste. Let's do this. I'll take 10,000 prominent celestial crystals, and you keep the rest of it. Don't make me look bad.
Huang Yuanfei said the 30,000 prominent celestial crystals that were used to obtain the pair of golden nematodes were given by His Majesty.
He's willing to pay for them since he hopes you'll be able to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and perform well when you enter the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, if the 3 sects and 2 clans take a liking to you, His Majesty would be handsomely rewarded.
Hence, there's no need for you to feel guilty. As for the 10,000 prominent celestial crystal, we'll just consider it as you paying me for the profound spirit flower. With this, you don't owe me anything.
Despite Huang Yuanfei's words, Duanling Tian still felt that he owed Huang Yuanfei. He was well aware that 100,000 to 200,000 prominent celestial crystals were a huge amount to Huang Yuanfei, let alone 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. Nevertheless, he eventually gave in and accepted the 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. Now that our business in the solitary nation has come to an end, I think it's time for us to return. Huang Yuanfei looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, Little Tian, pack your things. We'll leave for the supporting Fall nation tomorrow morning.
All right, Uncle Huang. Duanling Tian nodded.
Early in the morning the next day, Duanling Tian and Lu Guanglin met up with Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and Old Mo to return to the supporting Fall nation together. When they arrived, Old Mo was already in his true form. Similar to when they were traveling to the solitary nation, they got onto Old Mo's back. The only difference was there was one less person in the group since Bai Gang had left the solitary nation a few days earlier. Bai Gang did not return to the supporting Fall nation. Instead, he had followed Bai Zhenyu, the deputy patriarch of the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in Profound Nether Mansion, back to the clan branch. During the journey, Duanling Tian did not stay idle. He continued to cultivate. Now that he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the next time he had a breakthrough, he would become a celestial duke. Apart from that, He also comprehended the gravitational space profundity that was part of the law of Earth contained in the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison. With the help from the chaos divine Earth, he quickly comprehended and mastered the law of Earth's Earth elemental profundity. He also comprehended the gravitational space profundity, one of the profundities in the law of Earth, very quickly with the chaos divine Earth's help.
The law of gravity applies everywhere, on Earth in my past life, the mundane realms, and even the Devata realms. Gravity grounds us, keeping our feet to the ground. The law of Earth's gravitational space profundity allows me to manipulate gravity.
When I cast the gravitational space profundity, I'd be able to manipulate the gravity in the area of effect and move my target as I please. Duan Ling Tian continued comprehending the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison. Along with that, he comprehended the law of Earth's Earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity as well. During this time, his understanding of the gravitational space profundity grew deeper. He knew gravitational space was an incredibly important and powerful profundity in the law of Earth. Once I master the gravitational space profundity, I'll completely master the Black Rock Prison. Duan Ling Tian was filled with anticipation when he thought about this.
With the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, Duan Ling Tian knew that he would only be able to master the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage.
To further improve it to the initial stage, he would need a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. Finally, to improve it to the mastery stage, he would need to comprehend an emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. About 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally arrived at the capital of the supporting Fall Nation.
After bidding farewell to Huang Jialong, Huang Yuan Fei, and old Mo, Duan Ling Tian returned to his residence in the Origin Gathering Hall with Lu Guanglin in tow. As soon as Duan Ling Tian shut his room door, the profound divine metal's voice rang in his mind. Boy, bring out the main branch of the divine tree of life that we obtained in the solitary nation.
Although Duan Ling Tian did not understand the purpose of it, he obediently followed the profound divine metal's words. After so many days, the divine tree of life's main branch was still green and filled with vitality. It showed no signs of wilting at all. The profound divine metal continued to say, "Now, drip your blood on it." Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to prick his finger, the chaos divine flame's voice rang in his mind. Although he has 99 heavenly veins and is extremely talented, he's not a celestial duke yet, nor has he created a little world of his own. Would the divine tree of life even acknowledge him? Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the profound divine metal's intention. It seemed like the profound divine metal wanted him to establish ownership over the divine tree of life. He's now a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If he's able to establish ownership over the divine tree of life now, it would be extremely beneficial for him.
He would benefit from the powerful life force in the divine tree of life, which will in turn help him to comprehend the law of life. You're right. The divine tree of life would not acknowledge him since he's not a celestial duke yet and has yet to create his own little world.
However, that's only if he doesn't have our help. If we help him, we'll be able to fool the divine tree of life into acknowledging him and merging with him. Although it'd be exhausting for us, in the end, it would be beneficial to us. If we succeed, his speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy and purification speed would increase. With that, his cultivation speed would increase as well. The chaos divine flame fell silent for a moment, mulling over the profound divine metal's words, before it said, "You're right, it's to our benefit that he grows strong as soon as possible. Since that's the case, like you said,
we should work together to help him establish ownership over the divine tree of life. We'll have to leave the chaos divine earth out of this since it's helping Duan Ling Tian comprehend the law of earth." That's what I thought as well. I didn't plan to include the chaos divine earth regarding this matter, the profound divine metal said. Then it said to Duan Ling Tian again, "Boy, quit wasting time. Hurry up and drip your blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life." Although Duan Ling Tian was not sure what to make of the two elements' conversation, he knew they had good intentions. Therefore, he did not hesitate when he heard the profound divine metal's words,
and immediately pricked his finger before dripping a drop of blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life.
At the moment when Duanling Tian's blood was about to land on the main branch of the divine tree of life, the branch suddenly emitted rings of emerald light and prevented Duanling Tian's blood from touching it.
Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, two familiar surges of energies, one golden and one gray, entwined before they shot into Duanling Tian's blood. The two energies' vast power seemed to be suppressed after entering the drop of blood. This was normal since the drop of blood could not contain the two energies' full power.
After the two energies fused with the drop of blood, it seemed as though the drop of blood had become 1,000 times heavier. Soon after, a soft noise rang in the air as the drop of blood pierced through the first ring of the emerald light. It did not take long before the drop of blood pierced through the second ring of the emerald light. This process repeated itself several times until the drop of blood breached the last ring of emerald light before finally dripping on the main branch of the tree of life.
The main branch of the divine tree of life absorbed the drop of blood, and with that, Duanling Tian's blood became part of the branch.
As soon as Duanling Tian's blood was absorbed by the main branch of the divine tree of life, he could sense his connection with the branch. Through the connection, he could sense the powerful life force contained in the branch. The life force was vast and powerful, brimming with vitality.
He had never felt such vitality before. Swoosh! Duanling Tian was still in a daze, savoring the feeling of the life force, when the main branch of the divine tree of life dissolved into a streak of light and shot into Duanling Tian's body.
After he regained his senses, he looked inside his body with his internal vision.
Heavens! He felt as though he was going to have a heart attack. He was almost frightened to death when he saw what the main branch of the divine tree of life had attached itself to in his body. It had attached itself to his heart tightly like the roots of an old tree. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt a surge of life force pouring into his heart before it circulated through his body. In the next moment, a vast and majestic force surged out of his body for a moment before they finally disappeared back into his body.
After the energy withdrew into Duanling Tian's body, he could still feel the life force and vitality coursing through his veins even though the force had mellowed down slightly. He felt as though he had been reborn.
What's the divine tree of life? I feel a great surge of vitality flowing through my body.
I wonder if I'm able to recover just like the main branch did during the auction. Duanling Tian murmured to himself as he recalled the scene where the host of the auction in the solitary nation held the almost severed branch as it repaired itself to its original state.
With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian looked at his left hand and decisively raised his right hand that was glowing with a faint light and brought it down to his left hand, leaving an inch-deep laceration. With his peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial's cultivation base, this injury would take a day to heal if he did not actively use his celestial origin energy or consume any medical pills to heal it.
For this reason, he was shocked to see his skin knitting itself back together in just 2 breaths. His injury was completely healed.
He was thoroughly shocked. He did not expect to gain the regenerative ability from the main branch of the divine tree of life. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice resounded in Duanling Tian's mind. The divine tree of life has already acknowledged you as its master. That's why you gained the regenerative ability from one of its branches.
One of its branches? How many branches are there? Duanling Tian asked curiously. The divine tree of life has 80 branches, excluding the tree trunk. All in all, there are 81 parts, similar to how there are 81 Devata realms. Your remarkable healing ability is only from one of the 80 branches.
Can you imagine how vast the power of the complete divine tree of life is? The Chaos Divine Earth's voice trembled slightly at the end of its sentence, clearly in awe of the complete power of the divine tree of life. What I obtained is only one of 80 branches, excluding the tree trunk. Duanling Tian was shocked. He had assumed that the main branch he obtained was a great part of the divine tree of life. Who knew there were another 79 branches and none of them were as important as the tree trunk? Although 1 out of 80 branches might seem insignificant, you're extremely lucky to be able to obtain even one of the branches. Ordinary people couldn't even hope to get close to a branch.
You've already been granted such a remarkable regenerative ability with just a branch. Can you imagine how much power the divine tree of life has?
The divine tree of life can only be found in the realms of gods.
and there's only one tree in each realm. The realms of gods? Duan Tian exclaimed. He recalled the divine offering land where Kur, his family, and friends were being held hostage. Could the divine offering land be one of the realms of gods mentioned by the chaos divine earth? The people from the divine offering land were extremely powerful. The subordinate of Yun Qingyan, Kur's cousin brother in her past life, had effortlessly defeated his mentor, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, and forced his mentor to flee to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. One had to know that Feng Qingyang was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The divine offering land isn't part of the Devata realms or the mundane realms. It's a realm created by an apex powerhouse. Duan Tian remembered the words of Xianxia, Kur's uncle in her past life. Therefore, he instantly thought of the divine offering realm when the chaos divine earth mentioned the realms of the gods. Boy, you've never heard of the realms of gods before? I suppose that's no surprise since you're still far from the level where you need to know about the realms of the gods. The chaos divine earth said. Is the realms of gods a realm beyond the Devata realms? Duan Tian asked. Well, you can say so, the chaos divine earth replied. What do you mean? Duan Tian frowned slightly in confusion. The realms of gods are far smaller than Devata realms. However, the powerhouses in the realms of gods are in a different league from those in the Devata realms. There have been 18 realms of gods since the beginning of time. It's said that the 18 realms of gods were created by 18 apex powerhouses, the chaos divine earth explained. Apex powerhouses. Duan Tian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the divine offering land was one of the realms of gods. There were another 17 realms of gods similar to the divine offering land. In the beginning, only friends and family of the apex powerhouses inhabited the realms of gods. However, as time passed, their population expanded as their direct descendants ascended to the Devata realms and brought their spouses back to the realm. Many people in the know yearned to break through the celestial emperor stage and become a god so they could enter the realms of gods. There are many beings in the realms of the gods who are much more powerful than celestial emperors. They're called gods. They're so powerful that they can easily defeat heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. The chaos divine earth said. A hint of caution could be heard in its voice as it continued to say, therefore, boy, you must know that the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms are not invincible. As the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. With this, Duan Tian confirmed the divine offering land was, indeed, one of the realms of gods. Although there were only 18 realms of gods, it did not mean that there were only 18 apex powerhouses. There were only 18 realms of gods because the heavens and earth could only accommodate 18 realms of gods. If an apex powerhouse managed to kill another apex powerhouse who had created a realm of gods, the apex powerhouse could create his own realm of gods as well. Among the 18 realms of gods, 6 realms existed parallelly in the same space. Every 10,000 years, the realms would collide with each other in pairs for 1,000 years. During this time, the connection between the Devata realms and the realms of gods would disappear. Therefore, the people from the realms of gods would not be able to cross over to the Devata realms at that time, nor would those who were stuck in the Devata realms be able to return. It seems like the divine offering land has collided with another realm of gods. That's why I won't be able to cross over for another 1,000 years. Kur and the others should be safe for now since the divine offering land must be in turmoil. However, when things return to normal, Kur would definitely be forced into a marriage. Her father and Yun Qingyan will definitely threaten her with the lives of my family and friends. Duan Tian's eyes reddened when he thought about this. He clenched his hands into fists as he continued thinking to himself, I'm still too weak. After all, many of the powerhouses in the realms of gods are stronger than heavenly emperors of Devata realms. Duan Tian acutely felt the insignificance of his existence now that he learned about the existence of the realms of gods. The realms of gods were smaller than the Devata realms, but their heaven and earth spirit energies were far superior. It would be impossible for someone to become a god with the cultivation environment in the Devata realms, but it would be easy in the realms of gods. This was the biggest difference between the Devata realms and realms of gods. Bo, do you want to know how apex powerhouses who created the realms of gods come into being? The chaos divine earth asked. A hint of smugness could be heard in its voice. How did they come into being? Duan Tian asked.
Most of the apex powerhouses possess, at least one final form of one of the 5 divine elements. That's where they obtained most of their power from. The Chaos Divine Earth proudly replied.
The final forms of the 5 divine elements? Duan Tian was stunned. He knew how difficult it was for a divine element to evolve to its final form.
That's right.
If one's able to obtain a divine element and evolve it to its final form, one would be able to become an apex powerhouse with the help of the divine element. When the apex powerhouse comes into being, an unknown and mysterious force would appear at the same time.
At that time, the final form of the divine element would be able to create its own body with the help of the mysterious force. Then, the remaining force from the divine element would revert to the first form before scattering all over heaven and earth. This is how the profound divine metal chaos divine flame and I came to being. Once we evolve to the second form, we will gain sentience. Our memories and knowledge are inherited, so we know what we are and what will happen in the future. There are only 2 outcomes for the 5 divine elements. 1, we end up being absorbed by another divine element. 2, we keep absorbing other divine elements before finally evolving to our final forms, helping our host to become an apex powerhouse. Then we would be reborn into a new body. At that time, the remaining elemental energy would revert to the first form and return to the heavens and earth. It's a cycle. However, only a handful of the 5 divine elements are able to successfully evolve to their final forms. I can only hope 3 of us would be able to walk to the end of the road with you. The Chaos Divine Earth did not seem confident at the end of its sentence. Duan Tian fell silent for a moment before he asked, "Why are there only 18 realms of gods? Why isn't there a 19th realm of gods?" The rules of heaven and earth make it so that there can only be 18 realms of gods existing at one time. There's nothing the apex powerhouses can do to change this. The Chaos Divine Earth replied.
The rules of heaven and earth?
What is that? Duan Tian was startled. The rules of heaven and earth are rather vague. No one really knows what they are, but there's no doubt that they exist. For example, the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms is one of the rules of heaven and earth.
In the Devata realms, only a handful of people are able to break through and become gods. This also seems to be one of the rules of heaven and earth. Even apex powerhouses are as insignificant as ants faced with the rules of heaven and earth.
There was once an apex powerhouse that tried to create the 19th realm of gods. Do you know what happened in the end? The Chaos Divine Earth asked Duan Tian. What happened? Duan Tian was intrigued. Since heaven and earth only allowed 18 realms of gods to exist, creating the 19th realm of gods was akin to deliberately going against the rules of heaven and earth.
A punishment from heaven and earth descended on him, and he was reduced into ashes, the Chaos Divine Earth replied.
Duan Tian's heart skipped a beat. An apex powerhouse who was almost invincible in heaven and earth was reduced to ash for violating the rules of heaven and earth? With this, he realized how formidable the rules of heaven and earth were. After Duan Tian regained his senses, he curiously asked,
"You mentioned earlier that most people who became apex powerhouses possess at least one divine element in its final form. Does this mean there are those who successfully became apex powerhouses without the help of a divine element in its final form?"
Yes. Those people had an extraordinary understanding of heaven and earth. They had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws and integrated it into their cultivations. As a reward by heaven and earth, they were transformed into apex powerhouses.
The 4 supreme laws?
Are they the first-tier laws that can't be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities? Duan Tian asked. Yes, the strongest laws one could comprehend through celestial methods or divine abilities are only second-tier laws. There are 4 types of first-tier laws and numerous second-tier laws. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice seemed to change when it spoke about first-tier laws.
Besides the law of life, what are the remaining 3 first-tier laws? Duan Tian asked. They're the law of time, the law of space, and the law of death. The Chaos Divine Earth solemnly replied, the law of time and the law of space are also collectively known as the law of time and space, whereas the law of life and the law of death are known as the law of life and death. In heaven and earth, everything is bound to the 4 supreme laws.
The law of time, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. That's right. Nothing can escape time, space, life, and death. Realization dawned on Duanling Tian immediately. Time was constantly ticking. Space was the foundation of ground for everything.
Life was fundamental for all creations. Death was inescapable by all creations. Let's say there are two people with the same cultivation base who have comprehended the same number of profundities. If one of them comprehended a first-tier law and the other only comprehended second-tier laws, there's no doubt the former would easily crush the latter. That's the power of the four supreme laws. The four supreme laws are powerful, but they're incredibly difficult to comprehend. Moreover, one has to be extremely lucky to even encounter one of the four supreme laws. To master the four supreme laws, one has to have a high degree of understanding.
That's why we didn't dare to guarantee you'll be able to comprehend and master the law of life, even though you're lucky enough to obtain the main branch of the divine tree of life and had it acknowledge you as its master. The Chaos Divine Earth said, the divine tree of life wouldn't simply acknowledge someone as its master. There are two requirements. The first requirement, one has to be a celestial duke at least.
The second and the most important requirement, one has to possess 99 heavenly veins. Based on your experience, you can see that we're able to circumvent the first requirement.
However, if one doesn't have 99 heavenly veins, even an apex powerhouse could do nothing to make the divine tree of life acknowledge him. This is also a rule of heaven and earth that everyone has to abide by. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duanling Tian finally realized how big of a part his 99 heavenly veins played in getting the divine tree of life to acknowledge him. Duanling Tian asked, are there many people with 99 heavenly veins? Based on my inherited memories and knowledge under the rules of heaven and earth, there won't be more than 100 people with 99 heavenly veins existing at the same time. Moreover, having 99 heavenly veins doesn't mean one is guaranteed to become an apex powerhouse.
Only those who are truly outstanding are able to become apex powerhouses, the Chaos Divine Earth explained. With this, Duanling Tian also discovered his 99 heavenly veins only gave him a slight advantage and would not help much in the future.
Up until now, the only other person I know who possesses 99 heavenly veins as well is Huaner. Who knew there are still so many people who possess 99 heavenly veins in heaven and earth? I wonder if some of them had died in this dog-eat-dog world. Duanling Tian thought to himself. The Chaos Divine Earth warned Duanling Tian. Don't think you're special just because you possess 99 heavenly veins. Moreover, you shouldn't easily reveal that you possess 99 heavenly veins. People might kill you because they fear you would become an apex powerhouse.
In the long course of history, there were many talented individuals with 99 heavenly veins who were killed by other powerhouses when they were close to becoming an apex powerhouse.
Wicked people would try to kill you before you become an apex powerhouse since they would be helpless once you become an apex powerhouse. Having 99 heavenly veins is both a blessing and a curse. Therefore, remember not to casually reveal you have 99 heavenly veins. You don't know if it'll attract disaster.
Yes, Senior. Duanling Tian nodded. Now that he knew the possible consequences, he would not easily reveal the fact that he possessed 99 heavenly veins.
It's a shame that there are many talented people with great comprehension ability, but there are so few who possess 99 heavenly veins. In any case, no matter what happens in the future, the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and I will try our best to help you.
However, how far you can go is all up to you. All of us definitely hope we'll be able to travel to the end of the road with you.
Unless you're unfortunate and die prematurely, we won't change host. After all, I don't think there's anyone better than you, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Duanling Tian finally realized the three divine elements were willing to coexist in his body because of his 99 heavenly veins. He was a perfect host for any of the 5 divine elements. Duanling Tian inhaled deeply, trying to digest the information that the Chaos Divine Earth revealed to him. Although it was not much, it was overwhelming. The realms of gods, apex powerhouses, the 4 supreme laws.
After sorting out his thoughts, Duanling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Earth. The profound divine metal mentioned that the divine tree of life is beneficial to all of you as well, right?
Yes. Not only did the divine tree of life grant you powerful regenerative abilities, but it's the same for us as well. If we encounter our corresponding element, it won't be a problem for us to go against it one-on-one since the divine tree of life grants us unlimited vitality. In other words, if another third-form chaos divine earth wants to devour me when the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame are in a deep slumber, I'll be to easily absorb it since the vitality from the divine tree of life would heal me if I'm injured. With this, Duan Ling Tian realized how powerful the divine tree of life was. It could even quickly heal the 5 divine elements. Boy, the branch of the divine tree of life has changed your body constitution. Try cultivating now. The chaos divine earth said with a laugh. Duan Ling Tian immediately closed his eyes and circulated his qi one time with the king-grade celestial method, the Tai E profound method. I've broken through the limit. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy at an alarming rate. It was even faster than when he used the divine crystal. Soon, he discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy did not directly enter his heavenly veins. Instead, it entered the main branch of the divine tree of life in his heart before finally entering his heavenly veins. The heaven and earth spirit energy was free of impurities, thus his speed when circulating his qi increased in folds. It feels like my cultivation speed is 10 times faster than when I used the divine crystal. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed brightly. His heart was thumping wildly in his chest. He did not expect the divine tree of life would increase his cultivation speed to such an extent. How's it? The chaos divine earth asked. Now you know how great the benefit is after the divine tree of life acknowledges you. This is amazing. I used to cultivate with the divine crystal, but my cultivation speed then isn't even 10% of my current speed. Duan Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised. There's no need to be surprised. Although the divine crystals are rare in the Devata realms, in the realms of gods, they aren't rare even if they're valuable. Like I said earlier, there's only one divine tree of life in each realm of gods. This is also one of the rules of heaven and earth. This means there are only 18 divine trees of life in the entire heaven and earth, and you manage to obtain a branch from one of the trees. Such a fortuitous encounter is rare even among those in the realms of gods. You must know even an apex powerhouse is incapable of destroying the divine tree of life. Perhaps the only time it might be damaged is when the realms of gods collide. Branches that break off during the collision would then fall into the turbulent space before ending up in a Devata realm. With this, you can imagine how rare it is to be able to come across the branches from the divine trees of life. Alas, there are fools who would give away the branch due to their ignorance, just like the celestial king who found your branch from the divine tree of life. You truly benefited greatly from his ignorance. With this, Duan Ling Tian learned the origin of the branch from the divine tree of life in his body. Are there many branches that break off from the divine tree of life during the collision between the realms of gods? Duan Ling Tian asked. It's hard to say. Some divine trees of life might lose a dozen branches if they're seriously damaged. Otherwise, the trees might just lose a few branches. However, if the divine trees of life manage to heal in a timely manner, they might not lose any branch at all. That's why I said those who manage to obtain a branch from the divine tree of life are incredibly lucky. The chaos divine earth said. Is it possible for the branch of the divine tree of life in my body to be forcibly taken away? Duan Ling Tian asked, slightly worried. After learning about the benefits of the divine tree of life, he naturally wanted to keep the branch in his body. Don't worry. First of all, the branch of the divine tree of life will only acknowledge someone with 99 heavenly veins as its master. Secondly, although ordinary people won't be able to make the divine tree of life acknowledge them as its master, they are still capable of comprehending the law of life from the branch even if it's extremely difficult. After all, without the acknowledgement from the branch of the divine tree of life, one wouldn't be able to feel the vitality in the branch and comprehend it. The branches from the divine tree of life that haven't acknowledged their masters could be taken away, but people wouldn't be able to take away branches that have acknowledged their masters. If the master of a branch from the divine tree of life dies, a void would open up and pull the branch into a turbulent space. Moreover, those who are able to sense you possess a branch from the divine tree of life will be able to tell that it has acknowledged you as its master. Hence, they wouldn't kill you just to obtain the branch. Duan Ling Tian heaved a huge sigh of relief upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words. Then he suddenly raised his hand. The necklace with a pendant that held the divine crystal appeared in his palm. Huaner had left it to him before she left. The divine crystal. Now that I have the branch from the divine tree of life, I no longer need the divine crystal. Huaner, where are you now? Whenever Duan Ling Tian looked at the divine crystal, he would inevitably think of Huaner. He could not help but feel emotional now that the branch from the divine tree of the life had completely replaced the divine crystal's function. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was regarded as a holy land in the Southern Heaven territory. There were many entrances to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. The Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were generally in charge of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They would delegate the authority to open the entrance to the lower realm to the Grade 7 forces under them. The Profound Nether Mansion, Grade 6 Celestial Mansion, had 5 Grade 7 factions under them. They were the 3 sects and 2 clans. As the name suggested, they consisted of 3 sects and 2 clans. In the Profound Nether Mansion, the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was located above a lake called the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake was a huge, pristine lake that was shrouded by a dense fog all year round. Recently, people from different places had begun to gather above the Scaling Cloud Lake since the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be opening in 3 days. At this moment, a group of people was fast approaching the Scaling Cloud Lake in the air. This is the Scaling Cloud Lake. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of a purple-clad young man among the group of people lit up. The Scaling Cloud Lake? So, this is where the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is located. The group of people who had just arrived was Duan Ling Tian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation. They had traveled from the supporting Fall Nation and arrived 3 days earlier at the Scaling Cloud Lake where the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was located. Your Majesty, the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm isn't located at the bottom of the lake, right? Huang Jialong asked as he looked at the leader of the group. The leader of the group was a tall and muscular middle-aged man with an extraordinarily noble bearing. He was none other than Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. He was dressed in a long muted dark golden robe. It was different from the dragon robe he wore all year round in the supporting Fall Nation. When the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, not only would thousands of emperors from Grade 8 nations in the Thousand Nations territory be present with their respective entourage, but even the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans would be present as well. In the past, there was once an emperor of a Grade 8 nation who wore his dragon robe to the occasion. As a result, he was killed by a powerhouse from the 3 sects and 2 clans for the sin of disrespecting the 3 sects and 2 clans and the Profound Nether Mansion. Since then, Hu Lin-Yi and the other emperors of Grade 8 nations did not dare to wear their dragon robes to such an occasion. The entrance isn't located at the bottom of the lake. It's located at the surface in the center of the lake. Hu Lin-Yi replied with a smile. Huang Jialong was the son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. He was also Huang Yuanfei's most talented son. For this reason, Hu Lin-Yi had always taken good care of him. After Hu Lin-Yi found out that Bai Gang, one of the powerhouses by Huang Yuanfei's side, had obtained a royal grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger clan, a grade 6 faction under the Profound Nether Mansion, he knew Bai Gang would evolve into a silver flying tiger from a copper flying tiger after 10 years. With this, Huang Yuanfei's status was no longer like before. Therefore, he had to be even more courteous to the father and son duo. Hu Lin-Yi, who led the group of people from the supporting Fall Nation, was accompanied by an old man. The old man was one of the elites in the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family, a one basic celestial king. The remaining people in the group were the top 9 participants, including Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong of the Southern Heaven Combat in the supporting Fall Nation, who had earned the chance to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Shuyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, and Huang Jiachao, Huang Jialong's younger brother, were among these people as well. The other 5 participants consisted of 3 men and 2 women. The 2 women possessed extraordinary features. One of them was even a rare beauty. The rare beauty was the sexless cultivator, who was accompanied by an old lady, a one basic celestial king, during the Southern Heaven combat. Similarly, The old lady had accompanied her today as well. Duanling Tian had heard from Hu Lin Yi that the old woman was the woman's grandmother. The woman's name was Meng Qiuyu, and her grandmother was known as Grandma Meng. Meng Qiuyu is much stronger than He Qing. Duanling Tian briefly glanced at Meng Qiuyu before he shifted his eyes to the woman named He Qing. He Qing was the daughter of a clan leader from a powerful clan in the supporting Fall Nation. "Come, let's go," Hu Lin Yi called out at this moment before he flew toward the center of Scaling Cloud Lake. Duanling Tian and the group of people from the supporting Fall Nation followed suit. So many people. When they drew close to the center of the Scaling Cloud Lake, they saw a massive crowd had already gathered there. They looked like dark clouds looming over the lake from afar. Brother Duan, as I mentioned before, it's estimated that more than 15,000 participants will enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As you can see, now that the entrance is about to open, many people have gathered here. After all, it's not just the participants who have gathered here. For example, even among our group, there are 3 non-participants. It's only natural that the turnout is so huge, Huang Jialong said with a smile. When the entrance opens in 3 days, I think the number of people at Scaling Cloud Lake would rise to 20,000 if not more. Duanling Tian looked around him. He estimated there were roughly 2,000 to 3,000 people, some already at the center of the lake and some were still making their way over at this moment. In order to open the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans have to work together with the tokens they possess. The powerhouses will arrive a day earlier to issue an accumulative points jade to every participant, Hu Lin Yi explained as he led the group to the center of the Scaling Cloud Lake. Accumulative points jade? A confused expression appeared on Duanling Tian and a few people's faces. After all, this was their first time entering the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They knew nothing about it. The 3 sects and 2 clans will prepare a celestial weapon called the Accumulative Points Jade for every participant. It's a primitive celestial weapon with no offensive, defensive, and assistive powers. Every Accumulative Points Jade is distinguishable once they acknowledge their masters. Upon receiving the Accumulative Points Jade, there would be 1 point in it. To accumulate more points, one must kill other participants. Hu Lin Yi said as he looked at the 9 participants pointedly. The first-timers, including Duanling Tian, inhaled deeply when they heard these words. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a place where overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle to their death. Duanling Tian was shocked. At the same time, he looked at Huang Jialong. No wonder Huang Jialong had mentioned the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a brutal and cruel place. He even said he would not have made it out alive if he was less fortunate. He did not reveal much to Duanling Tian since he did not want Duanling Tian to overthink things. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there are many fortuitous encounters, cultivation methods, celestial methods, divine abilities, medicinal pills, rare medicinal herbs, and king-grade celestial weapons. It'll depend on your luck whether you obtain them or not. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you can hide all you want. So long you're able to survive until the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the entrance. Even if you gain nothing, you'd still be welcome to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, the weaker participants from the supporting Fall Nation regretted placing in the top 9 places during the Southern Heaven combat. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief as well when they heard they were also allowed to hide. With that, their chances of survival would be higher. They could still obtain treasures even if they kept a low profile. Little did they know, benefits and risks coexisted. There would not be one without the other. Your Majesty, when would the powerhouses of the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duanling Tian asked. In the past, they would only open the entrance again once 60% of the participants had fallen. When the entrance opens again, the participant would stop accumulating points immediately. If you kill another participant after the entrance is reopened, you won't gain any point at all. On the other hand, once you enter the lower realm and the entrance closes, you'll be able to accumulate points immediately, Hu Lin Yi explained. So, the rule to reopen the entrance is still the same? Duanling Tian asked. 60%. Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, the weaker overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to panic again. This meant that roughly 4 out of the 9 participants from the supporting Fall Nation would be able to come out alive.
Barring unforeseen circumstances, the rule should still be the same, Hu Lin Yi lightly said. In other words, out of 9, only 4 of you will survive. Of course, the stronger you are, the greater your chances of survival. For those who are weak, you might survive with a little luck and if you keep a low profile. Regardless, I hope all of you will accumulate more points to make it to the top so you will gain the respect from the 3 sects and 2 clans when you join them. Duan Tian and the group from the supporting nation Fall inwardly disagreed with Hu Lin Yi's words. They knew Hu Lin Yi would be handsomely rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans if they made it to the top. The higher they ranked, the more generous his rewards would be. Conversely, the lower they ranked, the worse the rewards. At this moment, a loud and bright voice rang from afar. Isn't this Emperor Hu of the supporting Fall Nation? The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Lin Yi, stopped on his tracks and looked ahead. Duan Tian and the others came to a halt as well and followed Hu Lin Yi's gaze. A group of people was flying toward them at this moment. The leader of the group was an average-built middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He had a majestic air about him. It was obvious he was a man of high status. 2 old men flanked him closely from behind. One of them carried a long sword on his back while the other carried a long knife at his waist. Their expressions were solemn, their gazes cold, and their auras were domineering. 9 people stood behind the 2 old men. Among the young people, there were 2 middle-aged men and an old man. Out of these 9 people, only one was a woman. Emperor Shui? Hu Lin Yi raised an eyebrow as he led his group to greet the middle-aged man. At the same time, Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian. Brother Duan, these people are from the Southern Qi Nation. The leader of the group is Shui Mingkai, the Emperor of the Southern Qi Nation. I've met him once before. Just like His Majesty, he's also a 2-forms celestial king. The relationship between the 2 emperors has always been strained. It's inevitable that they will quarrel now that they meet each other. As the 2 emperors drew closer to each other, their animosity toward each other was almost palpable. Emperor Shui. Hu Lin Yi looked at Shui Mingkai frostily. Emperor Hu, I heard that the supporting Fall Nation has a genius sectless cultivator among the participants of the Southern Heaven combat. A mere sectless heaven stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial managed to defeat a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, who's also the most outstanding son of the city governor of Passage City. I wonder who among these people is the talented sectless cultivator. Shui Mingkai faintly smiled as he looked at Hu Lin Yi. After he finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the people standing behind Hu Lin Yi. After a brief moment, his eyes stopped on Duan Tian. It was obvious he had already known how Duan Tian looked like. A disdainful smile bloomed on Hu Lin Yi's face as he replied, I've also heard that the 2nd prince of the Southern Qi Nation has comprehended the law of thunder and become the strongest peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial in your nation. Emperor Shui. Are you thinking of a duel between the 2nd prince and Duan Tian? With Duan Tian on his side, Hu Lin Yi faced Shui Mingkai confidently. In his opinion, even if Duan Tian could not defeat the 2nd prince of the Southern Qi Nation, the battle would, at least, end in a draw. You really know me very well, Emperor Hu. What do you think? Are you interested in betting on a duel between my son and Duan Tian? Shui Mingkai asked with a smile and narrowed eyes. Upon hearing Shui Mingkai's thinly veiled provocations, Hu Lin Yi frowned slightly. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian immediately. Duan Tian, Shui Mingkai and I are mortal enemies. He intends to humiliate me if I lose the bet. If you're willing to duel with his son, you can keep the winning bets if you win. If you lose, I'll pay for it. You'll be rewarded even if the battle ends in a tie. Since Duan Tian was a sectless cultivator and was not from the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Lin Yi knew his relationship with Duan Tian was based on mutual benefit. Therefore, he had to obtain Duan Tian's agreement before he agreed to Shui Mingkai's proposition. Your Majesty, you're being too courteous. I'll agree to his bet, Duan Tian replied via voice transmission. His eyes gleamed with fighting spirit when he spoke. Based on Hu Lin Yi's earlier words, it was clear the 2nd prince of the Southern Qi Nation was a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder. I haven't had a chance to test my skill after I comprehended the law of Earth's elemental profundity. A battle with the second prince of the Southern Qi nation is a good chance for me to test my skills and gauge my current strength, Duan Tian thought to himself. After obtaining Duan Tian's permission, Hu Linyi narrowed his eyes and said, "Since Emperor Shui is eager for a duel, why not? I must ask, what are the stakes?" "A king-grade celestial weapon," Shui Kai replied nonchalantly. He could not care less about the stakes. He only wanted to publicly humiliate Hu Linyi, his mortal enemy. All right, Hu Linyi was not surprised that only a king-grade celestial weapon was at stake. After all, their intentions were similar. They wanted to humiliate the other person. At this moment, 3 young men standing near Duan Tian and Huang Jialong began to discuss among themselves. "The second prince of the Southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder? I heard that he's a cultivation genius. He's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though he's only slightly above 200 years old. What's even more shocking is that he has already comprehended the law of thunder. That's right. One has to at least master one profundity before one can be considered as comprehending the law. In other words, the second prince must have, at least, comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of thunder, the thunder elemental profundity. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the thunder elemental profundity is extremely powerful. I'm afraid with just one blow." One of the young men trailed off as he furtively looked at Huang Jialong. It was clear he thought Huang Jialong was no match for the second prince of the Southern Qi nation at all. Upon hearing this, Huang Jialong scoffed before he looked at the young man who had spoken with an icy gaze. The young man felt chills running up his spine and his face paled when he saw Huang Jialong's frosty gaze. At this moment, Duan Tian stepped forward and stood next to Hu Linyi. His movement shifted Huang Jialong's attention away from the young man. Upon seeing this, the young man who was drenched in cold sweat sighed in relief. He knew very well that if Huang Jialong wanted to kill him, even the emperor of the supporting Fall nation would not stop Huang Jialong. The young man's 2 companions learned from his mistake and no longer spoke, afraid of offending Huang Jialong. Meanwhile, Huang Jialong asked through voice transmission, "Brother Duan, are you confident? The second prince of the Southern Qi nation is not a simple person." "I'm not sure since I've yet to meet him, but I'll try my very best," Duan Tian replied. At this moment, some people from the supporting Fall nation cried out, "He's here!" A young man with medium build walked out from among the 9 people standing behind Shui Kai. He came to a stop next to Shui Kai. In terms of appearance and body, he greatly resembled Shui Kai. If he were older, he could even be mistaken for Shui Kai's brother. The remaining 8 participants from the Southern Qi nation looked at the second prince of their nation unblinkingly. In their opinion, he was invincible like the god of war during the Southern Heaven combat in the Southern Qi nation. The second prince has comprehended the law of thunder. He's a force to be reckoned with. Previously, he had easily defeated all 8 of us with a single strike. The law of thunder is truly formidable. At least half of us would have died if the second prince didn't hold back his celestial origin energy that contained the power of the law of thunder. I've heard that the sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation didn't use any power of law during the Southern Heaven combat. It's likely that he hasn't comprehended any law. That's no surprise. Not everyone is capable of comprehending the laws. One must have a high level of comprehension. Most importantly, one has to be incredibly lucky to obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains a law. Clearly, the 8 participants from the Southern Qi nation were confident the second prince of their nation would defeat Duan Tian. The second prince of the Southern Qi nation glanced at Duan Tian as he lightly said, "Shui Jingyu from the Southern Qi nation." Duan Tian from the supporting Fall nation. Duan Tian replied in a similar manner. Meanwhile, the people from the supporting Fall nation and the Southern Qi nation began to step back to make space for Duan Tian and Shui Jingyu. At this time, the commotion caused by the supporting Fall nation and the Southern Qi nation finally began to attract the attention of the crowd. Are they having a battle there? It seems like those people are from 2 different factions. Isn't that Hu Linyi?
the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. That's right. And that's Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi Nation. These two men are known to be enemies. It seems like their overarching heavenly supreme celestials are going to fight.
That's Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi Nation, right?
That's right. He's really outstanding.
He's only a little over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On top of that, it's said that he has also comprehended the law of thunder.
A person of such caliber must be one of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Xue Jingyu is going to duel with someone? There has always been hostility between the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation and the southern Qi Nation. It seems like the second prince of the southern Qi Nation is going to duel with someone from the supporting Fall Nation.
The purple-clad young man is from supporting Fall Nation. It must be his first time entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I heard that a sexless cultivator had appeared during the southern heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. He's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial and hasn't comprehended any powers of the laws, but he managed to defeat two of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation with a single strike. Could this purple-clad young man be the genius sexless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation?
Well, it seems like among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation, only the genius sexless cultivator is a match for the second prince of the southern Qi Nation. He's a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who hasn't comprehended any power of the law. He's definitely not a match for the second prince of the southern Qi Nation. Drawn by the commotion, a massive crowd had gathered around the people from the supporting Fall Nation and the southern Qi Nation to watch Duanling Tian and Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi Nation. Some of them even recognized Duanling Tian as the genius who took the supporting Fall Nation by storm during the southern heaven combat.
At this moment, Xue Jingyu glanced at Duanling Tian as he said, "Come on, you can make the first move. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to retaliate once I make my move." Although his tone was flat, it was brimming with confidence.
It was clear he was certain Duanling Tian would be defeated in seconds once he made his move. As soon as Xue Jingyu finished speaking, the crowd began to discuss among themselves again. Some of them felt he was arrogant, and some of them felt his arrogance was justified due to his talent. How arrogant! Humph! He has the talent to be arrogant. Meanwhile, Huang Jialong, who was standing at the side, remained calm as he looked at the duo. Although he's arrogant, his arrogance is justified. I wonder if Brother Duan will be able to defeat him. He had a certain understanding of Duanling Tian's strength and capability, and he knew Duanling Tian had recently comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity.
However, Xue Jingyu had also comprehended the law of thunder's thunder elemental profundity. For this reason, he was not certain if Duanling Tian would win the duel. However, he did not think Duanling Tian would lose. At most, he thought the duel would end in a draw.
"Since your highness insists, I won't be courteous," Duanling Tian said with a slight smile, unfazed by Xue Jingyu's arrogance. He leaped high into the air and let his celestial origin energy course through his 99 heavenly veins before it surged out of his body. The elementary devouring tactic.
The Eastern Purple Qi.
The immobilization king method. After Duanling Tian cast his techniques, a golden Buddha figure with purple lightning bolts flashing around it, and a vortex that devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings appeared. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!
A long rod suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's hands. It vibrated and glowed brightly after he sent his celestial origin energy into it.
As soon as the long rod appeared in Duanling Tian's hand, a long rod similarly appeared in the hands of the golden Buddha that was flashing with purple lightning bolts.
Duanling Tian did not waste any time and charged toward Xue Jingyu with the long rod in hand. The void in his wake shook as his celestial origin energy continued to rise. Boom! 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 Since Duanling Tian did not conceal the aura of his celestial origin energy, the powerhouses with a higher cultivation base could tell he was now a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial based on his celestial origin energy. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial?
Who said Duanling Tian is a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial?
He's clearly a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
Don't tell me he had a breakthrough recently and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? If that's the case, doesn't that mean he had a breakthrough in just half a year?
Meanwhile, a disdainful smirk appeared on Xue Jingyu's face as he began to mobilize his celestial origin energy. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial?
If this is all you got, all I need is a single strike to defeat you. Although Duanling Tian's display of strength was outstanding among overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Xue Jingyu did not think much of it. In fact, he doubted that Duanling Tian really defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor's estate in Passage City, with a single strike. After all, Huang Jialong was the second strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation. He was only slightly weaker than Hu Jinyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation.
We'll see about that. Duanling Tian remained calm and composed faced with Xue Jingyu's disdainful words. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Duanling Tian drew closer to Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy turned purple as soon as it surged out of his body. Purple lightning bolts flashed around him as he hovered in the air. At this moment, he was like a god who controlled thunder and lightning.
Upon seeing this, the crowd broke out in an uproar. Some of them even looked at Duanling Tian sympathetically. This is the thunder elemental profundity, the law of thunder's fundamental profundity?
Xue Jingyu is using the thunder elemental profundity as soon as he makes a move. It seems like he intends to defeat Duanling Tian with a single strike.
Based on the ease he's manipulating the thunder elemental profundity, it's quite obvious he has mastered the law of thunder's fundamental profundity. Among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who are entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Xue Jingyu's strength should be ranked in the top 100. Right?
Buzz.
Buzz. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz.
At this moment, Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the thunder elemental profundity turned into roughly 1,000 purple thunder blades. As he moved, a 4-foot-long knife appeared in his hand. Merge! Xue Jingyu cried out. In just an instant, the purple thunder blades shot into his long knife along with a mysterious gray energy. The long knife thrummed and shone even brighter than Duanling Tian's long rod. It was obvious that the long knife was also a king-grade celestial weapon.
Buzz! Purple lightning bolts flashed in a frenzy as Xue Jingyu charged out with his long knife that was glowing with a gray energy. Apart from casting the thunder elemental profundity, he had also cast one celestial method and 2 divine abilities. I'll end you with one strike. Xue Jingyu's body flickered out of sight suddenly before he reappeared again. The long knife in his hand was like a vicious serpent. The air seemed to ripple as purple lightning bolts continued to flash around him.
As the two men were about to collide, a wall of swords that glowed with gray energy and lightning bolts was erected in front of Xue Jingyu.
The corner of Duanling Tian's mouth lifted slightly as an umbrella appeared in his left hand. I'd like to see if your defense is stronger than mine.
Earth Elemental Profundity. Duanling Tian threw the umbrella out and it landed in the golden Buddha's hands. The umbrella shone with a golden light that was intertwined with purple chi.
Celestial origin energy surged into the umbrella at an alarming rate as soon as he cast the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity. Chaos Divine Earth. Duanling Tian inwardly summoned the Chaos Divine Earth. Then, an earthy mustard energy shot out of his body into the umbrella, changing the umbrella's color into mustard yellow as well. Since the color of the Chaos Divine Earth's energy was similar to the Earth Elemental Profundity's energy, no one noticed any abnormality. The crowd inhaled sharply when they saw Duanling Tian using the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity. They were thoroughly shocked. Is that the Earth Elemental Profundity? Heavens!
Who said the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation hasn't comprehended any powers of the laws?
That's obviously the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. He's not even 100 years old, right?
His innate talent is monstrously high.
Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang in the air as Duanling Tian brandished the long rod in his hand. His celestial origin energy that was boosted by the Earth Elemental Profundity swept out domineeringly like a landslide. Duanling Tian, who had incorporated the earth elemental profundity into his attack charge toward Xuejing, used defensive wall of lightning and sword. At the same time, the golden Buddha wielding an umbrella was also about to collide with Xuejing, used lightning like long knife.
The earth elemental profundity? Xuejing Yu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, was taken aback by Duanling Tian's earth elemental profundity. Nevertheless, like an arrow that had been shot out, it was too late for him to change his tactic. The power of his attack would diminish greatly if he were to make sudden changes. For this reason, he had no choice but to continue on. Nevertheless, his confidence did not falter. Certain that he would win, a contemptuous smile appeared on Xuejing Yu's face as he thought to himself, although both of us have comprehended the fundamental profundities of our elements, the Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities I've mastered is certainly superior to yours.
Let's see where you got your confidence to fight with me from. Chaos Divine Earth. Are you sure you're capable of deflecting his attack? You should know it's impossible for me to deflect his attack alone. I can only deflect a portion of his attack at most. Duanling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Earth when he saw Xuejing Yu approaching him at lightning speed. Boy, how dare you doubt me? Just watch. The Chaos Divine Earth said indignantly in its childish voice. It was clearly displeased that Duanling Tian questioned its ability. Duanling Tian felt reassured and confident after listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's reply. Then, he completely unleashed his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity. Since he had broken through and became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, this was the first time he was unleashing his strength without any reservation. With his current cultivation base and his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity, his strength was now on par with the full strength of a one basic celestial duke. Boom! 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 Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity rose to the peak of its power in his long rod. At the same time, the weapon in the golden Buddha's hand grew in size as it deflected Xuejing Yu's knife and slammed into his defensive wall of lightning and sword. Duanling Tian paid no heed to Xuejing Yu's attack and continued to charge forward. When the crowd saw Duanling Tian had no intention of dodging Xuejing Yu's attack and had seemingly chosen to receive Xuejing Yu's attack to land a blow on Xuejing Yu, they were shocked. Is he crazy? He's not planning to dodge Xuejing Yu's attack. Is he planning to die together with Xuejing Yu? Death is too much of an exaggeration. At most, both of them will suffer heavy injuries. Duanling Tian must be crazy. I wonder if Xuejing Yu would stick to his attack at the risk of suffering heavy injuries or change his attack. However, if he changes his attack now, he risks suffering minor injuries while Duanling Tian escapes unscathed. At that time, if they clash again, he'll be at a disadvantage. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong was stunned. Even Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, and the people from the supporting Fall Nation were shocked. They did not expect Duanling Tian to go to such extremes. The crowd could not help but feel chills running up their spines as they looked at Duanling Tian. He must be mad, a desperate lunatic who was willing to risk his life just for a duel. Meanwhile, Xuejing Yu was both taken aback and angered by Duanling Tian's drastic action. He wielded his knife and continued on his collision course with Duanling Tian. You intend for both of us to suffer injuries? Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see who will suffer more in the end. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air when Duanling Tian's long rod landed on Xuejing Yu's defensive wall of lightning and swords. Its speed was greatly reduced due to the resistance from Xuejing Yu's defense. Simultaneously, streaks of lights shot out in all directions when Xuejing Yu's knife landed on the umbrella held by the golden Buddha figure. The air rippled, and the mustard yellow light shrouding the umbrella flashed in a frenzy. About a breath later, Duanling Tian's long rod shattered Xuejing Yu's defensive wall at the cost of exhausting a significant portion of its power. On the contrary, Xuejing Yu failed to breach Duanling Tian's defense regardless of how many times he struck with his king-grade celestial knife. The umbrella in the golden Buddha figure's hand remained intact. At this moment, Duanling Tian's long rod was about to land on Xuejing Yu. Clang! Suddenly, armor seemed to appear on Xuejing Yu's body. It shone brightly with a golden light, looking indestructible. Upon closer inspection, one could see purple lightning bolts flashing in the golden light.
It was obvious Xue Jingyu had incorporated the thunder elemental profundity into the armor. Is that a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? I've heard that the imperial family of the southern Qi nation has a defensive king-grade celestial weapon called the Golden Light Celestial Armor. I didn't think it's in the possession of the second prince. The emperor of the southern Qi nation is really generous. How's that surprising? It's only natural the emperor of the southern Qi nation would give this celestial weapon to Xue Jingyu as protection since he will be entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Once Xue Jingyu send his celestial origin energy into his defensive king-grade celestial weapon, its defensive strength will be stronger than Duan Ling Tian's second celestial weapon, which is an offensive defensive king-grade celestial weapon. That has been boosted with celestial origin energy and earth elemental profundity. The crowd was astonished at the sight of the golden light celestial armor. No wonder he refuses to surrender. As it turns out, he possesses a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he cocked an eyebrow. Nevertheless, he did not retreat. He advanced fiercely and struck Xue Jingyu's golden armor. After 3 breaths, Xue Jingyu's golden light celestial armor was destroyed. Since Xue Jingyu had focused most of his strength on attacking, the Golden Light Celestial Armor's defensive power was weaker. Although the strength of Duan Ling Tian's fierce attack was greatly reduced after destroying Xue Jingyu's defenses, the Wall of Lightning and Sword and the Golden Light Celestial Armor, his attack was sufficient to send Xue Jingyu flying like an arrow when it landed. Xue Jingyu landed with a loud crash after he was sent flying back. He retched and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His upper robe was torn from the attack, revealing a dark armor underneath. At this moment, the crowd instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing calmly with his umbrella and long rod in hand. His expression remained unchanged from the beginning. Most importantly, he was completely unharmed. He had escaped unscathed. How's that possible? He's not injured at all. What a formidable defense. Could he have comprehended some defensive profundities from the law of Earth? Impossible. If that were the case, the celestial kings present would be able to sense it. Xue Jingyu had sustained minor injuries while Duan Ling Tian was untouched. Everyone was thoroughly shocked as they looked at Duan Ling Tian incredulously. Even Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was staring at Duan Ling Tian in shock. He had prepared himself for Duan Ling Tian's loss or for the battle to end in a draw. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to defeat and injure Xue Jingyu, let alone coming out from the duel without even a scratch. When he regained his senses, his eyes lit up when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Based on Xue Jingyu's attack, not even an ordinary one basic celestial duke would be able to deflect it with such ease. Among all the participants who will be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian might possibly rank in the top 10. Previously, Hu Lin-Yi had thought Duan Ling Tian's strength would be ranked in the top 100 among the participants who would be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, after watching Duan Ling Tian's performance, he was confident Duan Ling Tian's strength would be ranked in the top 10 and possibly even in the top 3. Many overarching heavenly supreme celestials from Grade 8 and Grade 7 forces would be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the regions under the profound Nether Mansion, the 3 sects and 2 clans were the most powerful Grade 7 force. Above that was the profound Nether Mansion itself. It was very rare for those from the Grade 7 forces to be able to directly join the profound Nether Mansion. They had to be extremely outstanding among all the other talented cultivators to join the mansion. For this reason, many people would join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans first and work for an opportunity to join the profound Nether Mansion. Therefore, the majority of the talented overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials from the Grade 7 forces strove to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans if they survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There was no lack of talent among these participants. In fact, there would be even a few overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities of an element. Since Hu Lin-Yi knew there were a lot of geniuses among the participants, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would rank on top. Although Duan Ling Tian was extremely strong, he did not think Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 2 profundities from his law of Earth. Therefore,
He was rather certain Duan Ling Tian was no match for those genius overarching heavenly supreme celestials from grade 7 forces who had comprehended two profundities from a law. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong looked at Duan Ling Tian incredulously. He thought he knew Duan Ling Tian rather well. However, it seemed like what he knew was comparable to a drop in the ocean. He sighed inwardly. No wonder he's able to defeat me with a single strike before he even comprehended the profundity of the law. When the people from the supporting Fall Nation regained their senses, they looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes brimming with disbelief. How's that possible? Did Duan Ling Tian comprehend two profundities of the law of Earth? I think so. Otherwise, how did he defeat the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation so easily? Moreover, he's not even injured. The people from the Southern Qi Nation were similarly shocked and in disbelief. Xueming Kai, the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation, looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully after he made sure his son was fine. His expression was dark. He did not expect to lose the bet that he had taken the initiative to propose. Most importantly, he had proposed the bet to humiliate Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. He planned to rub his victory in Hu Lin-Yi's face. He did not care if he would lose a king-grade celestial weapon, but his reputation was a different matter. In the end, Xueming Kai gritted his teeth and said, Emperor Hu, I have to say you're really lucky to have such a talented young man representing you to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Lin-Yi laughed heartily as he looked at Xueming Kai and said, Emperor Xue, I'm flattered. In any case, you and the Southern Qi Nation have lost the bet. He was beside himself with delight. Indeed, I've lost the bet. However, you have to admit that your son is no match for mine, right? Xueming Kai smugly said. Hu Lin-Yin's expression darkened as he scoffed. That's irrelevant. You better hand over the king-grade celestial weapon now. Sure. I admit defeat, Xueming Kai said scornfully. He raised his hand, and a king-grade celestial sword appeared in his hand. Then he handed it over to Hu Lin-Yi. Xueming Kai then smiled amicably as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Are you interested in representing the Southern Qi Nation to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? If you represent me, I'm willing to give you the Golden Light Celestial Armor. The crowd gasped at Xueming Kai's blatant attempt to poach Duan Ling Tian from the supporting Fall Nation by offering the defensive king-grade celestial weapon. They instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian before they began to fervently discuss among themselves. Emperor Xue is really generous. The Golden Light Celestial Armor is the imperial family of the Southern Qi Nation's one and only defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Such a celestial weapon is worth at least 1 million prominent celestial crystals in the black market. It's 10 times the price of an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Seems like Emperor Xue really admires Duan Ling Tian. With Duan Ling Tian's capabilities, it'd be easy for him to survive the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If he manages to rank in the top 30, which is very likely, the emperor of the nation he represents would be handsomely rewarded. In comparison, a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon is nothing. In my opinion, Duan Ling Tian has a chance of ranking in the top 10. If Duan Ling Tian ranks in the top 10, the rewards would be a few times greater than the value of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation, wordlessly removed the golden light celestial armor from his body and put on a new robe. Not a hint of dissatisfaction could be seen on his face at all. Hu Lin-Yi's expression turned unsightly. He did not expect Xueming Kai would shamelessly and openly try to poach Duan Ling Tian from him. He took a deep breath to calm down before he handed the king-grade celestial sword he won from the bet and celestial talisman glowing with a green light to Duan Ling Tian. Then he said, This is a Gale talisman inscribed by a 7 stars celestial king. It'll grant you speed comparable to a celestial king for 15 minutes, but it can only be used once. In fact, your speed would be faster than most celestial kings. The Gale talisman was the additional reward Hu Lin-Yi had promised Duan Ling Tian earlier if Duan Ling Tian won the duel. Faster than most celestial kings? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he took the Gale talisman. Is the speed granted by the talisman faster than yours, your majesty?
Even if I try my very best, I won't even reach half of its speed, Hu Linyi smiled bitterly.
Duanling Tian's eyes brightened even more upon hearing Hu Linyi's words. Based on his knowledge, such a celestial talisman was almost equivalent to the price of a king-grade celestial weapon, even if the talisman could only be used once.
At this moment, Xueming Kai said with a sneer, Emperor Hu, you're really stingy. Then he turned to Duanling Tian and said, Duanling Tian, as long as you're willing to represent the southern Qi nation to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm.
Not only will I give you the golden light celestial armor, but I'll give you 2 additional celestial talismans. One of them is also a Gale talisman, but it's superior to the one Emperor who gave you. The other celestial talisman is an offensive celestial talisman.
It'll grant you the powers of a 1 basic celestial king for 1 attack. Under the right circumstances, it's capable of killing a 10 directions celestial duke.
This offensive celestial talisman is worth more than the total price of 3 Gale talismans.
In the Devata realms, the more powerful the celestial talisman, the more difficult it was to inscribe.
Therefore, an offensive celestial talisman that could grant one the strength of a 1 basic celestial king was more valuable than a movement celestial talisman, even if the movement talisman could grant one the speed of a 5 elements celestial king.
The crowd inhaled sharply when they heard Xueming Kai's offer. If Duanling Tian managed to rank in the top 30, the rewards Xueming Kai would obtain from the profound nether mansion would probably only be equivalent to the price of the items he offered Duanling Tian.
You! Hu Linyi was at a loss for words. He was thoroughly enraged by Xueming Kai's words. He knew Xueming Kai was so generous with his offer to Duanling Tian because Xueming Kai was betting on Duanling Tian ranking in the top 10. Most importantly, if Duanling Tian defected to the southern Qi nation, Xueming Kai knew it would annoy him to no end.
Eventually, Hu Linyi inhaled deeply to calm himself down before he turned to look at Duanling Tian. Then he extended his left hand as a red vest appeared. The vest was woven with glowing red scales, not a single stitch was in sight. One could tell that it was not an ordinary item.
At the same time, a dull object that looked like an iron bead with pits all over its surface appeared in his right hand. A few people among the crowd quickly identified the red vest as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Is that a defensive king-grade celestial weapon? The imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has a defensive king celestial weapon as well? Why didn't I hear about it before? Is he really planning to give the defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duanling Tian?
It seems like Emperor Hu is being forced to take out more valuable items because of Emperor Shui.
Meanwhile, Hu Jinyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was equally as shocked as the others when he saw the red vest in Hu Linyi's hands. It was clear he was not privy to the existence of the defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Father has a defensive king-grade celestial weapon?
A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up as he looked at the red vest in Hu Linyi's hand. The power of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon would certainly boost his defenses more than a double-trait offensive defensive king-grade celestial weapon.
Even the defenses of the umbrella in his hand, a king-grade celestial weapon, was no match for a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. My defenses will definitely rise to another level with a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Duanling Tian, you're free to choose one of these 2 items. This bead may look inconspicuous, but it's extraordinary. No matter how hard I tried to destroy it, I couldn't even leave a single scratch on it.
Its price should be roughly the same as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, Hu Linyi said. Duanling Tian was about to choose the red vest when the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice suddenly rang in his mind.
It's a first-form profound divine metal. It's a first-form profound divine metal. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind before Duanling Tian could tell Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, that he wanted the red vest, a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. That's a first-form profound divine metal. Duanling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Earth. His heart thumped wildly in his chest as he looked at the unremarkable iron bead with dents in Hu Linyi's right hand.
Yes. As one of the 5 divine elements, it's only natural that I'm able to recognize a first-form profound divine metal. That fellow is extremely lucky. Even when he's sleeping, you manage to come across a first-form profound divine metal. boy, if you choose the first form profound divine metal, the profound divine metal in your body will be able to evolve into its third form after absorbing it. You'll benefit more from that than the defensive king-grade celestial weapon, the Chaos Divine Earth replied. It emphasized on the benefits of obtaining the first form profound divine metal since it could tell Duanling Tian wanted the defensive king-grade celestial weapon. The Chaos Divine Earth did not wait for Duanling Tian's reply. As though it was worried Duanling Tian would choose the defensive king-grade celestial weapon despite his advice, it hastily added, as for that purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon with your innate talent, it'd be easy for you to obtain another one after you join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The Chaos Divine Earth was unaware that its words were not necessary. Since Duanling Tian found out the bead was a first form profound divine metal, he had decisively made up his mind to choose the iron bead. The defensive king-grade celestial weapon was great, but it was no match for the value of the first form profound divine metal. Duanling Tian took a final glance at the red vest with a slightly heavy heart. He was about to reach out for the first form profound divine metal when a burst of laughter rang in the air. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the laughter and saw Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. "Why are you laughing?" Hu Linyi asked, displeased. An ominous feeling rose in his heart at this moment. When Xue Mingkai stopped laughing, he looked at Hu Linyi knowingly and said, "Emperor Hu, if I'm not mistaken, you obtained this bead 200 years ago during the Black Mountain Nation's imperial auction, right? I remember it cost you 20,000 prominent celestial crystals." He did not wait for Hu Linyi's reply and turned to Duanling Tian and bluntly said, "Duanling Tian, it seems like Emperor Hu is reluctant to give his defensive king-grade celestial weapon to you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought this broken bead out and asked you to choose from the 2. In my opinion, he's only trying to distract you with this broken bead in hopes of keeping the defensive king-grade celestial weapon to himself. Why don't you join our southern Qi nation? At the very least, I'm not as stingy as Emperor Hu." After he finished speaking, he looked at Hu Linyi contemptuously. Hu Lingyi's expression changed drastically when Xue Mingkai mentioned the Black Mountain Nation's imperial auction. He did not expect Xue Mingkai to be privy to that matter and openly exposed his thoughts. Indeed, he had deliberately brought the bead out in hopes of distracting Duanling Tian. He had lied about its value and price because he was reluctant to part with his defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Upon seeing Hu Linyi's reaction to Xue Mingkai's words, the crowd was convinced Xue Mingkai had spoken the truth. It seems like Emperor Xue is telling the truth, Emperor Hu wants to mislead Duanling Tian. This Emperor Hu is dishonest. How insincere of him. I actually thought the bead was something special. As it turns out, it's just something he obtained for 20,000 prominent celestial crystals during the Black Mountain Nation's imperial auction 200 years ago. It's only worth 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. How stingy. That's right. A new ordinary king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, let alone a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Mingkai, how dare you slander me? Hu Linyi barked in anger. You're accusing me of slandering you? Why don't we speak to the Emperor of the Black Mountain and ask him about it? Xue Mingkai chuckled. Naturally, it was impossible for Hu Linyi to agree to that. After all, he had, indeed, obtained the bead from the Black Mountain Nation's imperial auction for 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. Xue Mingkai, are you certain this bead is worthless? Why don't you try and destroy it? No, just try to leave a mark on it. It doesn't matter even if the mark is just a few millimeters long. Hu Linyi glared at Xue Mingkai. Emperor Hu, I didn't say anything about being able to leave a mark on the iron bead. Our strength is about the same. If you can't leave a mark on it, naturally, it'd be the same for me as well, Xue Mingkai said in a leisurely manner. Then why did you say it's useless? Hu Linyi asked in a low voice. Am I wrong? Xue Mingkai smiled. This bead cost you 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. And yet, you can't make heads or tails out of it after so many years. What use does it have? Why don't you tell us? He was grinning at the end of his sentence. On the other hand, Hu Linyi looked as though he had swallowed a fly. Xue Mingkai continued adding fuel to fire. Emperor Hu, if I were in your shoes, I'd give Duanling Tian these 2 items to prove my sincerity. For the umpteenth time today, Hu Lin-Yi was angered by Xue Mingkai's words. He said icily, "I don't need you to teach me what to do, I already planned to do that anyway." Then he passed the 2 items in his hands to Duan Tian. Duan Tian did not hesitate to accept the 2 items. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He truly did not expect he would obtain both the first form Profound Divine Metal and the purely defensive King-grade Celestial Weapon due to Xue Mingkai intentionally giving Hu Lin-Yi a hard time. Boy, the Emperor of the Southern Qi Nation seems like a pretty decent character. Even the Chaos Divine Earth was surprised at how lucky Duan Tian was. With this defensive King-grade Celestial Weapon, your defenses will be much stronger, especially if I infuse my power into it. Duan Tian knew how formidable the Chaos Divine Earth was. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth helping him to nullify Xue Jingyu's attack, he would have been severely injured. Emperor who is generous indeed. Xue Mingkai laughed heartily before he gestured to his people and left. Although he had lost the bet, he felt like the victor at this moment. Even the crowd who were watching felt Xue Mingkai seemed to have come out on top despite losing the bet. After the people from the Southern Qi Nation left, Hu Lin-Yi turned to look at Duan Tian immediately. Upon seeing this, Duan Tian's heart skipped a beat. This emperor who, I hope he's not thinking about asking me to return his items. I don't mind returning the defensive King-grade Celestial Weapon. However, if he wants me to return the first form Profound Divine Metal, I have no choice but to threaten to represent the Southern Qi Nation to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Tian remained resolutely silent, waiting for Hu Lin-Yi to speak. However, as it turned out, he had overthought things. Hu Lin-Yi was the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. It was impossible for him to ask Duan Tian to return the items he had given in front of so many people. It was a foolish thing to do. Not only would he come across as stingy, but he would offend and alienate Duan Tian as well. At that time, Duan Tian would surely join the Southern Qi Nation instead. Hu Lin-Yi asked with a smile, "Are you confident about ranking in the top 10? Duan Tian sighed in relief inwardly when he realized Hu Lin-Yi was not asking for the items back. Then he replied, "I'll try my best." With that, Hu Lin-Yi motioned to his people before he led them to the center of the scaling cloud lake. At the same time, Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian. Based on the tone of his voice, he was genuinely happy for Duan Tian. "Congratulations, Brother Duan. The Emperor of the Southern Qi Nation has indirectly helped you to gain these things." The rest of the people from the supporting Fall Nation, especially Hu Jinyong, looked at Duan Tian enviously. Hu Jinyong was unaware that his father possessed a purely defensive King-grade celestial weapon. As soon as he learned about its existence, it was given to Duan Tian. As the people from the supporting Fall Nation drew close to the center of Scaling Cloud Lake, they saw more than 10,000 people gathered there. Moreover, the numbers were increasing as time passed. 2 days later, apart from the people of 3 sects and 2 clans, all the others entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient should have arrived, right? Standing in the air above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake, Duan Tian surveyed his surroundings. He confirmed there were at least 20,000 people present on the scene. It was just as Huang Jialong had said. Apart from the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient, there were also many elites who accompanied the overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials here. At this moment, a commotion broke out near Duan Tian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation. "The 3 sects and 2 clans are here." The 3 sects and 2 clans? Everyone, including Duan Tian, turned to look in the direction of the commotion. A group of people could be seen flying in the air. This group of people was further divided into 5 smaller groups. Each of the subgroups consisted of a few people with one person flying in the lead. In one subgroup, the people were not dressed uniformly. Their attitudes held a certain casualness. The leader of this group of people was a rotund, middle-aged man who kept stroking his round belly as he moved. His eyes were small as though they had been squeezed together on his face. In another subgroup, all the members wore the same robes. However, when they drew closer, one would be able to see the minute differences in their otherwise similar robes. For example, an old man, who was clearly the leader of the group, had fine golden trimmings on the edges of his sleeves and robe. Meanwhile,
The two people standing behind the old man had silver trimmings on their sleeves and robes. As for the others in the group, they had bronze trimmings on their sleeves and robes.
They should be from the Simplicity Celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly as he looked at this group of people dressed in robes with different color trimmings. The Simplicity Celestial sect was one of the profound Nether Mansion's 3 sect and 2 clans.
The Simplicity Celestial sect could be counted among the top 3 grade 7 sects in the profound Nether Mansion.
The only forces in the profound Nether Mansion that were comparable to the Simplicity Celestial sect were the 2 sects from the 3 sects and 2 clans, the Cloud Platform Celestial sect and the Coupling Celestial sect. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's attention shifted to a group of people who were dressed in simple Buddhist robes in gold, silver, and red color. Only one person among this group of people wore a golden Buddhist robe. It was an old man with a kind gaze and the appearance of a sage.
However, his aura was rather sinister, giving him a contradictory feeling. These people should be from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian had heard that the Cloud Platform Celestial sect was a sect that consisted only of monks like the Blissful sect in the Borderlands. One would have to become a monk if they wanted to join the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian turned his attention to the most eye-catching group. And these people should be from the Coupling Celestial sect. A handsome young man dressed in magnificent robes sat on an exquisite roofless sedan that was carried by 8 people. 4 of them stood at the front and another 4 stood at the back. The 8 people carrying the sedan were dressed in tight gray servant robes. Apart from that, 5 young women and 5 young men trailed after the sedan like shadows. These 10 people were all good-looking. Similar to the handsome young man sitting on the sedan, they were also dressed magnificently. The Coupling Celestial sect. An excited cry sounded next to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was extremely familiar with that voice. He did not need to turn and look to know the voice belonged to Huang Jialong. Not understanding Huang Jialong's excitement, he asked in confusion, "Jialong, why?" Before Duan Ling Tian could finish his question, Huang Jialong said with a sheepish smile, "Sorry, I got a little carried away." Then, he shifted his eyes to the people from the Coupling Celestial sect before he continued to say, "I got carried away because the Coupling Celestial sect is my first choice of sect to join. If I'm not mistaken, the leader of the entourage from the Coupling Celestial sect is the sect's 3rd sect leader, Bihai Mingfeng." Huang Jialong's eyes shone with admiration as he explained to Duan Ling Tian. The Coupling Celestial sect has 3 sect leaders. Although the 3rd sect leader might not be the strongest among the 3, his talent is the highest. It's said that apart from being the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling sect, he holds an important position in the profound Nether Mansion as well.
Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Jialong knowingly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the reason you want to join the Coupling Celestial sect is due to the sect's dual cultivation technique, right?"
Based on my knowledge, the dual cultivation or the twin cultivation technique of a man and woman can rapidly improve one's cultivation. Then he added with a sigh, "If you join the Coupling Celestial sect, who knows how many women would be corrupted by you. The lure of this technique isn't something ordinary women are able to resist."
Huang Jialong furrowed his brows and said, "Brother Duan, your words are a bit unpleasant."
"What do you mean by corrupting women? I'm only saving them from being cheated by other men. Am I someone who doesn't take responsibility for my actions?" Although Huang Jialong was frivolous, he was not without a sense of measure. He was not someone who would force himself on a woman using his status and power. This was something Duan Ling Tian appreciated despite Huang Jialong being a shameless womanizer.
Duan Ling Tian shook his head. All right, you're not someone who doesn't take responsibility." After saying this, he no longer continued this topic. He returned his attention to the 5 small groups of people.
Duan Ling Tian looked at another group of people who were dressed in different robes like the first group of people that was led by a rotund middle-aged man. Based on the whispers in his surroundings, he learned that this group of people were from the 3 sects and 2 clans Gongyang clan, a grade 7 clan. Duan Ling Tian then turned to look at the first group of people. He saw that was led by a rotund middle-aged man. So, the first group is from the Xianxia clan? With this, Duan Ling Tian had seen all the entourages from the 3 sects and the 2 clans. Swoosh! Swoosh!
Swoosh! Soon enough, the 5 leaders of the groups hovered in the air in front of Duanling Tian and the others. They swept their eyes indifferently across the crowd standing in front of them. A few people who were standing close to these 5 people moved away, making space for them. The rotund middle-aged man, the leader of the group from Xianxia clan, looked at the other 4 leaders and said with a faint smile on his face, "Sect Leader Bihai, Deputy Sect Leader Hung, Deputy Sect Leader Zhangsun, Elder Gongyang Yu. I think we should choose a representative among us to be in charge of the opening. What do you think?" It did not escape Duanling Tian and the others that the rotund middle-aged man was the most respectful to Bihai Mingfeng when he spoke to the 4 leaders. Moreover, Bihai Mingfeng was also the first person he greeted. The leader of the Zhangsun clan seems a little too respectful to coupling Celestial Sect's leader. As far as I know, although Zhangsun clan is weaker than the coupling Celestial Sect, the difference is not much, right? A middle-aged man standing near Duanling Tian said to his companion in a hushed voice. There are other leaders as well from the 3 sects and 2 clans, but why does it seem like he's only fawning over the leader of the coupling Celestial Sect? There's no need to go to such an extent, right? Don't you know who's that person from the coupling Celestial Sect? The man's companion asked in confusion. It was as though he could not understand why the man would ask such a stupid question. Who's he? The middle-aged man frowned. Clearly, he did not know what his companion was talking about. That person is the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect, Bihai Mingfeng, the companion replied as he looked at Bihai Mingfeng reverently. What? The middle-aged man inhaled sharply upon hearing his companion's words. He's the 3rd sect leader of the coupling sect? One of the 10 inspectors of Profound Nether Mansion. That's right. The middle-aged man's companion nodded slightly. Now you know why that person from the Zhangsun clan is so reverent, right? The middle-aged man smiled wryly in response. This person is even more frightening than the great sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect. Rumor has it that his strength might have already surpassed the great leader of the coupling Celestial Sect. I don't think it's just a rumor. Do you think it's easy to become an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion? There are only 10 of them in the Profound Nether Mansion. The middle-aged man's companion replied. When Huang Jialong heard the 2 men's discussion, he approached them and curiously asked, "Gentlemen, is it really true that the 3rd sect leader's strength has surpassed the great sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect?" "That's old news," the middle-aged man's companion replied. "Perhaps you haven't heard about it, but did you know the great sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect tried for the position of an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion but failed? Since the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect managed to become an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, it means that his strength has surpassed the great sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect," the middle-aged man's companion said. "An inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion? The great sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect failed to become an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion." Huang Jialong was stunned when he heard these words. As the young master of the city governor's estate in the supporting Fall Nation's Passage City, he was privy to matters, including matters about the 3 sects and 2 clans that ordinary people in the supporting Fall Nation were unaware of. However, this was his first time hearing about the inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. Therefore, Huang Jialong asked curiously, "Brother, what's an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion? Earlier, you said there are 10 inspectors in the Profound Nether Mansion. The Profound Nether Mansion is governed by the Mansion Master and a few deputy Mansion Masters." The middle-aged man's companion began to excitedly explain. "Apart from that, there are 10 positions for the inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. Anyone can apply for these positions providing they're capable enough. Apart from cultivators from the 3 sects and 2 clans, sectless cultivators can try for the position of an inspector as well." The middle-aged man's companion continued to say, "Among the current 10 inspectors, there are 2 from the coupling Celestial Sect, and 1 each from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There's none from the Zhangsun clan and the Gongyang clan." The inspectors from the coupling Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Simplicity Celestial Sect are all veterans from the older generations. They usually stay in the mansion and don't interfere with the affairs of their respective sects. Naturally, that's only if their respective sects aren't in grave danger. However,
It has to be said the profound nether mansion wouldn't let the situation go so bad. The middle-aged man's companions spoke confidently. It was clear he was rather knowledgeable about the profound nether mansion.
Brother, how do you know so much about the profound nether mansion? Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man's companion curiously.
The middle-aged man's companion had no time to reply before the middle-aged man replied, "This fellow likes to ask around about things he finds interesting whenever he has the time. Over time, his knowledge has naturally accumulated." Meanwhile, after the rotund middle-aged man from the Xianxia clan had spoken, the leaders from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongyan clan instinctively turned to look at the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect.
Sect leader Bihai, why don't you make the decision regarding this matter?
That's right. Sect leader Bihai, you can make the decision. I, Gongyang Yu, will listen to sect leader Bihai. The three leaders unanimously agreed to Bihai Mingfeng taking charge. They did not expect the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect would personally lead the entourage from his sect here. They would not have needed to humble themselves to this extent if it were the great sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect.
After all, the person before them was not only the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, but he was also one of the 10 inspectors from the profound nether mansion. With that position, he could be considered as a representative of the profound nether mansion. According to the profound nether mansion's rules, the inspectors of the profound nether mansion from the 3 sects and 2 clans who were above 3,000 years old could not return to their sects or clans or interfere with the matters of their respective sects and clans.
The third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, however, had not reached the age of 3,000. In fact, he was not even 1,000 years old. For him to possess such strength at such a young age, he could be considered as a monstrous genius in the entire profound nether mansion.
At this moment, even the slowest person among the 20,000 people present on the scene could tell how formidable the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect was. Although many of them did not know the details and had never heard of inspectors from the profound nether mansion, they could tell he was not an ordinary person based on how deferential the other leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans were.
The crowd was naturally curious about Bihai Mingfeng, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. Who's he?
There is such a person in the Coupling Celestial Sect? Even the great leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect wouldn't have gotten this kind of treatment, right?
What's going on? At this moment, Bihai Mingfeng, who was seated on the sedan, leisurely crossed his legs before he glanced at the rotund middle-aged man indifferently and said, "Since you've all agreed that I should make the decision, I've decided to let Zhangsun Xiongqi be in charge this time."
Upon hearing the rotund middle-aged man's name, Duan Lingtian's eyebrows rose slightly. Zhangsun Xiongqi?
I didn't expect this fat middle-aged man to be the second elder of the Zhangsun clan.
Although there were many elders in the Zhangsun clan, only 2 of them were famous. These 2 elders were the Grand Elder and the second elder of the Zhangsun clan.
The second elder's name, Xiongqi, meant exceptional strength. His strength, as his position suggested, was only below the patriarch and the Grand Elder of the Zhangsun clan.
10 of you will listen to Elder Zhangsuan's orders. Bihai Mingfeng continued to speak indifferently. This time, his words were directed to the 10 individuals standing behind him. Yes, third sect leader, the 10 individuals standing behind Bihai Mingfeng replied reverently. It was clear their reverence was not feigned. In fact, if one looked closely enough, one could see a hint of zealousness hidden in the depths of their eyes. It was only natural since Bihai Mingfeng was not only the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, but he was also the most talented person to appear in the Coupling Celestial Sect in the past 100,000 years.
Most of them were of the opinion that Bihai Mingfeng was capable of elevating their sect to the next level and become a grade 8 celestial sect.
Zhangsun Xiongji, the second elder of the Zhangsun clan, acknowledged Bihai Mingfeng's words with a nod before he turned toward the sea of people and indifferently said, "Now, the leaders of all the participants who would be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, please come forward."
Although Zhangsun Xiongqi's voice was not loud, the 20,000 people present, including Duan Lingtian, heard his voice clearly since he had infused his celestial origin energy into his voice. All the emperors of the Thousand Nations territory, including the supporting Fall Nations Emperor Hu Ling-yi and the Southern Qi Nations Emperor Xueming Kai, were among these 1,000 individuals. Then, Xianxia continued to say, as everybody knows, every nation of the 1,000 Nations territory has 9 slots.
Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will issue the accumulative points Jade. Please inform your own people about the rules and uses of the accumulative points Jade.
I will not repeat myself, Xianxia said before he looked at the people behind him.
These people, including the 10 individuals from the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongong clan stepped forward. Each of them was in charge of distributing accumulative points Jade to 200 emperors.
Soon after, each of the emperors of the 1,000 Nations territory held 9 accumulative points Jade in their hands.
Then, Xianxia looked at the emperors from the 1,000 Nations territory and said tonelessly, you can distribute the accumulative points Jades to your people now. Make sure you brief them about uses of the accumulative points Jade and the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
Understood, Elder Xianxia. All the emperors from the 1,000 Nations territory replied in unison. Each of these emperors governed a grade 8 celestial kingdom. In their respective kingdoms, they stood up high out of everybody's reach. However, at this moment, they did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Xianxia. Once the emperors withdrew, Xianxia called for the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans to receive corresponding accumulative points Jades. These corresponding accumulative points Jades served a different purpose to those that were given to the participants. The 3 sects and 2 clans had a continuing tradition from the past. When the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, all of them had a tacit agreement to gamble on which participants had the highest points in the accumulative points Jade. The losing sects and clans would have to pay up to the winning sect or clan. Although the stakes were not determined, it was definitely something that would make the sects and clans cry tears of blood when giving it away. Therefore, the 3 sects and 2 clans naturally hoped the people whose corresponding Jades they held would collect the most points. Soon after, Xianxia loudly announced, one more thing, we will only reopen the entrance of the realm after 70% of the participants have fallen. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, a deathly silence descended on the place. 70%? The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would only be reopened after 70% of the participants have perished? This means that out of every 10 people who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only 3 would come out alive?
I thought the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would reopen after 60% of the participants have fallen?
Did the second elder of the Xianxia clan make a mistake?
After a moment of silence, a commotion broke out among the crowd above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake after Xianxia, the second elder of the Xianxia clan, had spoken. All of them fervently discussed the fact that the entrance would only reopen after 70% of the participants had fallen.
70%?
When did the rules change? Contrary to most people, Duanling Tian did not think Xianxia made a mistake. This was supported by the fact that Xianxia was only keeping quiet while everyone was discussing the matter.
While Duanling Tian was deep in his thoughts, Xianxia said, I didn't make a mistake. All of you heard correctly. He continued to say, indeed, in the past, the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Realm would reopen once 60% of the participants had fallen. The difficulty this time is higher compared to the past. Therefore, the entrance would only reopen after 70% of the participants have fallen. A brilliant smile, which was contrary to his words, could be seen on his face when he spoke. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the expressions of many people turned grim. Of course, it's still not too late to turn back. Those who wish to withdraw can pass their accumulative point Jades to their respective leaders, Xianxia said.
Another commotion broke out again as soon as Xianxia finished speaking. It was caused by some participants who chose to withdraw. Although the expressions of many of the participants from the supporting Fall Nation had turned grim, none of them chose to withdraw.
70%?
This means only 30% of those who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be able to make it out alive, Duanling Tian said. There was a total of 9 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, including Duanling Tian from the supporting Fall Nation. Based on Xianxia's words, only 3 of the 9 participants from the supporting Fall Nation would be able to survive the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
I didn't expect it would be so dangerous to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time around. Only 30% of the participants would survive. Huang Jialong exclaimed in shock. Despite his words, his eyes shone with fearlessness. Does anyone want to withdraw? Due to how dangerous it was to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time around, Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, did not mind if some of the participants wanted to withdraw. However, to his surprise, nobody chose to withdraw. Risk and rewards come hand in hand. Since I've decided to participate in the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation, I've made up my mind to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in search of fortuitous encounters. I'm afraid my cultivation in the future would be affected if I run away from such small adversity now.
A middle-aged overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial from the supporting Fall Nation said it's only a 10% increase compared to the previous times. Moreover, who's to say I won't survive?
You're right.
It makes no sense to withdraw after coming all the way here. How many opportunities do we have in life to make it big?
I'm afraid that such an opportunity won't come knocking twice.
If I give it my best, perhaps I'll survive.
As long as I survive, I'll be able to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At that time, my future would be bright. All of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the supporting Fall Nation were highly motivated and confident.
Naturally, Hu Lin-Yi was extremely satisfied upon seeing this. After all, the higher the number of participants, the higher the number of the people who would survive. This would undoubtedly benefit him.
Your Majesty, why are the accumulative points jades of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the Southern Qi Nation different from ours? Duan Ling Tian asked after he looked at the people from the Southern Qi Nation.
He had noticed that the accumulative points jade in the hands of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from the Southern Qi Nation was different. Duan Ling Tian's accumulative points jade was emerald in color and shone with vitality, while the accumulative points jade in the hands of the Southern Qi Nation's overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was a clear blue similar to the ocean.
The other overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the supporting Fall Nation instinctively turned to look in the direction of the people from the Southern Qi Nation as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. It's really different.
The Southern Qi Nation's accumulative points jades are blue, while ours are emerald.
Why is it different? Is there a reason why the colors of our accumulative point jades are different? The overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials shifted their attention to Hu Lin-Yi for an explanation. Their expressions were one of confusion. Hu Lin-Yi said, "Every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens, the participating overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials would be given an accumulative points jade. There are 5 types of accumulative points jade that are made from different jades. They are the golden jade, the wooden jade, the water jade, the fire jade, and the earth jade. The 5 types of jade each represent one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. For example, the wooden jades in your hands were given to me by the members of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The golden jade represents the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. The water jade represents the Coupling Celestial Sect. The fire jade represents the Gongyang clan, and the earth jade represents the Zhangsun clan." Hu Lin-Yi paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Rumor has it that during every opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the 3 sects and 2 clans would gamble among themselves. They would gamble on the numbers of points in the accumulative points jades of the participants. The winner would be the force with the most points, and the losing forces would have to pay the winning force." Hu Lin-Yi continued to explain, "Despite the color of your accumulative points jade, if you're able to survive, you don't necessarily have to join the corresponding force of your jade. You can choose to join any of the 3 sects and 2 clans. As all of you know, outstanding participants or those with a high ranking will be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans." Gambling. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing Hu Lin-Yi's words. The 3 sect and 2 clans could even gamble on such a thing. I guess in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion, they're allowed to come up with their own rules regarding the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How callous! As he lifted his head to look at the members of the 3 sects and 2 clans, He realized the cruel reality of natural selection in Devata realms. Just like the mundane realms, or perhaps, to a greater extent, strength was everything. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall Nation asked, "Your Majesty, our accumulative points wouldn't change colors if we kill and obtain the points from a different color jade, right?" "That's right," Hulini said. The 3 sects and 2 clans had thought about this in the past. All the participants would have to claim blood ownership of their accumulative points jades before entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Once the owner of an accumulative point jade dies, his or her accumulative points jade will shatter immediately. The points they have accumulated would automatically go to the nearest accumulative point jades. Hulini reminded Duanling Tian and the other participants from the supporting Fall Nation. Therefore, when killing someone, you have to make sure there aren't any other accumulative point jade nearby. Otherwise, the points might go to someone else. If Hulini did not tell them about this, Duanling Tian and the other participants from the supporting Fall Nation would not have known about it. Apart from that, although you'll be entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm together, you'll be teleported to different places in the lower realm by a transportation formation after you enter. Therefore, in the beginning, you'll be alone. It's up to you if you want to work together later. Naturally, I don't recommend you to cooperate with people you don't trust. After all, there's a chance you might get killed for trusting the wrong person," Hulini said as he looked at Duanling Tian and the other intently. Upon hearing this, many of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to regard each other warily. Some of them made up their minds inwardly not to cooperate with anyone. After all, if they trusted the wrong person, it would cost them their lives. About half an hour later, "It's about time." The voice of Xianxia Xiongqi, the second elder of the Xianxia clan, resounded in the air at this moment, drowning the other noises in the surroundings. Everyone fell silent immediately. The 3 sects and 2 clans will now join forces to open the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have decided to enter the realm, please claim ownership of your accumulative points jade before entering the realm, Xianxia Xiongqi said. As soon as Xianxia Xiongqi finished speaking, almost all of the 20,000 people present on the scene turned to look at the members from the 3 sects and 2 clans. At this moment, Xianxia Xiongqi nodded at the 4 leaders from the other 3 clans and 1 sect. Then, a square plate with complex runes engraved on its rough surface appeared in Xianxia Xiongqi's hands. "Is that a formation compass?" Duanling Tian speculated inwardly when he saw the square plates with intricate inscriptions in the hands of the leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Indeed, Duanling Tian's speculation was correct. The formation compasses were the key to opening the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They had been given by the profound nether mansion to the 3 sects and 2 clans for safekeeping. Behind Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader from the coupling celestial sect, said indifferently, "Let's begin." Then he tossed the formation compass in his hands out. The formation compass rose up into the sky instantly as a mysterious force surged out. Whoosh! 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 Following that, Xianxia Xiongqi, the second elder of the Xianxia clan, and the other leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans followed suit and tossed the formation compasses in their hands. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 5 formation compasses formed a circle in the air. It was as though there was a mysterious connection between them that held them together. A soft noise rang in the air before a burst of white light shone from the 5 formation compasses at the same time. Eventually, the 5 lights merged into a beam of light that shot up into the sky. The beam of light was like a pillar that extended from the ground to the heavens. Boom! A loud noise rang in the air, causing the void to ripple in response. Soon after, a spatial tier appeared, revealing a majestic gate. 2 pillars stood at the sides of the majestic gate, and the complex patterns on the pillars made them look ancient. Above the majestic gate, there was a sign with the words, "Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Upon seeing the 4 words, most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials averted their eyes after a moment or two. A powerful energy had surged out toward them as soon as they laid eyes on the 4 words. They could not bear the pressure and could only look at the words for 1 or 2 breaths at most before they had to look away. On the other hand, The overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were considered more powerful could only last a few breaths longer. Apart from Duanling Tian, no one could look at the four words for more than 10 breaths. The only reason Duanling Tian could look at the words for so long was due to the profound divine metal that guarded his soul. This was because the pressure from the four words targeted one's soul.
After a while, Duanling Tian discovered the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials were unable to look at the sign for a long time. He was certain there was something special about the sign. With this discovery, he tried to blend in and averted his eyes as well.
Nevertheless, Duanling Tian's action did not escape the notice of the leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans.
This young man is something else. The leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans were aware of the immense pressure from the sign. How could they not be surprised that Duanling Tian was able to look at it 2 times longer compared to the others? Moreover, they had seen him deliberately avert his eyes.
Interesting. On the sedan, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of a smile on his face. Apart from the overarching heaven supreme celestials, including Duanling Tian, who averted their eyes, the powerhouses from the other major forces also averted their eyes after more than a dozen breaths.
One of the overarching heavenly celestials asked in a trembling voice, "Were those words left behind by our southern heaven territories, southern heaven celestial lord?"
That's right. These words were left behind by our southern heaven territories, southern heaven celestial lord. However, we're not sure when the southern heaven celestial lord left these words behind. Among those who were present, there were some who knew the words were left behind by the southern heaven territories, southern heaven celestial lord. Just the words he left behind are so terrifying. How much more terrifying would it be if he were here? Huang Jialong said in a slightly shaky voice. The southern heaven celestial lord? Unlike Huang Jialong, Duanling Tian was not even the slightest bit impressed by the southern heaven celestial lord's power. After all, he had met beings who were even more powerful than a heavenly emperor who ruled over a Devata realm.
All heavenly emperors who ruled over a Devata realm were titled celestial emperors. It was only natural that he was unimpressed with a titled celestial lord. Although there was only 1 stage difference between the two, their strength was incomparable.
A titled celestial emperor could easily kill a titled celestial lord with a flick of his or her finger. Moreover, he could not feel the seemingly crushing pressure that the others faced due to the protection from the profound divine metal. Clang! A loud noise rang from the gate, attracting everyone's action. No one bothered to look at the sign above the gates anymore. Even the few powerhouses from the major forces who could endure the pressure looked away as the gate sounded.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, the gate opened inwards, revealing endless darkness. It was so dark that one would not even be able to see one's hand in front of one's face. Swoosh! 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 As soon as the gate in the spatial tear opened, 10 people from each of the 3 sects and 2 clans moved to stand in front of the gates. With the sign above the gate, everyone could, naturally, tell the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm lay beyond the gate. Thus, they were not surprised by the actions of the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Now, all those who aren't entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, move back 1,000 meters, Xianxia said in a booming voice. Instantly, everyone from the various forces who accompanied their overarching heavenly supreme celestials here, including the supporting Fall Nations Emperor Hu Lin Yi, moved back 1,000 meters. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had changed their minds about entering the southern heaven ancient realms stepped back as well. With roughly 8,000 people stepping backward, there were now roughly 12,000 people left. The 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation, including Duanling Tian, were among these 12,000 people. Very good. It seems like there are more than 10,000 participants. A satisfied expression appeared on Xianxia's face when he saw there were roughly 12,000 participants. Out of 12,000, only 3,600 would survive. Those who survive may choose to join any of the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3,600 survivors will also be ranked according to the points they have in their accumulative points jades. The top 100 participants will receive additional rewards from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The top 30 participants will be given better rewards. Needless to say, those who rank in the top 10, especially those in the top 3, will be handsomely rewarded. Xianxia continued to say, naturally, your rewards are separate from the rewards of the forces you represent. There's no need for you to give a share of your rewards to the forces you represent. This meant that Duanling Tian would not have to share his rewards with Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, whom he represented. After this, all of you will be divided into 50 groups and take turns to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Everyone must first establish ownership over their accumulative points jades. This includes the minor jades of the accumulative point jades, Xianxia explained. The minor jade will be left out here, so we can track the changes in your points. If your accumulative points jade's major jade shatters, the corresponding minor jade would shatter as well. Based on the points in your minor jade will rank you. However, those with only 1 point wouldn't be ranked. The accumulative points jade can be separated into a major jade and a minor jade. The minor jade I'll be leaving here will be able to show my points, and they'll rank me based on my points. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. Hu Lini did not tell them about this earlier. Perhaps Hu Lini knew Xianxia would explain this to them. As for the other matters, I'm sure your respective leaders have already explained them to you. Now, split up into 50 groups and take turns entering the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Xianxia said, remember, everything you obtain there belongs to you. The higher your rank, the better you'd be treated when you join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Good luck. Subsequently, the 12,000 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, including Duanling Tian, separated into 50 groups before they made their way to the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The 50 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans would lead a group each. After dropping a drop of blood on the accumulative point jade's major jade and minor jade and passing the minor jade to the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, the participants were granted entry to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Zoom. 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 After establishing ownership on their accumulative points jade, the first group crossed the gate and entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No movement could be seen once they walked into the darkness beyond the gate. One group after another, they entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Soon enough, it was the turn of the group where those supporting Fall Nation were in. All of the participants from the supporting Fall Nation were in the same group. The first in line was Hu Jinyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. I'll go first. Take care, everyone. After establishing ownership over the major jade and minor jade of his accumulative point jade, Hu Jiyong nodded at Duanling Tian and the others before he passed through the gate to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Initially, Hu Jinyong had intended to let Duanling Tian stand in the lead. However, Duanling Tian did not care about such things and casually stood behind Huang Jialong. The second to enter was Huang Jialong's younger brother, Huang Jiachao. Although Huang Jialong had many brothers, he had the closest relationship with Huang Jiachao since they were closest in age. A solemn expression appeared on his face as he said, "Fifth brother, take extra care once you're inside. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't worry, brother. I'll make it out alive," Huang Jiachao said with a smile. After that, he nodded at Duanling Tian before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Huang Jialong was the next to enter. Before he entered, he said to Duanling Tian, "Brother Duan, I'll enter first. Although you have extraordinary strength, the profound nether mansion is huge. There might be other overarching heavenly supreme celestials who are strong as well. Be careful." He was afraid Duanling Tian might underestimate the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were also entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Don't worry." Duanling Tian nodded as he watched Huang Jialong go in. Naturally, he knew that there would always be someone stronger no matter how strong one was. In fact, he was more experienced than Huang Jialong even though Huang Jialong was born in a Devata realm and he was just a transcender. After all, he had met beings more powerful than heavenly emperors of Devata realms. He was not as clueless as Huang Jialong imagined him to be. After Huang Jialong, it was finally Duanling Tian's turn to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He took out his accumulative points jade and established ownership over it in front of the person from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect who was in charge of their group. Following that, the person from the cloud platform's celestial sect took out a small piece of jade for Duanling Tian to establish ownership over it. It was none other than the accumulative points jade's minor jade that would reflect the points from his major jade. The person from the cloud platform's celestial who was in charge of Duanling Tian's group was a young man. He said expressionlessly, after establishing ownership over your major jade, you can use your divine consciousness to check your points. At this moment, you only have 1 point. Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian instantly sent his divine consciousness into his accumulative points jade. As the young man had said, he had 1 point now. If there's nothing else, you can go in now, the cloud platform's celestial sect's disciple said after registering Duanling Tian's name. All right. Duanling Tian nodded and stepped past the gate in front of him into the darkness. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a pulling force overwhelming him. He tried to resist, but to no avail. There was only darkness everywhere, and he felt as though the world was spinning. This feeling lasted for more than a dozen breaths. When it finally stopped spinning, the darkness was replaced with a blinding light that caused him to wince. This is... Duanling Tian squinted his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He discovered he was in a forest. There were some trees he was not familiar with. Yellow leaves littered the ground that was rather soft. Duanling Tian's attraction was soon attracted by a strange and dense dark yellow shrub. Its color allowed it to almost blend with the ground. As soon as he looked at the shrub, he saw a pair of eyes glowing with green light looking back at him in the shrub. In just a blink of an eye, a dark yellow figure leaped out and lunged at him. It's a celestial beast. Duanling Tian saw the dark yellow figure was a celestial beast with a wolf-like appearance. Based on its eyes, he could tell it had not gained intelligence. Without wasting any time, he used his divine consciousness to probe the celestial beast. Its cultivation base is similar to a profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Its attacks are similar to those boosted by a heaven-grade celestial method or divine ability. Whoosh! When the celestial beast drew close to him, Duanling Tian charged out at the speed of lightning. A mustard glow exuding a fierce aura appeared in his hand at the same time. He swept out his right hand that contained his celestial origin energy and the fundamental profundity of the law of earth, the earth elemental profundity. The celestial beast howled when Duanling Tian caught it by the scruff of its neck with his celestial origin energy that had transformed into a huge hand. With 4 limbs on the ground, the beast stood at 1.5 meter tall and its neck was incredibly thick. If it were not for his celestial origin energy that he transformed into a huge hand, he would not be able to hold it by the scruff of its neck. Although he could easily kill it, he deliberately left it alive. It's not an illusion from a formation. It's a real living and breathing celestial beasts. There are living creatures in the southern heaven ancient realm. Upon further investigation with his divine consciousness, he was shocked to discover the celestial beast was real. So a little world created by a celestial lord is able to house living creatures? Although he did not know much about little worlds left behind by celestial lords, he knew quite a bit about little worlds created by celestial dukes and celestial kings. Based on his understanding, humans or other living creatures would not be able to stay in little worlds created by celestial kings for long. After a period of time, they would be forcefully sent out of the little world. Duanling Tian shook his head when a thought appeared in his mind. Wait, there's a possibility this beast was recently sent in here. When Duanling Tian looked at the celestial beast again, he could see instinctive fear in the beast's eyes. Before he let go of the beast, he said, "I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to attack me again, you'll die." After Duanling Tian loosened his grip on the celestial beast's neck, it gave Duanling Tian a final frightened look before leaping away. Where's this place? Duanling Tian stomped down with his feet that contained celestial origin energy and shot up into the sky, stirring up the yellow leaves on the ground. There are restrictions. After rising 100 meters into the air, Duanling Tian discovered he could no longer rise any higher no matter how much celestial origin energy he used or how many times he cast the earth elemental profundity. It was as though there was an invisible barrier in the sky. At this height, I won't be able to see anything useful. Duanling Tian hovered in the air as he looked around his surroundings. All he could see was an endless forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden,
a noise rang from the distance. Initially, Duanling Tian did not pay it any attention. However, as the noise drew closer, he found that it resembled the sound of water raging after the dam had broken. Duanling Tian looked in the direction of the commotion and saw tiny black flecks heading his way at high speed. The black flecks grew larger and larger as they drew closer. When they eventually drew close enough, he discovered the black flecks were ravens the size of eagles. These black ravens had golden horns on their heads, and the horns glowed with a strange light. These are golden horn ravens? Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw the thousands of ravens flying toward him. Although golden horns ravens were celestial beasts without intelligence, they were incredibly strong. Without cultivating, their cultivation bases were similar to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. These golden horns ravens are as strong as peak overarching heaven supreme celestials. Based on their speed, Duanling Tian could easily guess their strength. He felt his head ache immediately. He would not be worried if there were only a dozen of them. Even if there were just 100 of them, they would still pose a threat to him. With hundreds of them forming a formation with his current strength, he would surely die. The scariest part about them was not their strength. It was the bond and tacit understanding they had. One golden horn's ravens were not threatening, but as soon as they joined forces, they would become extremely terrifying. Rumor had it that several thousand golden horns ravens in a formation could easily kill a powerful celestial duke. Wait! These ravens are already flying in a formation. I think they're hunting. As the thousands of golden horns ravens drew closer, Duanling Tian discovered the ravens were already flying in a formation. Duanling Tian did not waste any time and shot back into the forest as a mustard glow shrouded him. This was his only choice for now. Once he entered the forest, the golden horns ravens would not be able to maintain their formation if they decided to dive down at him. This way, his chances of survival were higher. Anxiety rose in his heart as he muttered to himself, "Why am I so unlucky? I've only just entered, and I've already encountered a flock of golden horns ravens." There were thousands of golden horns ravens. Thus, Duanling Tian could only escape far away after he rushed into the forest to break the ravens' formation. The golden horns ravens were slower than Duanling Tian when they were not in a formation. However, if they were in formation, their speed would be comparable to a celestial duke. Although the thousands of golden horns ravens would have to break their formation when they entered the forest, it would not take long for them to regroup and fly in formation again. At that time, it would be easy for them to catch up to Duanling Tian and kill him. They weren't so fast earlier. They only became faster when they drew close to me. It seems like they only completed their formation at that time. After rushing into the forest, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy intensified and shot into the ground. Soon after, he shone with a golden and purple light. At the same time, a whirlpool in front of him absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings before it disappeared. Duanling Tian had cast the elementary devouring tactic, the Eastern Purple Qi, and the immobilization king method. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body rapidly after it coursed through his 99 heavenly veins. Swoosh! A lightning bolt that was a mixture of mustard, gold, and purple suddenly shot out of Duanling Tian as he moved swiftly through the forest. After a while, he suddenly came to halt. He discovered the forest was strangely quiet. It was unsettling. What's going on? Duanling Tian boldly turned around and retraced his steps. Strange enough, he did not see any golden horn ravens. Even when he walked to the place where he first dove down to escape, he did not see any golden horns ravens. What's going on? Curious, Duanling Tian flew up into the air again, but he did not completely leave the protection of the forest. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness. He could clearly sense a few auras above the forest. Is it possible that the golden horns ravens can't enter the forest? As Duanling Tian hovered near the treetops, he saw thousands of golden horns ravens in the air. They were all staring at him at this moment. Most importantly, they were still in formation. Let's see if I'm right. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian inhaled deeply before he flew out of the forest at lightning speed. Naturally, he did not stray too far from the forest.
At this moment, a series of cacophonous cries resounded in the sky. The piercing cries hurt Duan Tian's eardrums. It was so painful that it felt as though they were going to rupture. After taking a closer look, Duan Tian realized that the golden horns on the heads of the ravens began to shine brightly before they flapped their wings and swooped down toward him.
Swoosh! 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 The sight of thousands of golden horns ravens swooping down at him was so terrifying that he felt chills running up his spine. He did not waste any time and quickly returned to the forest.
When the golden horns ravens drew close to the forest, they stopped immediately as though they were being held back by an invisible barrier. Then they returned to their original positions and stared at Duan Tian.
I knew it. With this, Duan Tian confirmed his speculation. Indeed, for some reason, the golden horns ravens could not enter the forest. He was not too surprised by this discovery. After all, if these thousands of the golden horns ravens were allowed to roam unfettered in the southern ancient realm, all of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the realm would die. The presence of these golden horns ravens prevent overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the forest from traveling to the sky above the forest.
If one leaves the protection of the forest, one would definitely be attacked by the golden horns ravens. Duan Tian speculated that this was a restriction in the southern heaven ancient realm to prevent them from flying over the forest.
It would be difficult for Duan Tian to get the lay of the land since he could not fly up into the air. He could only explore the forest bit by bit and stick to the ground for now. I guess I'll just randomly pick a direction and see where it leads me to. Duan Tian no longer wasted any time and charged in a random direction. Due to his speed, many of the non-intelligent celestial beasts in the forest that were alarmed by his movements could not catch up to him. My current speed is equivalent to a celestial duke. The strongest celestial beast I've encountered so far is only comparable to an ordinary peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It might be a threat to ordinary overarching heaven supreme celestials, but not to me.
If Duan Tian had not comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, his journey would not have been so smooth. Due to his comprehension of the Earth elemental profundity, he moved unimpeded in the forest. Time passed by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the air above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake,
the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, otherwise known as the Void Gate, had been closed after the 12,000 overarching heaven supreme celestials had passed through it. After the Void Gate closed, a veil of light suddenly appeared in the air in front of the gate.
The veil shone with an intense white light. It looked almost as though a huge sheet of paper was hanging in front of the gate.
In the beginning, many people were intrigued by this paper-like veil of light. However, after 10 days, fewer and fewer people paid attention to it. At this moment, someone cried out, "Someone's name has appeared." These words drew the attention of the people back to the veil of light immediately. They saw a name appear on the veil of light, looking no different from a name written on a piece of paper. They saw the words Wu Xiaoyu 2 points. Wu Xiaoyu. Who's Wu Xiaoyu?
Since his name is the first to appear on the Southern Heaven Ancient Realms scoreboard, it means he's the first person to kill a participant.
I wonder who he killed.
The respective leaders of the participants should have the participants' soul pearls in hand. With this, we'll be able to find out who died, right? You're mistaken. According to the Southern Heavenly Territory's history, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm comprehended and mastered the law of time. When he was creating the upper, middle, and lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he laid a formation using the law of time. For this reason, if someone dies in the realm, his soul pearl wouldn't shatter at his time of death. It might take a while before the soul pearl shatters. Moreover, the period of delay isn't fixed. Due to the time lag, if more than one person is killed, we won't be able to tell who has killed who based on the time a name appears on the scoreboard and the time a soul peel shatters. This means if someone with a weak background kills an overarching heavenly supreme celestial from a grade 7 force, the force wouldn't be able to seek revenge, right?
That's right. The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord was also concerned about this, so he laid that formation in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At the same time, the air above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake, that was originally silent, turned lively once the first name appeared on the scoreboard. An old man laughed in delight when he saw the name on the scoreboard. Xiao Yu, good job.
Congratulations, Brother Wu.
Your grandchild is in the lead for now. A middle-aged man and an old man standing nearby smiled and congratulated the laughing old man. However, a hint of jealousy brewed in the depths of their eyes.
The old man, Brother Wu, was from a grade 8 clan. Wu Xiaoyu, whose name was the first to appear on the scoreboard, was his grandson.
The two people who congratulated him were from another two grade 8 clans who had also sent their respective overarching heavenly supreme celestials into the realm. Well, there's a possibility it's just someone who has the same name as my grandson. The old man, Brother Wu, modestly replied. Inwardly, he did not think there would be such a coincidence. He was rather certain it was his grandson.
After all, there were only 12,000 people who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and his grandson's name was not a popular name.
About 2 hours after the first name appeared, another commotion broke out. Another name has appeared. Ling Juyun, 2 points. Ling Juyun? Isn't he the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation? When Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, saw the second name on the scoreboard, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he looked at a middle-aged man with a medium stature. This middle-aged man had an imposing and majestic air about him. There was no doubt he was someone with high status. He was beaming when Ling Juyun's name appeared on the scoreboard. It seems Ling Juyun is the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. Based on the middle-aged man's reaction, Hu Lin Yi confirmed his speculation.
The middle-aged man with a medium build was none other than the emperor of the East Ming nation. He had personally led the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from his nation here. Many of the representatives from grade 8 sects and clans who accompanied their respective forces overarching heavenly supreme celestials here held a high position in their respective forces.
On the other hand, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from grade 8 celestial kingdoms were mostly accompanied by the respective emperors of their nations. Heavens! His points increased again. Before Hu Lin Yi regained his sense, another cry resounded in the air. He instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard and saw Ling Juyun, who ranked second on the scoreboard, had jumped to first place with 3 points. Ling Juyun managed to kill 2 people in such a short time? Since Ling Juyun managed to obtain 2 points in such a short time, he must have killed 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials consecutively. Killing 2 people in a row. It seems like this Ling Juyun is extraordinarily strong.
Yes. Those who have entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time are all the cream of the crop among overarching heavenly supreme celestials. And yet, this Ling Juyun managed to kill 2 consecutively.
Regardless if he achieved this through his strength alone or through trickeries, there's no doubt he's strong. I wonder which force Ling Juyun represents. I know a little about Ling Juyun. He's a sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. He single-handedly defeated the other 8 overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials who had joined forces during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation.
At that time, he was only a Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. How can a Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial be so strong?
Did he comprehend the profundities of a law? Yes. Moreover, it said that the law he comprehended isn't an ordinary law. It's the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of death?
After Ling Juyun jumped to the top of the scoreboard, a heated discussion that revolved around him broke out. Another commotion erupted when his background and the law he comprehended were revealed.
With this revelation, many people approached the emperor of the East Ming nation to congratulate him. A sectless heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial defeated the 8 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials in a grade 8 celestial kingdom?
The law of death?
The 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans were also amazed when they heard about Ling Juyun's achievements. Zhangsun Xiongqi, the second elder of the Zhangsun clan, said with a sigh, "What a surprise that the second name to appear on the scoreboard is such an outstanding young man."
Soon after, a voice could be heard saying, "Rumor has it that Ling Juyun is not even 100 years old."
Not even 100 years old? Upon hearing this, even Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was amazed. Such a genius entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Although there was no doubt Ling Juyun was extraordinary for comprehending the law of death and defeating the collective force of the 8 strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials in a grade 8 celestial kingdom, when he was a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, there was no lack of people like that in the profound nether mansion. However, it was almost unheard of for someone to achieve all these things below the age of 100. Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Zhangsun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans before he lightly said, "I want to recruit this person. As for the others, I won't fight with all of you to recruit them."
Upon hearing Bihai Mingfeng's words, the 4 leaders from the 3 sects and 2 clans shook their heads without any hesitation. "Sect leader Bihai, forgive me for not agreeing to your request. Even if I agree to it, my sect leader definitely won't agree to it. Moreover, according to the rules set by the profound nether mansion, laying claims isn't allowed, right?" an old man bluntly said.
He was Zhang Guangzheng, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect.
"Sect leader Bihai, I can't agree to this as well," an old monk chimed in soon after. He was Hum Chong, the palace master of the Arhut Hall in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect.
In the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, the palace masters of the Cloud Platform Celestial, excluding the guardians of the sect, were only second to the sect leader of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. And among the palace masters of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, Hung Chan, the palace master of the Arhat Hall, was the strongest. For this reason, Hung Chan was the highest-ranking person in the sect after the sect leader and the 2 guardians. "Sect leader Bihai, you're putting me in a very difficult position." Gongyang Yu, the elder of the Gongyang clan, said with a bitter smile. Compared to Hung Chan and Zhang Guangzheng, he seemed a little lacking in confidence. "Sect leader Bihai, I think we should let him choose the sect or clan he wants to join when he comes out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Zhangsun Xiongqi, the 2nd elder of the Zhangsun clan, replied tactfully. His words indirectly but clearly conveyed his refusal to comply with Bihai Mingfeng's request. Hearing the 4 people's responses, Bihai Mingfeng narrowed his eyes with a cold expression on his face. However, he remained silent. He could easily kill the 4 people before him if he so wished. Unfortunately, the 4 people before him had the support of grade 7 forces that were also closely related to the profound nether mansion, just like the coupling celestial sect that he belonged to. It would be easy for him to kill them, but the consequences would not be easy to deal with. Moreover, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion would not allow him to make an enemy out of the other 4 major forces. At this moment, another name has appeared. Wait. The 4th name has also appeared. There's the 5th name as well. Shortly after Ling Juyun rose to the top of the scoreboard with 3 points, several people's names appeared on the scoreboard one after another. However, according to some people who were in the know, these people whose name just appeared on the scoreboard could hardly be considered as outstanding peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was far inferior to Ling Juyun's strength. In just a blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. At this time, thousands of names had appeared on the scoreboard. Moreover, the person at the top of the scoreboard was no longer Ling Juyun. He had dropped to 2nd place. The person at the top of the scoreboard now was Yao Wei, a member of a grade 7 force. His main objective of entering the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was not to join the 3 sects and 2 clans, but to use the 3 sects and 2 clans as a springboard to enter the profound nether mansion. This Yao Wei has earned 8 points. Who's he? He's even more terrifying than Ling Juyun. You've not heard of Yao Wei? He's a talented member of the Yao clan, a grade 7 clan. He's the most outstanding person to appear in the Yao clan in the past 10,000 years. He's not even 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the profundities of a law. So, he's as strong as Ling Juyun? He is still weaker than Ling Juyun. After all, Ling Juyun had comprehended the law of death while he had only comprehended the law of water. In addition, Ling Juyun hasn't even reached the age of 100. Every time the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens, there would be people from grade 7 forces who come to join the fun. All of them have the intention to enter the profound nether mansion through the 3 sects and 2 clans, but how many of them actually succeeded in the end? That's right. Many people from Grade 7 forces entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to join the 3 sects and 2 clans that are also Grade 7 forces just so they could enter the profound Nether Mansion. Failing that, they could only dejectedly return to their original forces. I wonder why the 3 sects and 2 clans are willing to accept these people. These people are clearly ingrates. In fact, the 3 sects and 2 clans don't want to recruit these people from Grade 7 forces. However, the profound Nether Palace forbade them from doing so. That's why the 3 sects and 2 clans have no choice but to accept these people. Another 20 days had passed. Among the thousands of names on the scoreboard, most of them only had 2 points. Only Yao Wei, who was in the first place, had 8 points, and Ling Juyun, who was in the second place, had 7 points.
At this moment, a sorrowful cry rang in the air, attracting many people's attention.
Xia, an elderly man, held a shattered soul pearl in his hand as tears fell from his eyes that were widened in disbelief. He's Yang Ji, the revered elder of the Sunlight Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. He's a one basic celestial king. It seems like his grandson who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm has died.
I guess so. Yang Ji's grandson is Yang Qi. Among the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Yang Qi can be regarded as quite strong. Even then, he died so quickly. It seems like he was unlucky and ran into someone stronger than him.
It's obvious his opponent was much stronger than him. If his opponent was only slightly stronger, even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would still be able to escape. Since the identity of the first person who died has been revealed, I assume it won't be long before the identities of the others who had died are revealed. Everyone watched as the old man, Yang Ji, stared at the names on the scoreboard as though he was trying to figure out who killed his grandson. Alas, due to the time lag from the formation, even if only 1/10 of the people on the scoreboard were capable of killing his grandson, the suspects still numbered in the hundreds. Unless the murderer confessed or if there was a witness, it would be impossible for him to find out who killed his grandson.
Soon after cries of sorrow rang in the air. Their expressions were dark as they looked at the shattered soul pearls in their hands. These people were mostly close relatives of the deceased.
Yuana, little Kai,
Mo Cho. At this moment, there were some people who were happy and some who were worried.
Some of them looked at the scoreboard intently, as though willing a certain name to appear. Meanwhile, Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was also looking at the scoreboard. He was perplexed when he did not find Duan Ling Tian's name. Huang is on the list and Jialong is also on the list. However, Duan Ling Tian's name hasn't appeared. He's strong, so this doesn't make sense.
There are only 2 possibilities. 1. Duan Ling Tian hasn't made a move. 2. He has already been killed. With this thought in mind, Hu Lin-Yi extended his divine consciousness into his spatial ring. He sighed in relief quietly when he saw Duan Ling Tian's intact soul pearl.
However, shortly after that, Hu Lin-Yi's expression changed slightly when his eyes moved to the other soul pearls. He saw one of the soul pearls had shattered. The soul pearl belonged to a relatively strong peak overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial from the supporting Fall Nation. Although this person was the weakest among the 9 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the supporting Fall Nation, he could not help but feel uneasy.
Once an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial died, he or she would no longer be of any use to the force he or she represented. After all, how could the forces be rewarded for participants who had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm?
For this reason, Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was still worried even though only one of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials representing the supporting Fall Nation had died. The change in Hu Lin-Yi's expression did not escape the notice of the old man accompanying him. "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" Hu Lin-Yi did not hide the matter and honestly replied, "Tan Chun is dead."
The shattered soul pearl belonged to Tan Chin.
"Just him?" the old man asked. "Yes." Hu Lin-Yi nodded.
Your Majesty, this is actually good news. You see, there are already 1,000 names on the scoreboard. This means more than 1,000 people have been killed. The top 2 names on the scoreboard have more than 3 to 4 points. According to my calculations, the number of people who have been killed so far is roughly around 2,000. 12,000 people entered the southern heaven ancient realm and about 2,000 people have died so far.
Since only one person from the supporting Fall Nation has died, it can be considered as a good result. The old man said to Hu Lin Yi as he looked at the scoreboard in front of the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm.
You're forgetting something. Upon hearing the old man's words, Hu Lin Yi shook his head. Based on your calculations, roughly 2,000 people have died, and yet less than 2,000 soul pearls have shattered. Due to the time lag, we can't be sure that only one of our participants has died.
The old man fell silent upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words. Due to the formation that contained the law of time that the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord set up after he created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, people would not be able to instantly find out when someone had died even if they had the deceased soul pearls. Therefore, Hu Lin Yi was right to say there was no guarantee only one participant from the supporting Fall Nation had died even if only one soul pearl had shattered.
The old man next to Hu Lin Yi shifted his eyes to the bottom of the scoreboard as he looked at the newly added names. For people with the same number of points, the order of the ranking was determined by who had appeared on the scoreboard first. Soon after, the old man saw a familiar name and exclaimed in a low voice, Huang Jiachao.
Huang Jiachao was the fifth son of Huang Yuanfei, the county governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation.
Upon hearing the old man's words, Hu Lin Yi looked up immediately at the bottom of the scoreboard. Jia Chao's name has appeared on the scoreboard? In just a short moment, a few more names appeared on the scoreboard. Meng Xiuyu. Hu Lin Yi saw another familiar name on the scoreboard. Then he instinctively turned to look at an old woman standing not far behind him. The old woman was known as Grandma Meng, and she was Meng Qiuyu's grandmother. She was a one-basic celestial king powerhouse.
When Meng Qiuyu came to live in the palace after participating and winning a place in the supporting Fall Nation's Southern Heaven combat, she had stayed by Meng Qiuyu's side.
At that time, Hu Lin Yi had extended an invitation to Grandma Meng to join the supporting Fall Nation, but she had declined his invitation. Although he felt it was a pity, he was not upset. After all, it was no surprise that a one-basic celestial king refused to stay in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Such powerhouses would not do so unless they had special reasons.
The old man next to Hu Lin Yi was also a one-basic celestial king. However, the old man was already working for Hu Lin Yi long before he had a breakthrough and became a celestial king.
Huh? She doesn't seem surprised that Meng Qiuyu's name has appeared on the scoreboard. Is she just pretending to be calm? Although Grandma Meng heard Hu Lin Yi's words, her expression remained unchanged as she looked at Meng Qiuyu's name on the scoreboard. In Hu Lin Yi's opinion, Grandma Meng was only pretending to be calm.
As time passed, more and more names appeared on the scoreboard. After another 10 days, there were now roughly 2,000 names on the scoreboard. During this time, some names on the scoreboard had disappeared as well. After some time, a few names at the top would gain a lot of points. This, naturally, meant that those who were ranked at the top had killed some of the people on the scoreboard and also obtained their victims' points. Alas, due to the time lag caused by the formation, no one could tell who had killed who.
A month has passed. Why hasn't Duan Ling Tian's name appeared yet? Perplexed, Hu Lin Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian's intact soul pearl that was lying quietly in his spatial ring before he looked at the scoreboard. Since the names on the scoreboard had risen to 2,000, the numbers no longer increased sharply. On the contrary, it seemed to be on a downward trend. This was only normal since many of the 12,000 who entered the Southern Heaven realm had died. Hu Lin Yi regained his sense when he heard an elderly voice saying, Duan Ling Tian's name has appeared. He instinctively looked at the source of the voice and saw it was Grandma Meng who had spoken.
Duan Ling Tian's name has appeared? Hu Lin Yi frowned. He had been looking at the scoreboard earlier. If Duan Ling Tian's name had truly appeared, he would not have missed it.
Hu Lin Yi still felt skeptical when the old man next to him explained, Your Majesty, Duan Ling Tian's name did appear. However, it didn't appear at the bottom. It directly appeared in the middle of the scoreboard.
Upon hearing Grandma Meng's words, the old man had also initially looked at the bottom of the scoreboard. After failing to find Duan Ling Tian's name, his eyes immediately moved upward. It did not take long before he found Duan Ling Tian's name in the middle. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was ranked 930th, and he had 3 points. Since most new names that appeared on the scoreboard would appear at the bottom, Hu Lin Yi subconsciously thought Duan Ling Tian's name would appear at the bottom of the scoreboard as well. 3 points? Did he kill 2 people consecutively, or did the person he killed have 2 points? Hu Lin-yi wondered out loud. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to enter the top 1,000 as soon as his name appeared on the scoreboard. Now Jia Chao is lagging behind. Of the 5 participants from the supporting Fall Nation whose names had appeared on the scoreboard, 4 of them had 3 points.
Jia Chao was the only one who had 2 points. The 4 participants from the supporting Fall Nation who had 3 points were Huang Jialong, who was ranked 322nd, Hu Jiyong, who was ranked 353rd, Meng Qiuyu, who was ranked 398th, and Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked 930th. Among these people, Duan Ling Tian was the last to appear on the scoreboard, therefore he was ranked below them. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in the forest, 2 figures stood across each other. The strong smell of gunpowder permeated the air, and the atmosphere was tense. They were 2 young men. One was dressed in purple and the other was dressed in green. Moreover, both of them were handsome with extraordinary bearings. However, upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that the purple-clad young man was more pleasing to the eyes and had a friendlier countenance compared to the green-clad young man. The green-clad young man's expression was cold, making him look fierce and vicious. A corpse that belonged to a blue-clad young man lay on the ground not far in front of the purple-clad young man. No bloody wounds could be seen on the corpse's body. However, if one looked closely, one would be able to see corpse's chest was concave. What a surprise! He actually had 2 points. Duan Ling Tian sent his divine consciousness into his accumulative points jade that was hanging from his waist. He was taken aback when he saw his points had increased from 1 to 3. He was naturally delighted by this. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's eyes drifted to the green-clad young man standing in front of him and thought, perhaps this person has even more points. The green-clad young man and the dead blue-clad young man were the first people he met after exploring the forest for a month. Based on their interactions and words, he guessed that the 2 people were from the same force and were closely related. Before the blue-clad young man died, he had said to the green-clad young man as he fiercely charged toward Duan Ling Tian, "Brother, I will capture this kid and send him to you so that you can kill him." The blue-clad young man was only as strong as Huang Jialong was during the supporting Fall Nation's Southern Heaven combat. Currently, Huang Jialong's strength had improved tremendously after he began to comprehend the Wind-type King-grade divine ability that contained the Law of Wind. Although he had not fully mastered the Law of Wind's fundamental profundity, it still increased his strength a lot. Based on the blue-clad young man's words, Duan Ling Tian deduced that the green-clad young man had to be superior to the blue-clad young man in both strength and status. After all, if the green-clad young man only had higher status, it would be useless in the Southern Heaven realm, and the blue-clad young man would have killed the green-clad young man. Due to the anonymity afforded to the participants, a high status would not stop one from being killed. Judging by how respectful the blue-clad young man was to the green-clad young man, it was clear the green-clad young man was stronger. Before encountering Duan Ling Tian, the blue-clad young had easily and successfully killed 1 person. Not even in his wildest dreams would he be able to imagine that he would be killed by Duan Ling Tian, a kid who was not even 100 years old. A shocked expression could still be seen on the blue-clad young man's corpse. His eyes were wide open as though he could not rest in peace. After looking at Duan Ling Tian for a while, the green-clad young broke the silence first. The Law of Earth. Interesting. From beginning to end, the green-clad young man seemed indifferent to the death of his companion. His expression did not even change at the moment of his companion's death. It was as though the blue-clad young man was not his companion but a passerby. The Law of Earth's Earth elemental profundity. Interesting. Based on the green-clad young man's words, it was clear he knew Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the Law of Earth's fundamental profundity. The Earth elemental profundity. Nevertheless, there was no fear or panic to be seen on his face, and he was brimming with confidence. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned slightly solemn. There were only 2 reasons why the green-clad young man could remain composed at this moment. 1. The green-clad young man was trying to put up a front to call Duan Ling Tian's bluff. 2. The green-clad young man had also comprehended the profundity of a law. Duan Tian's gut instinct told him it was more likely to be the latter reason.
At this moment, the green-clad young man's gaze suddenly turned fierce as he looked at Duan Tian. At the same, celestial origin energy began to surge out of his body. His celestial origin energy soon turned into a gust of Xian wind that wrapped itself around his body and lifted him in the air.
It was clear he did not rely on his power to levitate, it was all the gust of Xian wind's doing.
The wind elemental profundity. Based on this, Duan Tian knew the green-clad young man had comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. Moreover, he could tell the green-clad young man's comprehension of the wind elemental profundity was far ahead of Huang Jialong.
Huang Jialong had only comprehended and mastered a small part of the wind elemental profundity, whereas the green-clad young man had already mastered the wind elemental profundity. Moreover, judging by the speed the wind elemental profundity had merged with his celestial origin energy, it was clear the green-clad young man had long mastered the wind elemental profundity. "I'm Sima Chun from the Sima clan," the green-clad young said in a low voice at this moment.
Sima clan? The Grade 7 clan in the profound nether mansion that's only second to the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duan Tian was taken aback when he heard the green-clad young man's introduction. During the journey to the scaling cloud lake, Duan Tian had learned about the Sima clan from Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. He really did not expect the green-clad young man in front of him to be from the Sima clan. Duan Tian recalled Huang Jialong telling him that apart from Grade 8 sects, clans, and kingdoms, there would be people from Grade 7 forces entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
According to Huang Jialong, due to them being in Grade 7 forces, most of them had comprehended King Grade celestial methods and divine abilities very early in their lives. Among these people, the most outstanding one had already comprehended 2 profundities of a law. No wonder he's so confident. He's from a Grade 7 clan.
Duan Tian narrowed his eyes as he introduced himself. "I'm Duan Tian from the supporting Fall nation. You're not even 100 years old, but you're already a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity."
The Earth elemental profundity. Your talent and comprehension skills are extraordinary. Sima Chun looked at Duan Tian and praised him without any hints of unwillingness. "This is the first time in my life meeting someone like you."
"You're not too bad yourself," Duan Tian replied.
"Alas, you're destined to fall here today. I'd be forever proud being able to kill such a highly talented person like you," Sima Chun said as his eyes flashed with killing intent.
In order to score points, it was impossible for one to spare the lives of one's opponents. After all, unless one was very well acquainted with one's opponents. Sima Chun's confidence was evident judging by how certain he sounded when he said he was going to kill Duan Tian, even when he knew Duan Tian was strong. Upon seeing this, Duan Tian speculated inwardly. It seems like Sima Chun might be one of those people whom Jialong mentioned. He might have comprehended 2 profundities of a law. There was no doubt that an overarching heaven supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities of a law was the strongest among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It would be easy for someone like that to dominate the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, any Tao talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of an overarching heaven supreme celestial or someone stronger could not be used. If one tried to use it, it would only be destroyed by a formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm the moment its power was released. Since most offensive Tao talismans contain celestial origin energy of those stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, they naturally could not be used in the realm as well. Therefore, everything depended on one's strength. Upon hearing Sima Chun's words, Duan Tian narrowed his eyes. His voice was frosty as he said, "A lot of people have said this. Alas, in the end, all of them died without exception. That's because they're useless. I, however, will be the exception." Sima Chun raised his hand as he spoke. Soon after, a sword glowing with a mysterious light appeared in his hand. It was a king-grade celestial sword. Then, go ahead and try. A long rod, a king-grade celestial weapon as well, appeared in Duan Tian's hand. Among the few king-grade celestial weapons he owned, The long rod was a purely offensive celestial weapon. That was why he usually used it in his attacks. Subsequently, Duanling Tian cast his celestial methods and divine abilities. Sima Chun's expression soured when he saw Duanling Tian remaining fearless. The cyan wind around his body seemed to stir for a moment before he seemed to have turned into a gust of wind himself as he swept toward Duanling Tian. At the same time, a blue light that seemed to boost his speed could be seen under his feet. He looked like a cheetah as he moved at such a deadly speed.
Oh! Just when Duanling Tian thought Sima Chun's speed could not increase any further, he saw Sima Chun's body flickering, seemingly disappearing into thin air. He could no longer see Sima Chun. Is this the law of wind's second profundity that he comprehended? Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he thought about this. He could think of anything else that could grant Sima Chun such a terrifying speed. He speculated inwardly his speed has increased so much in just an instant. The law of wind's second profundity that he had comprehended must be a movement profundity.
Boy, if you don't want to die, try your best to merge the earth elemental profundity with your celestial origin energy and channel it into your vest. The chaos divine earth said anxiously at this moment. Duanling Tian hurriedly did as he was told. After merging the earth elemental profundity with his celestial origin energy, he channeled it into the vest he was wearing, which was a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Red scales appeared on his body before a mustard energy shot into the vest. The red scales looked incredibly lifelike. Seeing the mustard energy, Duanling Tian knew the Chaos Divine Earth had boosted his defensive king-grade celestial weapon with its own power as well. As soon as its energy shot into the vest, zing, 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 the ear-piercing sounds of swords' cries rang in the air suddenly.
At the same time, a shower of swords wrapped in cyan energy rained down on Duanling Tian's vest before Duanling Tian even had a chance to react.
Bam! 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 The light around Duanling Tian's vest rippled and dimmed as though its defense would break. However, it remained strong. He's fast. His swords are attacking at full speed as well. Duanling Tian was shocked. If the Chaos Divine Earth did not boost his defensive celestial weapon and strengthen his defense, he would not have been able to stop Sima Chun's attack. He's too fast. What's the law of wind's second profundity that Sima Chun comprehended? Duanling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Earth as his heart thumped wildly. The law of wind's second profundity that he comprehended is a movement profundity. It's called the gale profundity. It's also one of the most practical profundities in the law of wind. It can improve one's speed and the speed of one's attacks. Chaos Divine Earth said, "Boy, if I weren't here, you would have died." Then, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice turned solemn as it continued to say, "This young man's strength can be considered to be at the top among those who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time around."
The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice turned slightly arrogant as it said, "However, since you have me, it doesn't matter how fast he is, it's impossible for him to breach your defenses. In the end, he'll have no choice but to give up on his attacks."
As though proving the Chaos Divine Earth right, Sima Chun stopped attacking, and his figure appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. He said solemnly, "Unexpectedly, you've also comprehended the second profundity of a law. The law of Earth's second profundity is a defensive profundity, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to stop my attacks. It seems like I've underestimated you."
In the end, Sima Chun decided to stop attacking since it was futile. Regardless of how hard he tried, he failed to breach Duanling Tian's defense.
"I've underestimated you," Sima Chun said before he turned his back on Duanling Tian and began to walk away. "Did I say you're free to go?" Duanling Tian scoffed. His eyes narrowed as his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity spiked. His domineering aura spread to his surroundings immediately. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Sima Chun stopped in his tracks. He turned back and looked at Duanling Tian coldly. He said arrogantly, "I admit your defenses are so impressive that I couldn't breach them and kill you. Nonetheless, I'm much faster than you."
"How do you think you're going to kill me? It'd be easy for me to dodge your attacks. I can't kill you, but you can't kill me either." Sima Chun was very confident about his speed due to the law of wind that he had comprehended. After all, not only did he comprehend the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, but he had also comprehended the gale profundity, which was a movement profundity. After Sima Chun finished speaking, he no longer spared Duanling Tian a glance. He turned back, preparing to take off. Duanling Tian coldly said, "What if I use a royal-grade celestial weapon?" Duanling Tian's words caused Sima Chun to pause in his tracks again. He instinctively turned back and saw the long rod in Duanling Tian's hand. A king-grade celestial weapon had been replaced by a crimson ring. The crimson ring was unlike normal rings. There were 9 water chestnuts of varying shapes and sizes around it. The ring's aura was subtle, not as brilliant as the aura of a king-grade celestial weapon. However, as soon as Duanling Tian sent his celestial origin energy into the crimson ring, its aura spiked and became even more formidable than that of a king-grade celestial weapon. A royal-grade celestial weapon. Even Sima Chun, who was standing in the distance, could clearly feel the ring's domineering aura. Initially, he did not take Duanling Tian seriously when Duanling Tian spoke about the royal-grade celestial weapon. Naturally, his disbelief was washed away and was replaced by shock after he sensed the ring's aura. It was truly a royal-grade celestial weapon. Impossible. How did he obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon? He's only an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial, Sima Chun thought to himself incredulously. He found it difficult to accept that Duanling Tian possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. This was only natural since even Sima clan, a grade 7 clan, did not have a royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if they possessed one, they would not dare to reveal its existence since they would not be able to protect it. In the regions under the profound Nether Mansion, only the 3 clans and 2 sects were powerful enough to protect a royal-grade celestial weapon. Even then, they needed permission from the profound Nether Mansion if they wanted to keep a royal-grade celestial weapon. Based on this, one could see how rare royal-grade celestial weapons were. Run! This thought flashed in Sima Chun's mind repeatedly. Although Duanling Tian was not as fast as him, the table had turned now that Duanling Tian was using a royal-grade weapon. He could only escape out of the range of Duanling Tian's attack now. He would have a chance of surviving as long as he could outrun Duanling Tian. Alas, did he think Duanling Tian was unaware of his thoughts? Would Duanling Tian reveal the royal-grade celestial weapon without a plan? Sima Chun seemed to have turned into a gust of cyan wind as he fled at top speed. "Do you think you can run away from me?" Duanling Tian smiled contemptuously. Gravitational space profundity. As soon as Duanling Tian's voice fell, an invisible pulling force slowed Sima Chun down before he could escape. BZT. Duanling Tian tossed the royal-grade celestial ring that contained his celestial origin energy into the air. BZT. 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 The 9 water chestnuts around the ring shone brightly, and 9 beams of light that seemed as sharp as a blade swept out immediately. This ring was the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, a royal-grade celestial weapon that Duanling Tian was holding onto for the mysterious brother Pei. Under normal circumstances, he would not have used the ring. However, since he was in the southern heaven ancient realm now, he was certain no one would know about the royal-grade celestial weapon if he used them. After all, as the saying went, dead men tell no tales. Moreover, the southern heaven ancient realm had a formation that prevented one from using communication celestial talismans. The formation was set up to prevent participants from teaming up too early and killing solitary participants early in the game. BZT. 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 Sima Chun could hear the buzzing noise coming from the ring as the ring gained up on him. It sounded like death was calling out to him at this moment. His stomach turned and his heart thumped wildly in his chest as he tried to escape with all his might. He's comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity to such a level. Based on the pulling force, Sima Chun could tell Duanling Tian was far from comprehending the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly shocked. Duanling Tian had mastered 3 profundities from the law of Earth. What kind of monster did he run into?
Not only did the young man who was not even 100 years old comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, but he had also comprehended the law of Earth's movement profundity to the rudimentary stage and the law of Earth's third profundity. If he did not witness this and experience this for himself, he would not have believed such a monster existed in the profound nether mansion. Without the pulling force, Sima Chun might have been able to escape. Alas, no! At this moment, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring was only a few feet away from Sima Chun. The light it emitted shone even more brightly than before. All of a sudden, Sima Chun stopped dead in his tracks. An armor appeared on him. The gust of cyan wind surrounding his body shot into the armor. At this moment, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Despite having braced himself for the attack, he did not think he would be able to withstand an attack from a royal-grade celestial weapon. In a final struggle to stay alive, Sima Chun glared at Duan Ling Tian and threatened, "If you kill me, the Sima clan will never let you get away." Well, that depends if the Sima clan finds out about it. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance, smiled disdainfully. "BZZT, BZZT, 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 BZZT." The mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring landed on Sima Chun's protective armor. The beams of light that were as sharp as blades pierced his armor. His protective armor managed to withstand the first and second beam of light, but the third beam of light slashed it open. The royal-grade celestial weapon is too powerful. Sima Chun could clearly feel how formidable the royal-grade celestial weapon was. His defenses could not hold up against it at all. His body flashed as he tried to escape again. Unfortunately, he could not mobilize the full potential of his speed due to the gravitational pull from the gravitational space profundity. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Sima Chun's sudden movement had weakened his defense. In just a moment, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring completely breached his defense. "No!" Sima Chun cried at the top of his lungs. His voice was brimming with anger, resentment, and unwillingness. He had lost to an opponent who was as strong as him just because of a royal-grade celestial weapon. How could he not be resentful and unwilling? In just a blink of an eye, he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Even in death, his eyes and mouth were wide open. As soon as Sima Chun breathed his last breath, his accumulative points Jade shattered. The points he had accumulated were automatically transferred to Duan Ling Tian's accumulative points Jade. Then, Duan Ling Tian claimed Sima Chun's spatial ring that was hovering in the air before putting it away. Just like that, Sima Chun, the #1 genius in the Sima clan with high innate talent and comprehension skill, was killed by Duan Ling Tian in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian's victory was all thanks to the purely offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. In the Devata realms, there were various grades of celestial weapons. The difference in power between each grade was like heaven and earth. A king-grade celestial weapon was no match for a royal-grade celestial weapon at all. The difference in power between the two was much greater compared to the difference between a duke-grade celestial weapon and a king-grade celestial weapon. There's no doubt Sima Chun's speed was incredibly fast. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to this level. If I only had the royal-grade celestial weapon, it would still be difficult to kill him, Duan Ling Tian said to the Chaos Divine Earth. Since Duan Ling Tian had decided to use the royal-grade celestial weapon, he had to kill Sima Chun. He could not allow news about him possessing a royal-grade celestial weapon to leak out. Not only would it attract trouble, but it was likely that he would be forced to give it up. In fact, it was the Chaos Divine Earth that had convinced him to use the royal-grade celestial weapon. The Chaos Divine Earth scoffed arrogantly. "Boy, if you've comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage, you could have killed him without using the royal-grade celestial weapon. The law of Earth's gravitational space profundity suppresses speed. If you've comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage, you could have trapped Sima Chun with the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison method, and kill him. There would be no need for the royal-grade celestial weapon at all. The rudimentary stage." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up after he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. The king-grade celestial method, Black Rock Prison method, contained two profundities from the law of Earth. Duan Ling Tian had mastered the Earth elemental profundity but not the gravitational space profundity. He could only be considered to have mastered the gravitational space profundity after he comprehended it to the rudimentary stage. The rudimentary stage was the highest stage for a profundity in a king-grade celestial method. The chaos divine earth was right. If he had comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage, he would have been able to trap Sima Chun with the Black Rock prison method even if both their strength was about the same, regardless of Sima Chun's speed. The Chaos Divine Earth asked curiously, how many accumulative points did you obtain from that brat? He should have accumulated lots of points since he's quite strong. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into his accumulative points jade before he replied, I have 11 points now. This means I obtained 8 points from Sima Chun. 8 points, the Chaos Divine Earth fell silent for a brief moment. When it spoke again, a hint of unease could be heard in its voice. Now that the brat is dead, his name will be removed from the scoreboard. I'm afraid people will find out that you killed him since there will be a spike in your points. Once the lad is dead, his name will be erased from the ranking list. I'm afraid people will find out that you've killed him because there's a spike in your points. Although you'll be protected by whichever one of the 3 sects and 2 clans you decide to join, they won't be able to protect you forever. There's no doubt the members of the Sima clan would seek revenge from you if they find out about this. Don't worry. The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had this concern as well. Based on what I know, there's a formation here that was created with the law of time. One's death here would not be instantly reflected on one's soul pearl. This is to keep the anonymity of the killer, Duan Ling Tian said reassuringly. Duan Ling Tian was about to withdraw his divine consciousness from his accumulative points jade when he sensed a strange energy that suddenly appeared. The strange energy seemed to be guiding his divine consciousness to a specific location. This energy, is it trying to lead me in that direction? Duan Ling Tian inwardly. As though responding to his thought, his accumulative points jade lit up suddenly. Then, a loud and lively voice rang in his mind. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, those who have obtained 10 points will be directed to the Celestial Lord Temple that I left behind. The voice disappeared as soon as it appeared. To this voice, is it possible that it belonged to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The Celestial Lord Temple? Those who obtained 10 points will be directed to the Celestial Lord Temple? Why haven't I heard of this before? Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly, confused by this sudden development. Could it be a new rule in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? No, it did not make sense. Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. He had not heard anything about a Celestial Lord Temple or being led to a Celestial Lord Temple after obtaining 10 points. In the end, he decided to ask the Chaos Divine Earth about it. The Chaos Divine Earth calmly replied, maybe there's a formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that can erase the memories of those who entered the Celestial Lord Temple. There are some powerful Celestial Lords who are capable of casting such a formation. One's memories of the Celestial Lord Temple would be erased, but one would still possess the items they obtained there. One just wouldn't be able to recall where one has obtained the items. Erasing memories? Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in shock. His eyes narrowed when he suddenly recalled Huang Jialong's words from before. Huang Jialong had told him that previously there were some overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had no memories of how they obtained some of the items in their spatial rings after coming out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was as though those items had miraculously appeared in their spatial rings. There were even people who forgot how they accumulated some of their points toward the end. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, seems like anything related to the Celestial Lord Temple, and what happens after I obtain 10 points here will remain a secret. You won't be able to remember anything, but I will. After you leave this place, I'll recount everything to you, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response before he looked to his right. It was the direction where the strange energy had tried to lead him to. Since one will be led to the Celestial Lord Temple once one has obtained 10 points, I wonder if anyone has already arrived at the Celestial Lord Temple? Perhaps, at this moment, there are also people making their way there. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After witnessing Sima Chun's strength, Duan Ling Tian was even more convinced he should not underestimate the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
Sima Chun was one of the few overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials from a Grade 7 force. There was no doubt that those who came from a Grade 7 force would not be weaker than Sima Chun. In fact, they might even be stronger than Sima Chun. Duan Ling Tian continued making his way to the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There was no doubt the Celestial Lord Temple was special. After all, only those who had obtained 10 points were allowed to enter the temple. Therefore, he was rather excited about going to the Celestial Lord Temple. At the center of the Scaling Cloud Lake. At this moment, a name that was ranked 6th on the scoreboard suddenly disappeared. Subsequently, the names behind it began to move up. Needless to say, the shift in ranking caused an uproar. Sima Chun's name has disappeared. I didn't see wrongly, right? Yes. Sima Chun's name has disappeared. He had already accumulated 8 points before his name disappeared. Good heavens. So he's dead. Sima Chun had to be strong to be able to obtain 8 points. However, he died just like that. Not only was he strong, but his innate talent and comprehension skill were incredibly high as well. He's the first genius to appear in the Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. Didn't he comprehend the law of wind's gale profundity? How is it possible for him to die after comprehending such a profundity?